Hi, this is Sam Barron, author of the book that you're about to listen to. If you enjoy listening to this audiobook as much as I enjoyed writing the book, please consider subscribing to my BookEmpathy channel on YouTube and also consider buying a copy of the book to help support the author. Thank you and happy listening.
BookEmpathy.com presents Shadow Creek by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day.
Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Jeremy Cobb sat in the dark of his truck and held his daddy's gun against his chest like it might slow his heart, and it didn't. Nothing did. His heart had been running wild like this for 3 weeks, ever since the morning the bus pulled out with Emmy's hand pressed white to the window and left him standing in the dust of a town full of people who loved him, inside a body that hadn't felt like his since. He missed her so bad it had quit being a feeling and turned into a sickness, a live thing in his chest with weight and teeth. 3 weeks. Every hour of it held like a breath he couldn't let out, and the only thing on God's earth that ever loosened that breath even a little was this. The gun, cold and heavy and sure in his 2 hands, the one solid honest thing left to hold onto in a world that had gone soft and sweet and lying all around him. Up at the Grange the windows burned gold, and through them he could see the shapes of them moving, and oh God, he loved them. That was the thing tearing him clean in half right here in the dark, the thing Emmy could never quite kill in him, no matter how right she was about everything else. He loved every soul in that warm, bright room. His whole stupid heart was up there with them this minute, putting out chairs, putting on the coffee, getting it nice for him. And that love was the rope. They would stand him in the middle of all of it and use it to choke the one true thing right out of him, and they'd be crying while they did it, and they would never once know that's what they were doing. That was the part he couldn't stand. Not that they were cruel. That they were kind and it came to the same thing, and they would die not understanding the difference. He wanted her so bad his hands shook with it. He wanted to hear her voice tell him he was brave. He wanted this whole night already over and behind him and the 2 of them somewhere far and clean with the windows down, and there was only one road that ran from here to there, and it ran straight through that lit-up room. "They're going to be so kind," she'd whispered at the bus station, her hands cold on his face, her eyes spilling over in the sodium light. "That's the part that'll try to kill you, Jer. Not the meanness. The kindness. It's the knife they'll use. Promise me you won't set it down." "I promise," he'd said, and he'd meant it more than he'd ever meant anything, and he meant it now, sitting here shaking, with his throat closed up and his face wet and his daddy's gun warming slow against his ribs. He pushed it down into his coat and got out of the truck before he could lose his nerve. Anson was already coming down the steps, and the sight of his brother nearly took Jeremy's legs out from under him. Anson had their daddy's big shoulders and their daddy's way of walking and that same open face that couldn't hide a thing it felt, and what it was feeling now was fear, naked and terrible fear for him, and that was so much worse than if it had been anger that Jeremy had to look at the dirt. "Jar." His brother stopped a few feet off, hands open at his sides like he was gentling a colt. "Thank you for coming, man. That's all we wanted. Just to sit with you a while. I'm not here to sit." His voice came out flat and dead, and he was glad. He was so glad, because flat and dead was the only way it came out without breaking. "I'm here to settle it. You give me what's mine and I'm gone by morning, and you never have to look at me again." Something crossed his brother's face that hurt worse than a slap. "Then let's settle it inside. Everybody's here. We're all on your side, Jer, every one of us. I swear it. Come out of the dark." And Jeremy went up the steps and past him, close enough to smell the lava soap their daddy had used his whole life and Anson used now because he couldn't bear not to, and the smell went into Jeremy like a hook and ripped, and for 1 second he was 8 years old again and safe and nothing had happened yet. Then he got his hand on the gun through his coat and pressed down on the feeling until it stopped, the way you'd press down on a wound, and he walked into the light. They were all on their feet for him, and looking at their faces was like swallowing broken glass. There was Della Hutto, tiny and white-haired behind her gold glasses, Della, who had held his face in her soft old hands at his daddy's graveside and told him he was going to be all right, and he'd believed her, because in his whole life she had never once lied to him. There was Sue Bate from the clinic, broad and soft, her reading glasses trembling on their chain, and the love that came up in him looking at her was so big and so sharp it was almost the same thing as being stabbed, because Sue Bate had breathed her own breath into his body the night he was born too soon and too blue. She told him so 100 times, laughing, "I'm the first thing you ever did, baby. You screamed at me first." There was old Pastor Wen with his kind, wet eyes. There was Royce Tibbett, big as a barn, who'd put the first $1 Jeremy ever earned into his own 10-year-old hand for shaking pecans, and gone red and proud doing it. There was Carol Mabry, who'd taught him his sums. And there was Drew. Drew, his oldest friend in the whole world, his face gone gray as ash, his knee jackhammering under the table, and Jeremy looked at him and wanted to cry, wanted to run to him, wanted to be 6 years old in the creek with him again so bad it doubled him up inside, and he understood with a sick cold drop that Drew already knew. That some animal part of Drew had smelled it coming the second Jeremy walked in. He loved them. He loved them so much he could hardly breathe around it, and he hated them for making him love them, because the love was the thing that was going to get them killed, and he could not let it turn him soft, not now, not when he was this close. "Sit down, hun," Della said. "Wherever you're easy." He didn't sit. He stood at the far end by the door with his back half to the wall and his hands jammed in his coat pockets, and his eyes burned, and he made his voice come out hard. "I'll make it easy on everybody," he said. "I'm not changing my mind, and I'm not some kid you can wait out till he settles down. I want my share. The cash value, I did the figures. I know what 1/8 of the bottom land comes to. I want it someplace I can reach from anywhere, and I want it this week. You do that and you never have to see me or her again, and you can all go back to being happy without me." His voice cracked clean and half unhappy, and the shame of it nearly buckled him. "That's the deal. It's the only deal there is." They looked at each other. He watched them do it, those quick soft glances going around the table, Royce to Carol to Della, the way they'd been passing looks over his head his whole life while they decided what was best for him, and something hot and old came up the back of his neck, and he was grateful for it, grateful for anything that wasn't grief. "Nobody is saying no to your share, Jeremy." Anson came around the table, slow, stopping a careful distance off. "Are you hearing me, little brother? Not one person in this room is telling you no, it's yours. It was always going to be yours. Then write the check." "We will." His brother's hands opened, pleading. "We just want to ask you one thing first." "One. And if you can answer it, Carol wires the money tomorrow, and we throw you the biggest supper this town's ever cooked, and we send you off with our blessing and our love. I swear it to you on Daddy's grave." "The grave." He'd say the grave. The back of Jeremy's neck went cold under the heat. "Ask it then. Get it over with." Della slid a manila folder out into the middle of the table and laid her spotted hand flat on top of it, like she was keeping something from getting loose. "When you brought that girl home in the spring," she said, and her voice was so gentle it made him want to scream, "we did a thing I am not proud of. We hired a firm. People up in Austin who look into things, quiet, for families with something to lose. Twice in 40 years we've done it, both times because we were scared, and we're scared now." Her pale eyes held him and would not turn loose. "Not of her. Of losing you. You just come into more money than most men ever see, and a stranger walked in beside you with an awful lot to say about everything you ought to throw away. So we looked, baby. I'm sorry. We looked." His heart was going so hard now he could feel it shaking the gun against his ribs. "Don't," he said, and he heard the begging in it and couldn't stop it. "Whatever's in that folder. Please, don't. We're not asking you to believe a piece of paper, son." Pastor Wen's eyes were streaming now, the old fool, openly. "We're asking you to believe the people who have loved you since before you could breathe on your own. She's not who she told you she was. Royce turned his cap over and over in his big hands, and he couldn't meet Jeremy's eye while he said it, and somehow that was the worst of all. The things she's mixed up in the cities. Groups that don't just carry signs, Jeremy. Groups that have put people in the hospital. That have set fires. Stop. It tore out of him. And the money, Carol said, soft, miserable, like every word cost her. I traced what I could. She's in debt, hun. Bad debt, the kind that comes looking. And she found you 11 days after that trust paid out in your name. 11 days. I'm not telling you what it means. I'm telling you it's true, and the truth deserves you looking at it square before you hand it your whole life. You don't know her. His eyes had spilled over and he couldn't see, the whole warm room swimming gold. You fed her cobbler and asked about her mama, and decided she was the enemy because she could see you for what you are, because she said the one true thing not a soul in this valley has ever had the guts to. We are not asking you to leave her. Anson's voice broke wide open, his big face crumpling, and he was crying too now, his careful calm all gone. Joe, listen to me. We are not asking you to leave her or stay here or give up a single dollar that's yours. We are asking you to go to her and put these things to her face and watch her eyes while she answers, and if it's clean, if she looks at you and it's clean, then God bless you both and go, and we'll dance at your wedding and cry doing it. He took a step, his hand reaching out. We only have to know it's you choosing. You, not her. Not whoever might be standing behind her, telling her what to. And there it was, and it went into him like a match into dry grass, and everything caught at once. Whoever might be standing behind her. As if she was a puppet on a string. As if he was. As if the one person who'd ever looked at him and seen something whole and worth saving, the one warm body that had ever held him in the dark and said, "You are not crazy. You are the only one awake," as if she was nothing but a trick somebody was running on him, and he was too simple and too small and too kept to know it. It was word for word what she'd told him they'd say. Word for word. And the terror of that, the terror that she could see so far down the road, that she knew them better than they knew themselves, the terror flipped over the way it always did and came up as rage, white and clean, and almost like relief. His hand was on the gun. He didn't remember reaching for it. It had gone warm, his warm, like it was a part of his own body, like it was the only part still telling him the truth. You're doing it, he whispered. Right now. You can't even hear yourselves doing it. Jeremy. Sue Bate had both hands flat on the table, and her whole face had gone to pieces. Baby. Your hand. What's in your coat? Take your hand out slow and let me see it, sweetheart, please. Drew's knee had stopped dead. The whole room felt the change come, the way cattle feel a storm before there's a cloud, every loving face going white and slack one after another. Della's hand closed tight on the folder. Royce started up out of his chair. Give me my share, Jeremy said, and he was sobbing it now, the tears hot down his face. Give it to me and I walk out that door and nobody has to. It's yours, it's already yours, Jer, please, Anson, both hands up frantic. Then why are you still talking about her? It ripped his throat raw and the whole room flinched as one body, and then there was nothing, just the window unit and the creak outside and his own breath sawing in and out. I'll come with you. Drew was on his feet. His face was soaked and ruined, and he wasn't looking at the bulge in Jeremy's coat. He was looking at Jeremy's eyes, only his eyes, the way you'd hold somebody back from the edge of a roof. Right now, Jer. You and me. We get in your truck and we drive all night and we find her, and I never say one word against her ever again. I swear it on anything you want. Just take your hand out of your pocket. Whatever you brought in here, you don't need it, brother, not with me. It's me. Take your hand out and let's just go. Like always. You and me. And for one whole second, Jeremy was going to. The love came up so hard it nearly drowned him. Drew, the creek, the warm night, the road running out of this valley with his best friend beside him, and he felt his fingers start to ease off the metal, felt the boy he used to become surging up through his chest reaching for that open door. "That's exactly what they'll do," she whispered, sorrowful, certain. "Send the one you love the most. So you'll trust them 1 inch further. That's the last knife, Jur. That's the kindest one of all." And the boy went back under and Jeremy's heart broke and he let it. "That's exactly what she said you'd say," he told his oldest friend very softly, and he was so sorry, and he took the gun out of his coat. The room came apart all at once. Della rising, the folder spilling off the table, papers flying. Drew's hand flung out, palm open, still reaching for him. Sue Bates' mouth opening on his name. Royce lunging up. And Anson coming toward him. Not away. Arms spreading wide open. His wrecked face crying out the shape of Jur, coming to take him. To hold him. The only thing his brother had ever known how to give, and Jeremy heard his own voice break loose. I'm sorry. Somebody has to set you free." And his arm came up by itself. The way it had come up 100 times in the dark of the pump house, while he swore to himself that wasn't what he was practicing. And the first shot tore the whole world open. It was so loud. Nobody ever told you. Emmy never told you. The movies all lied. It was so loud in that little wooden room that it stopped being a sound and became a wall slamming into his chest and his teeth. And the gun jumped in his fist like a live thing. Like it was glad. And after that he wasn't deciding anymore. There was no more deciding. There was only the jump in the wall and the jump in the wall, Sue Bates folding sideways. Her glasses swinging, Della going down small, Royce spun half around Drew's hand, and his brother still coming. Still coming. Arms wide. And Jeremy's arm swung that way too, because his arm was not his anymore. Nothing was his anymore. He had given it all away weeks ago at a bus station, and there was no taking it back. Then the gun quit. The slide locked back and his finger kept pulling on nothing, click, 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 and it was that, the silence where the next shot should have been, that finally reached down and dragged him back up into himself. And he saw it. He saw all of it. The window unit was still humming in the back, soft, like nothing in the world had changed. A pencil rolled off the edge of the table and dropped. Blue smoke hung under the white light. And the smell hit him, not coffee anymore, not lemon oil, something sharp and burnt and final, and under it something warm and wet and red that his body knew the name of even though his mind would die before it said the word. Anson, he said. His brother lay on the floor beside the table he'd built with his own 2 hands. Anson, get up. His fingers wouldn't open around the gun. Get up. Get up, please, please, I need you to get up, please get up. He took 1 step and his boot slid in something warm, and that was when his body finally made his mind say it, and it came out of him as one long sound with no bottom to it, the sound of an animal screaming in a trap. He ran. He didn't remember the door or the steps or the dark yard, only that he was suddenly behind the wheel with the creak roaring in his ears and the empty gun still locked in his fist because his hand would not give it up, and he couldn't make the key find the slot, his hands shaking so wild he had to grab his own wrist with the other and hold it still like something broken, and on the 3rd try the engine turned over, loud and stupid and ordinary in the night. He drove. Some cold dead part of him steered while the rest of him screamed. Past the dark schoolhouse. Past the little white chapel. Past the gas station's one sad light and the feed store and the lone payphone under its little roof. Past the carved wooden sign, Shadow Creek, ESD. 1909, Pop. 311, and out onto the farm road with the black fields tearing by and the headlights eating the yellow line one at a time, and he was sobbing so hard he couldn't get a full breath, big hitching gulps of air that wouldn't go down. By the time he hit the state highway, his whole body had come apart, jaw and chest and legs all shaking at once, and he couldn't see for the tears, and he slewed onto the gravel shoulder and stopped, the engine running, the highway stretching off black both ways under a sky gone huge and cold with stars now that he was up out of the valley. Up out of the valley. Where the signal was. His phone lay dead in the cup holder the way it lay dead every day he was home, and now it shuddered awake in the dark, finding the towers, the little bars climbing one after another like nothing on God's earth was wrong, and her messages came pouring in, days of them, all of them her, and he couldn't read them, he couldn't, but he found the thread with her name on top and the last thing she'd sent 3 days back. When you're really free, you'll know it. Then come find me, and he put his thumb to the glass, and through the shaking, through the weeping, he typed the only words left in the whole burned-out world. It's done. He sent it before the rest of him could stop his thumb. And then it all came down on him at once, the white room and the kind dying faces and his brother coming toward him with his arms thrown wide, and he folded down over the wheel and cried like his chest was tearing loose, his forehead on the cold plastic, the empty gun lying on the seat where his hand had finally turned it loose. The phone pinged. It had to be her. He came up off the wheel and dragged his sleeve across his face, his whole heart reaching out for her, for I love you, for oh my God, baby, for anything at all to hold on to across all those dark miles. Proud of you, Em. He stared at it, the shaking in his hands making the little words tremble on the screen. Before he could make it move, the phone pinged again, and the second message slid up underneath the first. This is the first step.
Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. The lift hill of the New Texas giant climbed up into a sky so blue and so wide it didn't look real. And Ruth Baker, wedged hip to hip with her husband and white-knuckling the lap bar with both hands, was laughing before they even reached the top. She hadn't meant to. She'd come up that clattering wooden hill, swearing under her breath the way she always did. Every joint in the red track banging beneath them. The whole metroplex spreading out flat and brown and shimmering under the 9 o'clock sun, and then the world tipped. And her stomach went up into her throat. And down the train Marcus screamed like a tea kettle, and Jake whooped like a wild thing, and Ava threw both hands straight up over her head into the wind. And the laugh just tore out of Ruth. Helpless and loud. All the way down the first drop, and through the bottom of it, where the G's crushed her down into the seat, and the wind ripped tears straight back across her temples. Aaron's big hand found her knee on the brake run and squeezed. His hair was standing straight up. He was grinning at her like a kid. Told you, he shouted over the roar of the next train cresting the hill. Told you you'd love it. I hate it, she shouted back, beaming, breathless. I hate every second. They piled off the train and crowded around the ride photo screen the way they always did, all 5 of them wind-blasted and wrecked and laughing, and there it was up on the monitor. The camera had caught the whole family at the bottom of the first drop, mid-plunge, and Aaron's mouth was a giant terrified O, and his eyes were squeezed shut, and both his fists were locked white on the bar. Ava took one look, and her whole body folded with laughter. She jabbed a finger at the screen, at Aaron's face, and signed, fast and gleeful, Dad. Your face. You look like you saw God. I do not look like I saw God, Aaron said, reading the part about himself a half-second behind everyone else. Babe, Ruth said. You kind of do. Ava signed something quick and wicked and darted out of range, and Aaron clutched his chest like he'd been shot and went lumbering after her. And Ruth stood there in the rising heat with her ears still ringing from the ride and watched her husband chase her daughter in slow comic circles around a trash can, and felt the thing she always felt at moments like this. The thing that still, after all these years, could come up on her without warning and close her throat. That this was hers. That she got to keep it. She didn't say any of it. Not on a day like this. She bought 5 churros from the stand by the exit, the day's first, fried gold and rolled in cinnamon sugar, and handed them around, and let Aaron pretend Ava had wounded him for life, and said, Okay. What's next? Who's got the map? Nobody had the map. Marcus had the whole park memorized anyway. Batman, he said immediately, around a mouthful of churro. Then Mr. Freeze, 'cause the line's short in the morning. Then we loop back for the giant before it gets hot. Wait, it's already hot. Then we let your sister pick one, Ruth said. Ava picked Pandemonium, the spinning one, because the cars turned free on the track and you never knew which way you'd be facing when it threw you, forwards, backwards, sideways into your brother, all of it a surprise. They packed into a 4-seater car. Ava and Ruth and the boys. Aaron folding his big frame and across from them, with his knees up by his ears. And the car climbed and dropped and started to spin. And Ava tipped her head back and laughed. That big open belly laugh of hers that didn't care who heard it because she couldn't hear it herself. And Ruth watched her daughter come apart with joy in the spinning sunlight and had to look away and blink hard and blame it on the wind. Batman threw them upside down 6 times in 90 seconds, the seats whipping their feet out into empty air, and Jake rode it twice in a row because the line was short, and because at 16, he decided that fear was a problem other people had. Mr. Freeze fired them backward out of the station at 60 miles an hour and straight up a tower into the sky, and Marcus screamed the entire time and got off shaking and demanding to do it again. They rode El Asurradero, the old log flume, all 5 of them crammed into a hollowed-out fiberglass log, and took the final drop. And the wall of brown water came up over the front and soaked Aaron head to foot and missed everyone else almost entirely. And the kids howled, and Aaron sat there dripping and dignified and said, "I did that on purpose. I'm hot. This is a service I provide," and Ava laughed so hard she got the hiccups. By 11, the lines had thickened, and the sun had climbed, and the heat had stopped being weather and become a thing you wore, a heavy bright coat of it, and the whole park moved a little slower under the weight. They drifted in the slow, happy current of the crowd, sticky and salt-streaked, past the carousel and its calliope music, past a face-painting booth and a stand selling enormous spiraled lollipops nobody could finish, past a little kid melting down by the carousel exit and another one asleep dead weight over his father's shoulder. And Ruth held Aaron's hand and didn't talk and was as happy as she knew how to be. And then they came around the corner by the games arcade, and there it was, straight ahead, blotting out a piece of the sky. The Titan. 255 feet of white steel going up and up and up, the lift hill so tall the top of it seemed to lean against the clouds, and the trains crawling up it the size of insects, and then dropping, a near vertical plunge into a tunnel in the ground, the train vanishing, the scream of it rolling across the whole park a full second behind the sight. Ruth felt her own stomach drop just looking at it. "Yes," Jake breathed, the way other boys said it about girls. "Oh yes," Aaron agreed. "Yeah, no, hard pass," Marcus said. He said it light, easy, already turning to look at a frozen lemonade cart, and if she didn't know this kid the way she did, she might have believed him. But she had, and she knew better than to look at him too hard. Because Marcus would walk through fire before he'd let anyone see he was scared of it, and the surest way to nail his feet to the ground was to say the word out loud. "You don't have to ride it, baby," she said easy. "Nobody's making anybody do anything. I know I don't have to. I just don't want to." He shrugged, big and theatrical. "Somebody's gotta hold the bags. I'm a giver." Ava stepped over beside Marcus, bumped him with her shoulder, and signed, "Easy, then I'll hang back and keep you company. We'll heckle the rest of them off the big drop." And then, because she loved him and was 12 and merciless, she added, with a perfectly straight face, a sign the boys had taught her 2 summers ago that Ruth pretended every single time not to understand. "Okay, rude," Marcus said. "I didn't see that," Ruth said. "I didn't see any of it. Whose kid are you?" Jake was already drifting toward the line, calling back over his shoulder, and Aaron started after him, but Ruth hung back, because Marcus wasn't looking at the lemonade cart at all. He was looking up at the lift hill, his head tipped all the way back, watching a train crawl to the top and tip over into nothing with all its arms flung at the sky. And there was something in his face that wanted it so badly it hurt to see, pinned right there underneath all the fear. So she didn't push. She just rested her hand on the back of his sweaty neck, warm and easy, and waited. It took about 30 seconds. Okay, Marcus said, fast, like it would get stuck if he didn't get it all out at once. Okay, I want to do it. I changed my mind, I want to do it. Can we go right now, before I unchange it, like right now? Right now, Ruth said, and her heart was already going up the hill ahead of her. All of us. Come on. And so it was the whole family that went up into the Titan together. All 5 of them folded into the long, hot switchback line, because there was not one chance in this world that Ruth Baker was strapping into that thing with an empty seat where one of her kids ought to be. Jake out front, reciting the drop angle and the top speed to anybody who'd hold still. Aaron with his arms slung around Ava, the 2 of them already arguing over who'd screamed louder on the giant. And Marcus's clammy hand locked around Ruth's the whole long way up the switchbacks, the boy going quieter and whiter the closer they got to the front, while she held on and didn't say one word about it. Oh no, Marcus said, when the bar came down across their laps and locked with a chunk that was very loud and very final. In the row just ahead, Aaron was folding his big frame into the seat beside Ava, and Ava twisted all the way around to flash her brother a grin and both thumbs up. Up at the front, Jake had dropped in next to a total stranger and was already whooping. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Look at me. He looked at her, his knees bouncing. Ruth took his hand off the bar and held it in both of hers, in her lap. I've got you, she said. Whatever happens up there, I'm right here, and I am not letting go of this hand. Not for 1 second, the whole way up. That's a promise. Deal. Deal, he whispered. The train jolted and began to move. The climb was long. That was the cruelty of the Titan and the genius of it. The lift hill went up so slow and so far, CHK, the whole park dropping away beneath them foot by foot, the people turning to ants, the parking lots spreading out, the highways, the whole brown curve of the earth, the wind getting thinner and cooler the higher they crawled, and you had all that time, 3 full minutes of it, to think about exactly what you'd agreed to. Marcus's hand was crushing hers. He'd stopped saying oh no. He'd gone silent, which was worse, his whole body rigid against her side. Mom, he said, very high near the top. Mom, I changed my mind, I want to get off. I actually want to get off. I know, baby. I know. Look out there with me. Just for a second. Look how far you can see. And maybe because she asked, or maybe just because there was nothing else to do, he looked. They both did in the last long second before the top, 255 feet up in the bright morning with all of North Texas laid out hazy and enormous below them, the lakes flashing, the towers of downtown Dallas tiny and silver to the east, the wind clean and cool up here above the heat. And she felt her son go still beside her, just for that one breath, his fear and his wonder cresting at the very same time. And the train went over the top. The scream that came out of Marcus on the way down was not a scream of terror. It started that way. For about half a second. And then it cracked over into something else. Something huge and delighted and disbelieving. And they were falling. The tunnel rushing up. The ground swallowing them. And Ruth was screaming too and laughing, and her son was crushing her hand and shrieking with pure animal joy into the wind. And just ahead of them, Ava's arms shot straight up over her head, and Aaron was roaring like a bear. And they hit, the bottom and the speed pressed them all down into the seats, and threw them up the next hill and over and down again. And the whole world was wind and light, and Marcus yelling again. Oh my gosh. Again. The whole train came howling into the brake run together, the 5 of them wrecked and breathless and electric. Marcus's hair was a disaster and his eyes were streaming, and his face was split wide open with a grin that hadn't been there at the top and might not ever fully leave, and he turned to her. And for a second the cool kid was completely gone and he was just hers, just her boy, lit up like Christmas. I did it, he said. Mom. I did it. "You did it," she said, and her voice did something it shouldn't have on the second word, and she didn't care. "I never doubted you for one single second." "You're crying." "It's the wind." "You're crying." "It's the wind, Marcus. Get off the ride." The second the bars came up, Ava was out of her seat and around, and had both arms around her brother's neck. She'd been twisting around the whole way down trying to find his face, and whatever she'd found there had broken her own face wide open. And Marcus, who would have died before he let his friends see him hug his little sister, hugged her back and didn't let go for a long time. On the walk back toward the food stands, they passed a Midway booth, the one where you tossed a ring over the neck of a Coke bottle. And Aaron stopped dead in the middle of the path, because there was a stuffed shark the size of Marcus hanging from the top rail, and Ava had made the fatal mistake of looking at it for 1/2 second too long. "No," Ruth said. "Aaron." "No, those games are rigged. You know they're rigged." "I require that shark," Aaron said, with enormous dignity, already digging for his wallet. $30 later, with the kids howling, and Marcus calling each throw like a sportscaster, and a small crowd offering unhelpful advice. The bored teenager running the booth took quiet pity and decided that a ring which had clearly bounced off 2 bottles and the floor was close enough, and handed the shark down. Aaron presented it to Ava on one knee, like a man proposing, and she accepted with a regal nod and named it on the spot, Gary, and Gary went on every ride for the rest of the day, jammed under the lap bar between her knees. And that, Ruth supposed, was simply how it was now. There were 6 of them. They ate lunch like a family that had been up since 4:30 in the morning and screaming their lungs out for 3 hours, which was to say they ate like wolves. They found a table in the partial shade of a big live oak near the food stands. And Aaron came back balancing a cardboard tray that should have come with its own building permit. A turkey leg the size of his forearm, glistening and smoke-dark. A foot-long corn dog. A paper boat of nachos, drowned in orange cheese and jalapenos. 2 enormous pretzels. A pizza slice folded over on itself. And, balanced on top and sweating in the heat, 4 frozen lemonades and a Coke he'd already drunk half of on the walk back. "This is disgusting," Ruth said, reaching immediately for the turkey leg. "This is a balanced meal," Aaron said, defending it with the corn dog. "There's a meat, there's a bread, there's a vegetable." "Jalapenos don't count, Dad," said Jake, who got most of his nutrition opinions from his pitching coach and handed them down like scripture. "Cheese is dairy. Tomato sauce is a fruit. I'm basically a nutritionist." Aaron tore off a hunk of turkey and passed it to Ava before he took any himself, the way he always did. They demolished all of it. Marcus, still riding high on his Titan glory, ate 2/3 of the nachos and most of a pretzel and delivered a detailed, scientific-sounding lecture, mouthful, on why the drop had felt longer than it physically was, something about adrenaline and time that he'd 100% invented on the spot, and Jake argued with him. And Ava drew on a napkin with a pen from the bottom of the backpack. Quick sure lines. The great white shape of the Titan, with 5 stick figures plunging down it. Every one of them with a mouse like a perfect round O. And slid it across to Marcus without a word. And Marcus looked at it and folded it up very carefully and put it in his pocket and didn't say anything either. And that was its own whole conversation. The frozen lemonades were too sour and too sweet at once, and so cold they hurt your teeth, and they were perfect. The music played. The crowd streamed past in the bright noon glare, 1,000 strangers all having their own version of the same day, and somewhere a kid was crying, and somewhere a whole group burst out laughing, and somewhere a baby shrieked with joy, and the heat pressed down and the live oak shade held it back just enough, and Ruth leaned into her husband's solid side and watched her 3 kids eat and bicker and draw and shine. That was when the rabbit found them. He came ambling along the midway in no particular hurry, 6 feet of grinning gray Bugs Bunny with his ears flopping, and his white gloves and his lazy rolling walk, working the crowd, posing for phone cameras, patting little kids on the head. Marcus, 14 and far too cool, said immediately, "Oh great, the furries showed up." But Ava had gone still. She was watching the rabbit with a particular fixed attention, and when he turned their way, she lifted one hand, almost shy, and signed, just a small thing, just hello, the simple open-handed wave of it. And the rabbit stopped. He cocked his big head. And then, slowly, with enormous dignity, Bugs Bunny lifted one white-gloved hand and signed hello back at her. And then signed, a little clumsily but unmistakably, the shapes careful inside the fat costume gloves, "You are beautiful." Ava's hands flew to her mouth. Ruth never found out who the kid inside that costume was, and she loved them anyway, fiercely, in that moment, whoever they were, because they'd seen a deaf girl sign hello across a crowded midway, and they just answered her, in her own language, without making it a thing. And for once, in the middle of all that noise she couldn't hear, Ava was the one person on the whole midway who was completely at home. She signed with the rabbit for almost a full minute. Fast and delighted. The rabbit answering in big exaggerated gestures. The two of them in their own wordless country. And a small crowd gathered to watch and didn't understand and clapped anyway. And Ava posed for a photo with both arms around the rabbit's neck, and her face absolutely incandescent. And when Bugs finally bowed and ambled off to break some other family's heart open, Ava sat back down and looked at her own hands in her lap like they belonged to somebody luckier than her. Aaron's arm tightened around Ruth's shoulders. She glanced up and found him already looking down at her, his eyes wet, the big sap, and neither of them said anything, because there wasn't anything to say that the day wasn't already saying for them. He just kissed her temple once and went back to his turkey leg. Ruth sat there in the green shade with her family loud and alive around her and let herself feel, for one whole minute, the enormous size of it. The sun and the sugar and the bad music and the screaming and her daughter's incandescent face and her son's arguing about physics and her husband's arm around her, solid as a beam. This. All of this. "What?" Aaron said, catching her looking. "Nothing." She smiled and wiped her eyes and didn't bother blaming it on the wind, because there wasn't any. "I'm just hot. Can we go get wet?" Hurricane Harbor in the afternoon was mercy itself. They crossed over from the dry park around 2, when the heat had reached the full white roar of a Texas summer afternoon, and the pavement could have fried an egg, and they passed through the gates into a different world. Chlorine and coconut sunscreen. The slap and shriek of water, beach music thumping out of the speakers now instead of pop. Everything wet and bright and blue, kids everywhere, the whole place one enormous splash. They claimed a cluster of lounge chairs under a rented umbrella. And the second the backpack hit the chair, the family detonated outward in 5 directions at once. Towels flying, sandals kicked off, and Ruth stood there in her swimsuit feeling the sun on her shoulders and the cool concrete under her feet and laughed at all of them. They did the wave pool first. The whole vast lagoon of it. And stood out in the chest-deep middle of a few thousand strangers and waited for the horn, the long warning blast that meant the machinery was about to wake up. And then the first swell came rolling in across the pool, lifting them all up off their feet at once. The whole crowd rising and falling together and screaming together. And Aaron caught Ava under the arms and launched her up over the crest of a big one, and she came down laughing and signed again with both dripping hands. And Aaron, who would deny that girl nothing, did it again and again until his shoulders gave out. Jake and Marcus disappeared up the endless stairs of the slide towers and came shooting out the bottom of one chute after another, racing each other down the Wahoo Racer on their bellies on the mats, Jake winning, Marcus claiming a lane disadvantage, both of them sprinting back up the stairs to settle it. Marcus, brave all afternoon now, even talked them all onto Dare Stuka, the speed slide, the one that dropped you down a near vertical chute so steep your swimsuit ended up halfway to your ears. He went down whooping. He'd have ridden the Titan again right then, Ruth thought, if they'd had one handy. They wound up, all 5 of them, on the lazy river as the afternoon went gold and long. They'd grabbed a chain of inner tubes and hooked them together, ankles through each other's handles, and they floated, finally still, finally quiet, around and around the slow circle of the river, under the little waterfalls that dumped cold water on you when you least expected it, past the families and the teenagers and the old couple drifting hand in hand, the current carrying them with no effort at all. Ava had her eyes closed and her face up to the sky. Jake was telling some long, winding story about a kid on his team. Marcus had finally, mercifully, run out of words and trailed one hand in the water and let himself be carried. Aaron's tube was lashed to Ruth's, the 2 of them drifting shoulder to shoulder, his hand finding hers across the gap and holding it, the water cool and the sun warm and her whole family strung out along the current behind her like beads on a string. "Good day," Aaron said. Not a question. "Good day," Ruth agreed. She let her head fall back. The water turned them slowly under the gold light. Somewhere behind her, Marcus started, quietly, to hum the stupid park song they'd been hearing all day, and Jake told him to knock it off, and Marcus hummed it louder. And Ava, who couldn't hear a note of it, felt the nonsense of it through the water and through her brothers and grinned up at the sky with her eyes still shut. Ruth closed her own eyes. For a little while there was nothing in the whole world but the current and the sun and the people she loved, turning slow circles on a river that went nowhere and didn't need to. They closed the place down. After the lazy river, they drifted back across the highway to the dry park for the last of it, because Marcus wasn't ready to let the day end, and they rode the Titan twice more under the lights with the whole glittering sprawl of the Metroplex laid out below them in the dark. It was full night, the park herding its last stragglers toward the gates, before they finally gave up and made the long sunburned trudge for the lot, Ava asleep on Aaron's shoulder, Marcus still narrating the entire day back to them in order like none of them had been there. They were almost to the Range Rover when Ruth's phone buzzed in the side pocket of the backpack. She felt Aaron feel it through the pack on his back. He stopped, Ava limp and heavy against his shoulder, and looked at her, and she dug the phone out of the side pocket, and they both looked at the screen. Ben Miller. She didn't sigh. She didn't feel the day curdle or break. She loved this, the sunburned kids and the wet towels and her husband's hand, and she loved the other thing too, the work waiting in the phone, and there had never been a war between the 2. She answered on the second ring. "Hey, Ben." She listened. Aaron watched her face, already reading it, already setting the backpack down to dig out the keys. Jake had stopped a few feet ahead with his brother and sister, the 3 of them turning back, knowing the shape of this moment the way the kids of 2 rangers grew up knowing it. "Yeah," Ruth said. "Okay. Yeah. We're on our way." She hung up and looked at her family, all 5 of them gone quiet under the parking lot lights. The night settled in around them, the day folding up clean and whole and finished like a letter going back in its envelope. "Change of plans," she said. Marcus groaned, but it was a performance, all of it. The 3 of them had known the shape of this the second the phone lit up. "Let me guess. Go catch the bad guys." "After we run you home," Aaron said. Aaron found Ruth's eyes over the kids' heads and gave her the small private smile that meant here we go. They drove home together through the dark, all 5 of them, Ava asleep across the back seat and the boys gone quiet over their phones, and somewhere south of the city Ruth twisted around at a red light just to look at them, sunburned and worn out in hers. At the house, Aaron carried Ava up to bed, while Ruth saw the boys in and told Jake to lock the doors and text her when they woke. Then she kissed all 3 of them, held Ava's sleeping face in both hands a beat longer than the boys', and she and Aaron got back in the Range Rover and pulled out of the driveway onto the dark road, toward the rest of it, toward work, neither of them saying a word because they didn't need to. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The sky was just going gray over the hills when Aaron brought them down off the highway onto a two-lane the GPS had quit on a few miles back. The road tipped toward the valley floor, and in the first thin light the green opened up below them, and Ruth heard herself make a small sound she hadn't meant to make. "Oh," she said. "Aaron. Look at it." Shadow Creek lay in the crook of the valley along a creek lined with old elms. A couple hundred houses, a main street, a white chapel with a bell tower, and even now, even gray with dawn and gray with what had been done in it, it was the prettiest town she'd seen in 20 years of driving to ugly places. Green yards and straight fences, and kids' bikes left out overnight in the driveways. A ball field down by the creek with the baselines still chalked from some evening game. Window boxes along a main street that looked like a postcard somebody had painted of America the way it was supposed to have turned out. "We could live here," Aaron said. He'd taken his foot off the gas without noticing. "Don't tell me we couldn't live here." "We could live here tomorrow." She meant it, all the way down, tired to the bone as she was, rolling in at first light to do the thing they'd come to do. She was already seeing Ava on a bike on a street like that, Marcus with a whole town for a backyard, a Saturday ball game where you'd know every face in the stands. This is the place people are picturing when they say they want to get away from it all. Except these folks actually went and did it. Her phone had given up its last bar back on the grade and lay dark in the cup holder. Aaron's, on the dash, had frozen its little map, where the road quit being a road the satellites knew. The sheriff had told them, when he'd reached them off their day off the night before, no towers down in the valley, the town liked it quiet. Out on the dark highway that had sounded like a strange thing for a place to want. Coming down into it now, it sounded like about the sanest thing she'd heard all week. And then she saw that nobody in Shadow Creek had gone to bed, and the pretty picture turned over in her hands. It was barely light and the whole town was up, or had never lain down. The white chapel stood with its doors propped open and the pews full, and the lamps still burning yellow against the dawn. Porch lights that should have gone off hours ago still burned up and down the street. People stood on their steps with blankets around their shoulders and their arms around each other. A knot of men hunched in the feed store lot over paper cups of coffee gone cold, not talking, because there wasn't anything to say. A woman sat on her front steps with a dish towel pressed to her mouth while a younger one held her up. A few faces turned toward the state plates as the Range Rover came up Main Street, red-eyed, wrung out, gone gray, looking up the way grieving people look at anything that might be help finally arriving, and one or two lifted a hand in the automatic country courtesy that doesn't quit even on the worst night of a life, and Ruth lifted one back. It was a town that had lost 6 of its own between one nightfall and this thin gray dawn, and had spent the whole black middle of the night out of its houses, finding each other, standing in the wreckage together, the way good people do. There was only the size of the hurt, the plain fact of it everywhere she looked. And underneath the town she'd wanted to move into 30 seconds ago, the town where 6 people had been shot to death in the dark. The Grange Hall stood at the top of Main Street, a long limestone and cedar building with a deep porch, and it was the only ugly thing in Shadow Creek now. 2 DPS crime scene units were parked at angles across the lawn. A county sheriff's Tahoe. An ambulance, its back doors standing open and empty. Yellow tape ran from the porch posts out around a wide arc of grass, and the white coveralled shapes of the forensic team moved in and out of the propped front doors, and a generator hummed, and along the far edge of the tape, a cluster of townspeople kept a kind of vigil close together, some of them crying without bothering to hide it, unwilling to leave the place where their people had died. Aaron parked behind the ambulance. Ruth got out into air that smelled like cut grass and cedar, and under it, faint and sweet and unmistakable on the heat, the thing she'd been smelling at the edges of her life for 20 years. A big man in a county uniform broke off from a knot of deputies and came across the grass to meet them. 60s, barrel-built, a white mustache gone yellow at the corners, eyes swollen and red-rimmed in a face that had not slept. He put out his hand. "Rangers." Aldous Renner, County Sheriff. Thank you for coming quick. His grip was dry and hard, and he held it a beat too long. I've been policing this county 31 years. I want you to know that before we go in there, because I'm about to tell you some things that are going to sound like a man who's lost his mind, and I'd like the benefit of the doubt. Sheriff, Ruth said. Walk us through it. Renner looked back at the hall. Last night the town council met in there. 7 of them, the people who run this place, near as it's got anybody who runs it. Oldest was 74. They'd called a young man in to talk to him. Local boy named Jeremy Cobb, 23, back from college a few months ago. There'd been some trouble, a girl, a dispute over money. They meant to settle it. His jaw worked. Around 9 o'clock, Jeremy Cobb took out his daddy's pistol and shot every person in that room. Then he got in his truck and drove out of the valley, and nobody's seen him since. How many? Aaron said. 6 dead in the room. 1 alive, barely. His own brother, Anson. He's up at the hospital. They've been trying to keep him on this side of it since midnight. Renner's voice didn't break so much as wear thin. 6 of the finest people I ever knew. I dunked half of them in that creek as babies. Della Hutto taught me to read. Ruth had run mass casualty scenes before. There was a procedure for the feeling, which was to set it down somewhere off to the side and go to work and pick it back up later, when there was time, if there ever was. She set it down. Is there any question about who did it? She asked. None at all. Anson named him before they put the tube in. 6 folks in this town can put Jeremy Cobb walking into that hall last night with his hand in his coat. Renner took his hat off and turned it in his hands. And here's the part where you start wondering about me, Ranger. Because I've got a confessed to shooter, named by witnesses, fled the scene, and I have spent the whole of last night and this morning listening to the people of this town beg me not to hunt him. Ruth said nothing. She had learned that a silence, held long enough, would pull more out of a man than any question. They don't think he did it, Renner said. Not they know he pulled the trigger. They watched him do it. But they don't think he did it. They think somebody did it through him. There's a girl. Came home with him from the city in the spring. The whole thing, the money, the rage, the gun, they believe she built it in him, piece by piece, and aimed him at this town like you'd aim a rifle. He put his hat back on. I'd tell you it's grief talking. People needing it to be somebody who isn't theirs. Except the council thought the same thing 2 weeks ago when they were all still alive. That's what the meeting was about. There's a folder in there. You should see the folder before you decide what kind of fool I am. Show me the scene first, Ruth said. She signed the perimeter log, clipped her credentials, and ducked under the tape, and Aaron came in behind her, and they went up the steps and through the propped doors into the grange. The smell got worse and the temperature dropped. Somebody had killed the heat, and the room had gone cool overnight. And the first thing Ruth's eye landed on, before any of the bodies, was how ordinary it all was. A long handmade table down the center of the room, beautiful work, a single slab of pecan. Folding chairs. A steel coffee urn on a sideboard with a stack of paper cups beside it. A window air conditioner, switched off now, hanging dark in the back wall. An American flag and a shelf of framed photographs, and a corkboard with a school lunch menu pinned to it. It was a room built for potlucks and 4-H meetings and somebody's anniversary, and 6 people had been shot to death in it. The forensic lead was working the floor near the head of the table. Darcy Yates, whose hands Ruth had watched at 2 scenes before this one, looked up from her camera and lowered her mask. Ruth. Darcy. What have you got? 6, Yates said. 5 took rounds where they sat or stood. 1 made it as far as the door. She nodded down the room, and Ruth followed the geography of it, the way she always did, reading a scene like a sentence. Markers stood up off the floorboards on little yellow tents, numbered, threading between the chairs. Single shooter, single handgun, 9mm. We've recovered 11 casings. He emptied a full magazine and didn't reload. The spread says he fired fast, standing about here, by the door, didn't move much. It was close. It was quick. Nobody in this room had time to get more than a step. Ruth walked the room slow. An old woman with white hair still pinned up off her neck, fallen sideways out of a chair at the head of the table. A manila folder open on the boards beneath her spotted hand, as if she'd been reaching to keep it from sliding. A lean old man near her, a small paperback New Testament fallen open on the floor a foot from his hand. A big sunburned man, gone over backward, a feed store cap upturned on the floor like a dropped cup. A woman with reading glasses, still hanging on their beaded chain. A young man, no more than 24, fallen at the door with one arm flung out ahead of him, reaching, his hand open. And near the head of the table, a wide dark stain and the marked-off place where the seventh had lain, the one they'd carried out alive in the dark. That last one, Ruth said, the boy at the door. He wasn't sitting. No, ma'am. He was up and moving toward the shooter when he was hit. The blood says so. Yates was quiet a second. Looks to me like he was going to him. Not away. Ruth looked at the young man's open hand a moment longer, and then made herself stop. She turned back toward the door, to the place Yates had marked where the casings clustered thickest. He had stood there. He had stood in the doorway with the warm room and all its people laid out in front of him, and he had fired until the gun was empty, and in all of it, he had never once taken a step closer. 6 people he'd known his whole life, and he hadn't been able to make himself cross the floor to do it. Ruth had read 100 shooters off the geometry of a room, and most of them moved in, hunting, finishing, drawn to it. This one had stood on the threshold, like a man who couldn't bear to come any farther into what he was doing. It told her something she couldn't put a name to yet. It told her this had reached him from a long way off. She went down the table to the old woman and the folder. A tech had photographed it in place and flagged it. Ruth pulled a glove on and crouched and lifted the cover with one finger. Inside, under a sheet gone stiff and brown at one corner, were typed pages, clipped, headed with the logo of an investigative firm out of Austin she'd actually heard of: competent people, expensive people, the kind a family hired when they had something to protect. She read the first page standing up. A young woman's name. A date of birth. A summary, in the flat dollars and facts language of people paid to be unsentimental. Prior addresses, a string of them. Affiliations with 2 activist groups, one of which Ruth knew by name from a department bulletin and a firebomb dealership outside Houston. A list of debts with a number at the bottom that had made somebody underline it twice. And a date, circled in pen, that the report noted fell 11 days after a trust had paid out into one Jeremy Cobb's name. The girl had a first name on the page. Zemi. The report gave 3 last names she'd used, and noted that none of them appeared to be the one she was born with. Ruth read it twice, set it back exactly as she'd found it, and stood. Bag that for me when you're done with it, she told Yates. All of it. I want the firm's name and the analyst who ran it. Already flagged. Aaron had come up beside her, his notebook out, the pen moving in that small square hand she could read upside down. He didn't say anything. He'd read it over her shoulder. After a minute he said, low just to her, a town hires a PI. To vet a kid's girlfriend. 2 weeks later the kid shoots the town. And the girlfriend's 100 miles gone with clean hands, Ruth said. Neither of them said the rest of it out loud. She did the things you do. She had Renner walk her the shooter's path, door to here. She talked to the 2 deputies who'd been first in and gotten exactly nothing, because the only living witness was unconscious and bleeding out. She stood on the porch and looked at the elms and the creek beyond them and the few hundred people still standing along the tape line, and she felt them feeling her, waiting to see what kind of law had come down the grade for their dead. One of them came as far as the tape and stopped. An old man, 80s, hat in both hands, his eyes long past crying the way the very old get. He didn't ask to cross the line. He only waited to be looked at, and when Ruth came down the steps he said, "You're going after Jeremy." It wasn't a question, and it wasn't a plea. "I taught that boy to drive a tractor when his feet couldn't reach the pedals," the old man said. "I'd have stood up my own life for his, any day you named, right up until last night. I'm not going to tell you he didn't do it. We all saw what we saw." He turned the hat once around in his hands. But there was a light in that boy his whole life, and somebody reached into this town and put it out on purpose, this past year, and it wasn't us. You go find who did that. You find the hand that reached in here. He stepped back into the crowd before she could answer, and they closed around him without a word, and they all of them stood there saying the same thing with their faces, the whole silent, grieving town of them, and the thing they were saying was, not him. If her own people were arriving. A second ranger off her team, Brett Kowalski, pulled in while she was on the porch and started in on the logistics of a 6-victim scene in a town with no working phones. Chain of custody, the morgue transport, the 100 small things, the work he was good at and didn't need her for. She found a high point at the edge of the lawn where her own phone caught a thread of signal off some distant tower, one bar that came and went, and she got Ben Miller on the third try, his voice breaking up. 6 dead, 1 critical single shooter named and fled, she told him fast before the signal dropped. Shooter is Jeremy Cobb, local, 23, in a mud-brown pickup, last seen northbound out of the valley around 9 last night. He's had 12 hours, assume he's out of the region. I want a statewide on the truck and the boy. But Ben, listen, the trigger's not the case. There's a woman. Goes by Emmy, no confirmed surname, ties to the coalition group out of Houston, the dealership people. The town's own investigators had her cold 2 weeks ago. I want everything that firm had, and I want Ramirez to start running every Emma, emailing that group ever spat out. She pointed him. I want her. You're sure, Ben said through the static. Ruth looked back at the long limestone hall, full of her photographers, and her dead. Sheriff's sure. Whole town's sure. And there's a folder in there that was sure 2 weeks before any of this happened. The signal thinned to nothing. Get me the girl, Ben. The line was already gone. She didn't know if he'd heard the last of it. She put the phone in her pocket and went to find Aaron, who was crouched at the bottom of the porch steps with a magnifier, looking at a single clean shoe print pressed into the soft dirt of the flower bed, where the shooter had stood in the dark before he went in, a man's work boot, deep at the toe. The print of somebody who'd stood there a long time, shifting his weight, working up to a thing. He waited out here, Aaron said. Long time. You don't leave a print like that walking past. He waited, Ruth agreed, because he didn't want to do it. Aaron stood, his knees cracking, and looked at her. That make it better or worse? For us. Neither. For him. She looked at the boot print, the place where a boy had stood in the dark and lost an argument with himself. Worse. Every part of it worse. The hospital surprised her, and almost nothing surprised her anymore. She'd expected a clinic. A town this size, this far out, you expected a couple of exam rooms and a nurse practitioner and a long ambulance ride to anywhere that could actually help you. Instead, the road out the north end of town came up on a low, clean, modern building, bigger than the chapel, bigger than the Grange, with a real emergency bay and a rooftop helipad painted bright in the afternoon sun, and a parking lot full of the same new trucks she'd seen all over town. They put a level III trauma center in a town of 300 people, Aaron said, reading the sign as they pulled in. They put it where it does the most good, Ruth said, and found she meant it. Some cop reflex had spent the last hour wanting the town to be hiding something, wanting a place where last night could happen to have a little rot in it somewhere, the way the places she worked usually did. And here it was, spending its quiet money on a building that could keep a gut-shot man alive long enough for the Rangers to get there. It complicated the easy story, and she'd been doing this long enough to respect a thing that complicated the easy story. The nurses in the halls were local. She could tell by the way the grieving townspeople reached for them, by first name, by the hand, and were held a moment and let go. A town that had built itself a trauma center and then staffed it with its own daughters and sent them out into the world to learn medicine and come home. Ruth filed it away, one more thing that wouldn't lie down flat into the shape she'd brought with her down the grade, and went to find the surgeon. Inside it was hushed and full. The waiting room and the halls held the overflow of a town that had nowhere else it wanted to be, people sitting against walls, standing in clusters, an old man asleep upright in a chair with a hat in his lap, two women holding hands and not speaking. They watched Ruth and Aaron come down the corridor with their badges showing, and a kind of motion went through them, hope and dread braided together, the look of people who wanted the law to fix a thing the law had never once been able to fix. A surgeon met them outside the ICU, mask hanging at her throat, scrubs dark at the chest. He shouldn't be talking to anybody. He's got one round we took out of his shoulder, and one we couldn't, sitting next to his spine, and he's lost more blood than a man his age has got to spare. We need to take him back in within the hour. She looked tired enough to lie down on the floor. He won't go until he's talked to you. He started pulling at the lines when they told him you'd lost the road. So I'll give you 10 minutes, and if his pressure drops you're done, and I don't care what he's saying. Understood, Ruth said. Anson Cobb was a big man made small by the bed, gray as the sheet, an oxygen line at his nose and a forest of others running into his arm. But his eyes were open, and they found Ruth the second she came through the door, and they did not let go of her. And she understood that the surgeon had been right, and that this man was holding the door open from the inside by main strength, refusing to be taken under until he'd done the one thing left to him. "You're the ranger," he said. His voice was a ruin. "A baker." They said Baker. "Ruth Baker. This is my partner, Aaron Tate." "I'm sorry, Mr. Cobb." "For all of it." "You catch my brother," Anson said, and his face came apart, the tears running sideways into the pillow, and it was the only emotion in the room because Ruth had set hers down at the door the way she'd set it down at the hall. "You're going to catch him." "I know that. I'm not asking you not to." "He killed Della." He killed Drew, and Drew was. His breath snagged and the monitor stuttered, and he forced it back down by some act of will Ruth could only watch. Drew was going to him. To help him. And Jeremy shot him anyway. So you catch him. But you have to hear me first. You have to hear the rest of it before you write it down the easy way. "I'm listening," Ruth said. "Take your time." Which was a lie, there was no time, but it was the kind of lie that helped. "That boy you're going to find in that truck somewhere, that's not who walked into the Grange last night." Anson's hand came off the blanket and found Ruth's wrist and held it, weak and burning hot. "My brother is the gentlest soul God ever made. He cried when we put down a lame horse. He's not what he did, he could not have done that, there's no version of Jeremy that does that. Except she built one. This past year, a piece at a time, she took my brother apart and built somebody else inside his skin. And last night she pointed him at the people who tried to save him, and she told him to pull the trigger. He's the gun. You understand me. You don't hang a gun. You find the hand." "Emmy," Ruth said. "Emmy." He said it like a curse and a prayer. "We looked into her. We found things. We were going to show him last night, gentle, just ask him to ask her some questions. That's all it was, Ranger, an old woman with a folder asking a boy to be careful. And the second we said her name, the monitor jumped again, and the surgeon stepped in from the doorway, and Anson lifted one shaking hand to hold her off. No. No, not yet. Listen to me." His eyes swung back to Ruth, and there was something in them past the grief now. Something lucid and terrible, the clarity that comes to people at the bottom of everything. "She's still out there," he said. "And he's not the only one. A girl who can do that to a boy as good as Jeremy, you think he's the first. You think he's the last. Whatever you do to my brother, she walks away clean and she does it again to some other family's boy. And there's no folder next time because there's nobody left who thought to look." His grip tightened past anything Ruth would have believed he had left. "Find Emmy. Promise me. Not for Jeremy. For the next one. Find the hand that did this, and you make her answer for my whole town." The surgeon was at the bedside now, her fingers on the line, her eyes on the monitor, out of patience and out of time. Ruth looked at the wrecked man holding her wrist and made the only promise she ever made at a bedside, the one she'd made to Hector Garza in another county a lifetime ago and 100 times before that, the promise that was the whole of why she did the job. "I'll find her," she said. "That's a promise." Something went out of Anson then. Some terrible held thing. And his hand slid off her wrist. And the surgeon was already calling for the doors. And they wheeled him back toward the place where they would open him up and go looking for the piece of metal sitting against his spine. And Ruth stood in the hush of the hallway in the impossible little hospital that a quiet town had built with its quiet money. And let herself pick the feeling back up. Just for a second. Before she set it down again and went to work. Aaron was beside her. "You believe him," he said. "Not a question." "I believe the folder," Ruth said. "I believe a town full of people who watched a boy they raised do something he was never built to do." She started down the corridor toward the doors and the light. "And I believe there's a woman out there named Emmy who pointed a gun at a place like this and walked away thinking nobody would ever come looking. And she's wrong," Ruth said, and went out into the raw new morning to start finding her.
Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. He waited for her to call. That was all he wanted in the whole emptied-out world, sitting there on the gravel shoulder with the engine running and the stars cold and enormous overhead, for the phone to light up and buzz in his hand and be her actual voice low and certain, pouring down across all those dark miles to tell him it was all right, that he was all right, that he was hers and she had him, and he could stop shaking now. He held the phone in both hands the way he'd held the gun. He stared at the two little messages until the words went to smears. "Proud of you, Em. This is the first step." And he waited for the screen to change into her calling him, and he prayed it the way he hadn't prayed since he was small. "Please, please, please." It didn't come. So he called her. His thumb was shaking so bad he hit the wrong name twice before he found hers, and he pressed it to his ear and shut his eyes, and the love came up in him so hard it hurt, the simple animal need just to hear her. It rang once and died. Straight down into nothing. Not even her voicemail, not even the recording with the little laugh caught at the end of it that he'd listened to 40 times the week she left, just a flat tone and then the dark. He called again. Same. The third time the phone buzzed in his hand before he could press it, and his heart leapt up his throat, but it was the gray bubble, the words, not her voice, never her voice. No calls. Ever. A call is a string they pull, and it leads them straight to you. I need you smarter than that right now, Jur. I need you to be the man I know you are, Em. And even through the wreckage, even with his brother's face still coming at him every time he blinked, something in him eased a half-inch because she was there. She was on the other end of the little glowing line. She was thinking about him this second, seeing him, steering him, the way she'd been steering him for 3 weeks across all that distance like a hand on the back of his neck in the dark. He wasn't alone. That was the whole of it. As long as the screen kept lighting up, he wasn't alone in this. He typed back fast, the letters going wrong under his thumbs. I need you. I need to hear you. Please. 1 minute. Please, I did it, I did the thing, and I can't breathe, I keep seeing. He couldn't finish it. He sent the broken half of it. The answer took a while. He sat watching the three dots come and go, and the waiting was its own kind of dying, and when it finally came, it was not the arms he'd reached for. Stop. Look at me. You are in shock, and shock lies to you. That thing in your chest telling you it's unbearable. That's not grief, baby. That's them. That's the town still inside you, doing what it always did, making you feel like the sick one for waking up. It passes. I promise you on my life it passes. But it only passes if you move. Are you moving, Em? He wasn't. He was sitting on a shoulder with the dome of the night pressing down on the truck and his daddy's empty gun on the seat beside him. He looked at it and looked away. No, he typed. Then go. Right now, hands on the wheel. Waste. Get out of that county and don't stop in it for anything, not gas, not a light, nothing. The whole valley's going to come up out of itself in a few hours and start screaming, and when it does, you cannot be inside the circle. Drive east on the state road and stay on it, and I will tell you where to turn. Do this and we are almost home. Do you hear me? We are almost to the part where it's just us, Em. Just us. The two words went through him like warm water. He could see it the way he'd been seeing it for 3 weeks, the way she'd taught him to see it, the windows down and her bare feet up on the dash and some ocean coming, somewhere green and far where nobody had ever heard the word Cobb, where he was nobody's wayward boy and nobody's poor orphan and nobody's eighth share of a bottomland, where he was just a man a woman loved. That was the country at the far end of this road. She'd promised it to him. She'd never once lied to him, not once, not the way they all had with their soft eyes and their folder full of paper. He put the truck in gear and pulled back onto the empty highway and pointed it east into the dark, away from everything he had ever been. The faces came with him. They rode in the cab with him mile after mile, hanging in the black beyond the headlights, swimming up out of the yellow line. Della going down small behind her gold glasses. Sue Bate folding sideways with her reading glasses swinging on their chains. Sue Bate, who'd breathed her own breath into him the night he was born too blue to cry. I'm the first thing you ever did, baby, and he made a sound in the empty truck like something being pulled out of him by the root, and he pushed down on it, the way you'd press a wound, the way she'd taught him, and he drove. And Anson. Anson coming toward him with his arms thrown wide, coming to hold him, and then Anson on the floor beside the table he'd built with his own 2 hands, not getting up. Get up. Get up, please. Jeremy's hands clenched the wheel until they ached. His brother's blood was on his boot. He could smell it, or thought he could, the warm copper of it under the truck's old smell of dust and his daddy's cigarettes, and he knew without anybody telling him, knew it the way you know a thing in your own body, that Anson was dead. He had seen him fall. He had felt the gun jump that way too, because his arm wasn't his. His brother was dead on the Grange floor, and Jeremy had done it, had pointed his daddy's gun at the one face in the world that had only ever looked at him with love, and there was no road long enough to get out from under that, no ocean far enough, and the knowing of it rose up his throat like floodwater, and he had to crack the window and gulp the cold rushing air just to keep from going off the road. He turned on the radio. He didn't decide to. His hand just did it, hunting through the static for a human voice the way a freezing man hunts a fire, and what he found was a county station playing old gospel low and sweet into the dark, a choir somewhere far away singing about the river, about crossing over, and it was so kind and so terrible that he snapped it off and drove the rest of that black hour in a silence that roared. The phone lit the cab. Where are you? Tell me a road number or a town, Em. He had to slow and lean to read a green sign coming up ghostly in his lights, and he thumbed it to her with one hand. Waving, and her answer came back quick and sure. A turn, a county road, the names of places he'd never been. And he took the turn she gave him. And the next one. And he understood somewhere underneath the grief that she had a map of this open in front of her. that she knew exactly where he was and exactly where she was sending him. And the understanding was the only solid thing left to stand on. She had a plan. She'd had a plan all along. He didn't have to think. He didn't have to be the one screaming on the Grange floor. He only had to drive where the screen told him, and at the end of it she would be there with her cold hands on his face, and that was enough to keep his foot on the gas. The dark thinned. Somewhere east of everything, the sky went from black to the color of a bruise, and then to a gray that hurt his swollen eyes. And the land came up around him flat and stubbled and strange. No hills, no creek, no valley walls. The most ordinary country in the world. Gas stations and grain silos, and a billboard for a personal injury lawyer with a face on it 12 feet tall. And Jeremy drove into the dawn of the first day of the rest of it with his hands locked on the wheel and his tank dropping toward a quarter and a thirst in him like he'd never drunk water in his life. He texted her at a stop sign, frightened. I need gas. And water. I'm shaking so bad, I think I might pass out. There's a station up here. Can I? Yes. Now listen. Cash only. You have cash, I did. A roll of it in the glove box, more in his boot, because she told him weeks ago, laughing that low laugh, a card is just you raising your hand in class, baby, here I am, and at the time it had felt like a game, like the two of them against a stupid world, and he'd loved her for it. He told her yes. Good. Cash and don't talk to anybody, and keep your face down and your cap on and your hands in your pockets if they'll stay still. You're a tired man on a long drive. That's all you are. Anybody who looks at you, that's all they see, because that is all you are now. In and out. Then text me, The station was a sad little two-pump place with a buzzing sign and a girl behind the counter no older than him, and Jeremy stood at the pump in the cold gray light with his cap pulled low and his whole body humming like a plucked wire, bone certain, that everyone for 100 miles could see it on him, could see the Grange and the smoke and his brother's blood on his boot, that it was written on him in letters of fire. A man in a feed cap at the other pump nodded at him the plain country way, mornin', and Jeremy's heart kicked so hard he tasted it, and he got the nozzle in with both shaking hands and watched the numbers crawl and did not look up again. Inside he bought water and a sleeve of crackers and a coffee he didn't want. Just to be ordinary. And he put the cash down without a word, and the girl said, "41's your change." Hun, in a voice so much like home. So much like Carol counting out his sums. That it nearly broke him right there at the counter. And he took the change in the bag and got out fast into the morning and sat in the truck with his forehead on the wheel and breathed until the worst of the shaking passed. Then he climbed back up the on-ramp she'd never named and got the phone its bars again and told her he was out, he was okay, he was driving. That's my good man. Saying, you can do hard things. You did the hardest thing there is, and you're still here, and the sky didn't fall. I'm so proud of you I could cry, He read it 4 times. He pressed the phone to his chest the way he'd pressed the gun the night before, and for a few seconds, on the shoulder of a road in the middle of nowhere, with the sun coming up raw and orange over the flat land, something almost like peace moved through him. She was proud of him. Of all the things he had been in his life, the baby too blue to cry, the boy whose mama left, the boy whose daddy died, the simple, sweet, wayward cob the whole valley fretted over and managed and loved into a small, soft shape, he had finally done a thing that made her proud. He had been brave for her. He had set them both free. That was the thing he held while the day came up. He held it the way you hold a coal. The phone again after a while. Now I need to ask you something, and I need a clean yes or no, no spiraling. Can you do that for me? Yes, he typed. Anything. The accounts. The trust, the rest of it, the money that's yours. Do you still have full access to all of it? From anywhere. Like we set up, Like we set up. He stared at the words a second, and somewhere far down in him, in a room he kept the door shut on, something turned over. "You just come into more money than most men ever see," Carol had said, miserable in the gold light, and a stranger walked in beside you with an awful lot to say about everything you ought to throw away. And Della, both times we were scared, and we're scared now. Not of her. Of losing you. And the thing in the folder, the thing he wouldn't read, the thing Royce couldn't meet his eye to say, debt, the kind that comes looking, in Carol's small wrecked voice. She found you 11 days after that trust paid out in your name. 11 days. I'm not telling you what it means. I'm telling you it's true. 11 days. The number sat in him like a stone dropped in a well, going down and down. And then he did the thing he had been doing for 3 weeks, the thing he had walked into a warm, bright room and done with a gun in his hand. He reached down into that well and he hauled the stone back up and he threw it as far as he could. Because the other thing, the thing the number meant if he let it mean anything, was a country he could not live in. If the number was true the way they wanted it to be true, then he had not set anybody free. Then he had stood in the only room on earth that loved him and emptied his daddy's gun into it for a girl who'd run the figures on his trust before she ever ran her fingers through his hair. Then Sue Bate and Della and Drew and his brother were dead for a lie. His brother was dead for a lie, and Jeremy Cobb was not a man who'd done a hard, brave thing. He was the simplest Mark who ever lived, the orphan with the soft heart and the fat account, the easiest 11 days' work she'd ever. No, he couldn't. He physically could not hold it. His mind shied off it the way a horse shies off a snake, every muscle in him refusing, because to believe it was to have to die right here in this truck, and he wasn't brave enough for that. He was only brave enough to keep driving toward her. So he chose her. Again. The way he'd chosen her in the Grange when Anson said whoever might be standing behind her, and the whole world had caught fire. He chose to believe the one warm body that had ever held him in the dark and said, "You are not crazy. You are the only one awake." She had asked about the money because they needed it to disappear. Because you couldn't run on love alone, you ran on money, and it was his money, his own free money, and they were going to take it and vanish so deep the world would never find them. And that was not a con, that was a plan, that was their plan, the one she'd whispered to him with her mouth against his ear. Yes, he typed, and his eyes were burning again. I have all of it. I can get to all of it from my phone. You know that. It's ours, Em. I don't care about any of it, I just want to be where you are. I know you don't. That's how I knew you were different the second I saw you. They're going to say I wanted the money. When this is over, when you're safe with me, you'll hear all the ugly things they made up. Promise me you won't believe a word of it, Em. I promise, he sent. I already promised at the bus station. I keep my promises. The dots came and went a long time on that one. When her answer came, it had a small, strange seam in it that he felt before he understood, a half-beat where the warmth wasn't, like a board with a nail working loose. Good. Hold on, I have to check the next part with. Then nothing for a minute. Then I have to lock down the next stop. Don't text till I text you. Drive him. He read it twice. Check the next part with. With who? The sentence had a hole in it where a word had been and pulled back. For one cold second, the night station and the gold room and the folder all swung toward him at once. Not you choosing, not her, not whoever might be standing behind her, telling her what to, and Jeremy's hands went tight and bloodless on the wheel. Then he let it go too. He was good at that now. He'd had practice. She had people, was all, of course she had people, friends, the ones who'd helped them disappear. You didn't vanish off the face of the earth without people, and she was protecting him by not naming them the way she protected him from everything, because he was hers to protect. It was never only mine, she'd said once about the plan, lying with her head on his chest, and at the time it had thrilled him, the bigness of it, the sense of standing at the edge of something vast and secret and his. He pulled that night up over the cold seam in the text and smoothed it down. He drove. The sun climbed. The crackers turned to paste in his mouth, and the coffee went cold in the cup holder beside the gun. He passed a school with kids out front in a bright, ragged line and had to look away. He passed the church. White board and plain. So like the chapel at home with its little bell tower that his chest seized. And he wondered if the bell was ringing right now in Shadow Creek. The way it rang for a death. Slow, one long toll and then the silence. And he wondered who was pulling the rope with Pastor when gone. And the picture of the whole town standing under that bell in the morning light. Holding each other. Screaming the way she'd said they'd scream. The picture was so clear and so unbearable that he reached out blind and turned the radio back on just to drown it. And the radio told him. He came into the middle of it, a man's voice flat and practiced doing the top of the hour, elating reports out of Llano County this morning, where authorities have confirmed a mass shooting in the small community of Shadow Creek. Details remain scarce from the remote town, but the Department of Public Safety has confirmed multiple fatalities, and Jeremy's whole body went to ice, his foot easing off the gas without him, the truck slowing on the empty road, Texas Rangers on the scene this morning, and a source describes at least 6 dead in what may be one of the worst. Legs. He turned it off. He pulled onto the shoulder because he could not drive and hold the number at the same time. Legs. He sat with both hands over his mouth and rocked. A small animal motion he couldn't stop. And he counted them against his will. His mind laying them out on the long table one by one the way they'd been sitting, Della. Subay. Pastor 1. Royce. Carol. Drew and then his brother. And that made 7. That made 7. But the radio had said 6. And some drowning splinter of him grabbed at it. 6 not 7. 6. Maybe. Maybe one of them. Maybe Anson. Maybe, and then he understood what he was doing. Sitting on the side of a road bargaining with a radio for the life of the brother he had shot. Hoping. And the size of what he had become opened up under him like a grave, and he put his head down on the wheel and could not get a breath. The phone buzzed against his leg. He came up for it the way a drowning man comes up for anything that floats. You're stopped. Why are you stopped? Talk to me, Em. His thumbs shook so hard it took 3 tries. It's on the radio. 6 dead. There were 6. I heard 6. I did that. I killed 6 people I grew up. Oh God, oh God, what did I? What did we? I can't. The 3 dots. Then her, and it was not oh my God baby, it was not the arms, it was never going to be the arms, and some part of him had stopped waiting for them, the way you stop waiting for a season that isn't coming. Listen to me. Pull the truck off the shoulder where you're not a sitting target and put it in park and breathe. That number is a hook. They put it on the radio like that, the count, the bodies, the worst, because they know it's the one thing that can still turn you. They're not grieving on that radio, baby, they're fishing. For you. And you are sitting on a public road, taking the hook with your whole mouth. I will not lose you to a number. Are you breathing, Em? He breathed. Because she told him to, his body did it. Good, he sent. Now hear me. You didn't do that to 6 people. The cage did. I keep telling you and you keep not hearing it. You were the only one in that whole town with the courage to stop being its prisoner, and a prison doesn't let you walk out. It never has in the whole history of the world. You think you killed them. You broke out. That's all. That's all this is. And the part of you that can't tell the difference yet, that's the part of you they built, and it's going to die a little more every mile you get from them. And then one day soon you're going to wake up next to me and it'll be gone and you'll be free all the way down. I've seen it happen. I promise you. Now drive him. I've seen it happen. He almost didn't catch it. He was so far down, so grateful for the rope of her certainty, that the words nearly slid by. I've seen it happen. Sign it. Where? To who? When had Emmy ever stood and watched a soft-hearted person break out of a cage with a gun and wake up free and new beside her? And the door he kept shut cracked just an inch, and a cold draft came through it, the smell of something he had no name for, some long line of warm, trusting bodies stretching back into a dark behind her. And at the front of the line, blinking in the light, holding a gun he didn't remember reaching for, a boy who looked exactly like. He shut the door. He lined his whole weight on it. He typed okay, and he pulled back onto the road, and he drove, because the only thing worse than going to her was the thing waiting for him if he ever stopped. He drove the rest of that day east and south on the roads she fed him, and the country got piney and then got towns, and his eyes burned and his hands ached, and twice he caught himself drifting and jerked back awake with his heart in his throat. She went quiet for long stretches, and the quiet was the worst of all, the screen dark on the seat, and he'd will it to light, say something, anything, tell me you're there. And when it finally did light, he'd grab it like water in a desert, and it would only be a turn, a number, left in 2 miles, and he'd take the left and live on it till the next one. Once into the silence, weak with needing it, he typed the only question that was really under all the others, the one he'd been too afraid to ask the whole 3 weeks she was gone. Do you love me? Just tell me that one thing, and I'll do anything you want forever. Do you love me, Em? The dots came. Went. Came. He held his breath across 40 miles of fading light. I'm the only one who ever did. Everybody in that valley loved a boy who didn't exist, the sweet sad pet they made up so they'd have something soft to pity. I'm the only one who ever saw the actual man and wanted him. So don't ask me that again like a child. You already know. Now stop texting on an open road. Every minute you're on here is a minute they draw the circle tighter and drive. M. And he took it for a yes because he had to, because I'm the only one who ever did was the most anyone had ever said to him, and he was starving and it was food. He didn't let himself notice that she had not said the word. He had stopped letting himself notice a great many things. That was the skill she had taught him without ever naming it, the one true thing he had truly learned, how not to notice. He was very good at it now. He was the best he had ever been at anything. It was full dark again, a whole day and a night and a day gone, when the phone gave him the last instruction. When you come into the next town, there's a motel on the east side called the Sundowner. Brick single-story vacancy sign. Pay cash for 2 nights. Don't give your real name, don't give a real plate, the man won't check. Park the truck 2 streets over behind the Baptist church, not at the motel. Wipe down the wheel and the door and the gear shift, everything you touched with the shirt you've got on, and leave it there and walk back. Then go in the room and lock it and pull the curtain and wait for me. Don't call anyone. Don't text me unless it's an emergency. Don't open the door for anybody. I'll come to you. This was the first step, baby. The next one is me walking through that door, and then it's just us, all the way to the ocean. Almost home. Hold on a little longer for me, M. Leave the truck. He sat at the dark edge of the town with the engine ticking, and read that part again. Leave the truck 2 streets over and wipe it down and walk away. His daddy's truck. The one solid thing that was left of the man. The cracked seat that still held the shape of him. The dash he'd thumped with the flat of his hand to make the radio catch. The smell of his cigarettes worn down into everything, the last warm, honest thing on earth that was Jeremy's. Except for the empty gun on the seat that had been his daddy's too. And now she was telling him to wipe the man off it with his own shirt and walk into the dark and leave it under a church light to go cold. And he understood, sitting there in the part of him that still understood things, that this was the same as the Grange. This was the kindness being used as the knife, except now the hand on the knife was hers, and the soft thing being cut out of him was the last of his own people, his own blood, his own dead daddy, and that she had walked him here one warm instruction at a time, one severed thing at a time, the way you'd walk a calf up a chute so gentle it never knows there's a chute at all until the very end, until there's nowhere left but forward. He understood it. For one whole clear second, parked in the dark, he understood all of it. Then he drove the truck 2 streets over behind the Baptist church. And he took off his shirt in the cold. And he wiped down the wheel and the door and the gear shift and everything he had touched. Slow and thorough. The way she'd said. His breath smoking in the church light. His daddy's empty gun wrapped in the tail of the shirt and shoved down into his waistband against his bare skin because he could not. Would not. Leave that. Not the gun. Not the one thing left that ever told him the truth. And he walked back through the dark town with his head down and his hands in his pockets, a tired man on a long drive that was all anybody saw because that was all he was now. He paid the man cash and gave a name that wasn't his and a plate that wasn't real, and the man didn't look up from his little television. And Jeremy let himself into a room that smelled of bleach and old smoke, and he locked the door, and he pulled the curtain across the one window until there was no crack of the world left, and he sat down on the end of the bed in the dark with his daddy's gun in his lap and his phone in his 2 hands. And he waited for her to come. He watched the screen. He told himself he wouldn't, but he did. He watched it the way you watch a door, willing it to light, willing the next thing on it to be I'm close, I'm coming, I'm almost there, willing it to finally be her voice or her face or her cold hands, the reward at the end of the long shoot, the ocean she'd promised, the just us. Out past the curtain, a truck went by on the highway and faded. The ice machine down the row hummed and dropped a load of ice that sounded, for one heart-stopping second, exactly like footsteps coming. It wasn't footsteps. It was just the ice. He meant to stay awake. He swore it to himself, propped up against the headboard with the gun in his lap and the phone stood on end where he'd catch it the instant it lit. He would be awake when she knocked. He would not miss 1 second of her. He had a whole drought of missing her stored up, and he was going to be looking right at that door when it opened. But 2 days and 2 nights without sleep is a weight even grief can't hold up forever, and the room was warm, and the bleach smell went soft and far away, and the dark behind his burning eyes was the same dark as the screen, and somewhere in the long watching, the one folded down into the other and took him under so gently, it never once felt like letting go. He didn't dream. For the first time in 3 weeks there were no faces, no gold room, no arms coming toward him, only the black, deep and merciful, and he went all the way down into it like a stone down a well, glad, finally glad of something. He woke to light. The curtain he'd dragged shut against the whole world stood wide open, and the morning poured through it so white and so enormous that for a drowned second he knew nothing, not the room, not the year of his life, only that the light was not empty. A shape stood over the bed near enough to touch, slim and dark and faceless against the burning glass, head tipped a little to one side, looking down at him, and his ruined heart came up his throat in one animal surge of terror and joy too big for his body, because he knew the line of those shoulders, he knew the tilt of that head, and his arms were already lifting up out of the dark toward her. Them.
Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. Ruth laid the folder out across 2 of the little schoolhouse desks, page by page, each sheet in a plastic sleeve. The blood had dried brown and stiffened the plastic. Outside, the town was up and quiet. A hammer had been going somewhere down the street since before light. A DPS van sat on the chapel lawn. 2 of Brett's people walked a slow grid across the Grange yard with their heads down. Up and down Main Street people stood on their porches with coffee and watched the strangers work. The folder was a summary. A cover letter and 6 pages of findings. Subject's stated identity could not be verified, it read. Firm has established subject's true identity to a reasonable investigative certainty. It didn't give the name. Whoever wrote the letter had kept it off a page that might get read aloud at a kitchen table. Or the name was on one of the 2 sheets that hadn't come up off the floor. Someone had written in the margin in pencil. A small, plain hand. Are we sure? Beside the paragraph about the girl's politics, this doesn't sound like our girl. At the bottom, underlined hard enough to dent the paper, ask her. Don't decide for him. Ruth read it and moved on. The only clean lead in the folder was at the top of the cover letter. A Navy letterhead. Sentinel Investigations, Austin. Clipped behind the last page was a billing invoice and an address off Burnett Road. Everything else in the folder was the firm's conclusion. Ruth wanted what they'd looked at before they reached it, the raw file, not the summary. The firm was in Austin, off Burnett Road. She'd go to the source. Ranger Darcy Yates came in out of the morning with her kit bag over her shoulder and circles under her eyes. She'd worked the Grange most of the night. "Tell me what you've got," Ruth said. "One gun. 9mm. 11 casings, and every one of them came off the floor inside the front door." Darcy set a photo board on the desk. "He stood in the doorway, and he never came in past it. Didn't move on anybody, didn't chase. Stood in the door and emptied it across the room, and reloaded once and emptied it again. And the gun's gone with him." "Gone with him." The brother, Anson Cobb, says it was their father's, an old service-style 9 the man kept in the house. It's registered to the father. The father's been dead 4 years. Darcy rubbed her eyes. "So the weapon's his by right and gone by truck, and that's all it'll ever tell us until somebody puts hands on it." "How's Cobb's account holding?" "Clean." He named the boy at the scene, named him again at the hospital, hasn't changed a word. Every survivor account is one shooter, and it's Jeremy Cobb. Darcy nodded at the folder spread across the desks. "That her file?" "What's left of it," Ruth said. "I'm going to go find her." Ranger Brett Kowalski put his head in from the porch. He'd been on the canvas since first light, and he had his notebook out. "Nobody's got much on her," he said. "I've talked to 20 people, and they all say about the same thing. Polite. Quiet. Stayed close to the boy and kept to herself. Came to church and didn't sing. Worked the orchard and didn't complain. A couple of the older women tried to take her in, get her talking. They said it was friendly right up to a point, and then a wall." He looked at the page. "She left on the morning bus 3 weeks back and paid cash for the ticket. Nobody's seen her since. And not one soul in this town can give me her last name." "Because she never gave one," Ruth said. "It wasn't Emmy either." "I'm starting to get that," Brett said, and went back out to his 20 people. Ruth walked over to the Grange before she left. She didn't need to. She did it anyway. The long table ran down the middle of the hall. Anson Cobb had built it with his own hands. It was marked now with little numbered tents where the people who'd sat at it had been. A coffee urn stood cold on a side table. A stack of folding chairs nobody had finished setting out. She stood in the doorway where the boy had stood and looked at the room a moment. Then she walked back into the sun. There was nothing in here for her. What she needed was up the road. She found Sheriff Renner on the schoolhouse steps with a cold cup of his own. "Aaron and I are heading down to Austin," she said. "Darcy has the scene, Brett has the canvas. They don't need us standing over them. The person who can help us piece all this together isn't here. She left on a bus 3 weeks ago." Renner nodded, slow, like it cost him. "I'd sleep better with both of you in the valley," he said. "That's just me being selfish, and I know it." He turned his cup in his hands. "Anson keeps asking for you. They've got him sitting up this morning. He asks the nurse every hour, has the Lady Ranger found her yet? Tell him I'm working. Tell him that's the only thing I can promise him today, and I don't make ones I can't keep." Renner put out his hand, and she shook it. "Go find her," he said. She waved to Aaron, who was returning from the local coffee place with a full thermos. He nodded and changed direction, headed toward the Range Rover. They met the truck and got in. It was 3 hours down to Austin. Ruth drove the first leg. The bars climbed back onto her phone one at a time as the valley fell away behind them. "I keep coming back to the dates," she said. The boy's share had eligible for cash out in late winter. The girl had turned up 11 days after. The town had told them that part plainly. It was no secret. 11 days, she said, past Marble Falls. I counted it too, Aaron said. Could be nothing, she said. People meet and hook up all the time. There's no way she could have known he was coming into a rich inheritance, could she? Aaron shrugged. But 11 days. Too close to be just a coincidence. Or it could be 11 days, Ruth said, turning it over in her head as she drove. She liked talking over a case while driving. Somehow, the road rushing under her made her mind work better. But she didn't want to assume anything until she knew more. 11 days. Neither of them made it more than it was. It was a number, and it was waiting on a reason, and she had been a ranger long enough to know what happened when you gave a theory your full support before you'd found hard evidence to back it up. You built the whole case around a thing that wasn't true, and you didn't find out until it fell down and crashed and burned. Erin took the wheel at a gas stop, and she shut her eyes for 20 miles. She didn't sleep. When she opened them, the hills had given out to strip malls and the first stalled traffic of the city. They came in on the north side and worked toward Burnett Road through the lunch traffic. After 2 days in a valley of 300 people, the city felt loud and wide and crowded. She thought about the girl living here. Mara Holt had spent years in the city, apparently. That would mean she'd gone to school here, kept an apartment here, walked these same sidewalks. Ruth watched the bikes and the bus stops go past. The girl was real, and she had a life in this city, and somebody in it knew her, and might even know how and why she would have hooked up with a rich heir only 11 days after he was eligible to cash in his inheritance. Sentinel Investigations was 2 rooms over a tile wholesaler off Burnett Road. There was an outside staircase and a frosted door with the name in stick-on letters. The man was already at the top of the stairs, holding the door when they came up. He had watched them park. He was 60 or close to it, soft through the middle. He had a good handshake and a face that wouldn't sit still, and he had put a sport coat on over a golf shirt to meet 2 rangers at 9 in the morning. Aaron had called ahead. Pete Driscoll. I've been up since the news. He stood back to let them in. Ask me anything. I mean it. The office was one good window, a lot of old paper, and a coffee maker that had clearly been carrying the firm for years. A second desk sat empty under a dead plant, the other half of a 2-man shop, gone or not yet hired. Driscoll lifted a stack of folders off a chair for Ruth, and then didn't seem to know where to set them down, and ended up just holding them. He started talking before anybody sat. I want to say one thing first. I ran a records check. That's the whole of what I did. A scared family asked me to look up a young woman. I looked her up. I wrote what I found. I billed them. 3 months ago. I never met a soul from that town. And I have been sick since last night that my name is anywhere near this. Mr. Driscoll. Ruth took the chair across his desk. Sit down. You did the job you were hired for. We're just here to get the details that you didn't put into your report. There's no reason to be nervous. Now walk me through it from the start. He looked relieved and sat. But now that she had assured him, he didn't seem to know what to say next. Impatient, she prompted him. So this family hands you a name. What did they actually give you? A first name. Emmy. No last name they trusted. He clicked keys on his laptop and pulled up a file, then turned the laptop around to show her. And 1 photograph. Taken from a distance. You can tell she's not looking at the camera. Where'd the photo come from? They took it themselves. It came in the first envelope with the retainer. He turned a hand over. That's how it goes with the careful ones. They watch a while before they pay anybody. By the time they climb my stairs, they've been losing sleep a good while. And 1 photo's enough to find somebody. A clear face is. That's the part people don't understand. He squared the file in front of her. I ran the face against the state database. Got a return on a driver's license. Then I set the license next to her student ID. Same face on both. That's her. He put his finger under a line. Ruth leaned in. Myra Holt, he said. Myra Catherine Holt. That's Emmy with the costume off. Above the name, the family's photo was clipped to the page. A young woman crossing a street with a tote bag and a coffee, looking at nothing. She wrote down the plain description too. A description was a thing you could put out on a wire. Were there other names? She said. Behind Emmy. Not that I found. But understand how I work. I chased her face, not her names. The photo took me straight to the real license, so I stopped. That's what they paid for. He shrugged. If she's used other names in other places, it's not in here. I never went looking, and that kind of thing doesn't sit in a records check anyway. Did you find anything else? That part was easy, once I got her driver's license. He turned a page. She's a student. 23. University of Texas, right up the road. Psychology declared major, an advisor a transcript. Good grades, nothing flashy. Enrolled 5 years for a 4-year degree. Took some time off, came back. Where does she live? Apartment in West Campus. Leased a 1.5 years. There's a second name on the lease, a roommate, Sloan Petrie, also a student. He read down the page. She drives a gray Civic, payments current. There's a home of record up in Mineral Wells. And no record. No arrests, no charges, not a parking ticket. That's not what reached the town. Ruth kept her voice level. What I read this morning had her running with people who set fires. I want to know where that came from. Driscoll winced. From me. And I'd take back how it landed if I could. He pulled a single printout, 2 news photos and a list. A couple years back, before her time off, her name's on a roster for a campus group. Direct action. The kind that's half kids who mean it and half kids who like the meetings. She's on their email list. She's in 2 photos at a rally, holding the end of a banner. That's the whole of it. No arrest. No charge. But you wrote it up. It's a fact, and my job's to write down the facts. Prior association with a group with a history of property crime. He turned his hand over. I've laid awake, picturing that sentence, going around a table full of worried people. But that's the only fact that raised a red flag. She held up a banner. For a group that had been at rallies alongside other groups with bad reputations, the kind that think killing someone who speaks their mind is a fundamental right, but that free speech is an abomination. She was 20. When did the family hire you? He checked the file. 2nd week of March. Closed it the 1st of April. Ruth looked at Aaron, who nodded once. The money had landed in late winter. By March, the people who loved the boy had been scared enough to pay a stranger 3 counties off. Tell me about the time off, she said. She withdrew. When? He ran his finger down a record. Formal leave of absence this past spring. In good standing. That's a form you sit down and file, it doesn't just happen to you. No reason given. Ruth frowned. Say that again. Withdrew this past spring. Re-enrolled 3 weeks ago. There was another big piece. This past spring, not long after Jeremy Cobb became eligible to cash in his inheritance, Myra Holt had filed to step out of school. Soon after, she had come to Shadow Creek and started in on Jeremy Cobb. And 3 weeks ago, the week the boy stood in the road and watched her bus pull out. She filed to leave the same month she went down there, Ruth said. But she was only there for some of that time. Where did she go when she left Shadow Creek? Driscoll didn't answer that. He blinked, trying to parse the dates. Where's she been living these last 3 weeks? Ruth said. Since she left there. You've got an apartment lease here that's still running. Where was she actually laying her head? He frowned at the file and turned pages. That's a hole, now that you mention it. The lease ran out once she left, and after that, there's been no record. There's no utility in her name that whole stretch, no new address, nothing. On paper, she never went anywhere. She just stops showing up in the record this spring and never comes back on the record. He looked up. Besides, my job ended when I delivered my report. The only reason I know this bit more is because they paid me to keep a watch on her. Electronically speaking, through the paper trail. When does Emmy first show up? The photo, the rally, what's the oldest thing you've got that's actually her? The rally photos are the oldest, 2.5 years. After that it thins out fast. A girl her age, there ought to be a trail a mile wide, but there's none of it. Almost no footprint before the last couple years. He raised both hands before she could say it. And I know how that sounds, and no, I don't think she's a ghost. I think she's a quiet kid who maybe didn't have access to credit cards, lived at home with her parents or family, was with someone else who took care of everything. I'm just telling you what's in the file and what isn't. One more on the money, Ruth said. School debt, 2 cards, a car note. And no job anywhere in this. So who paid for her time during the time she was off from school? What's her source of income? Even before that, how was she paying for school? Rent. Utilities. I don't know. Nobody hired me to trace her money. That's a bigger job and a bigger bill, and the family didn't buy it. He shook his head. But it's the right question. There's no income records on this girl. No public filings. Somebody must have carried her. It's not on my paper. The home of record. Mineral Wells. What's there? A mailing address and a property record. The surname on the deed is Holt. So that's probably family, parents, a grandparent maybe, somebody who raised her. He turned the page so she could see it. No phone in what I pulled. I was running her, not her people. But there's a house up there, and somebody in it who probably knew her before any of this. If the town had asked me to keep digging deeper, that's where I'd have looked. The roommate. Sloane Petrie. You pull anything on her. Just the name off the lease. I told you, I don't knock if I can find out information online. He found the lease and turned the laptop again to face her. 2 names. 18 months. Rent's current through the month, so Petrie is probably carrying it alone or has herself a new roommate who isn't listed yet. Who's her advisor? In the psych department. He found it. Asher. Professor Asher. He's signed her forms since she declared. He wrote it on a slip and pushed it across the desk. Any boyfriends in here? Before the Cobb boy. Nothing I pulled. I wasn't running her love life, and that's not the kind of thing that's on paper. He spread his hands. It'd be in people. Same as the rest. Aaron and she exchanged glances. It wasn't much to go on. A name. A major. An apartment, a roommate, a town up north, 2 dates that lined up, months off the page, and income source nobody could account for. Oh well. It was more than she'd driven in with. It was also a place to start. There was one question left. In 2 weeks on her, she said, who did you talk to? He blinked. Talk to the roommate. A professor. An old boyfriend. The mother in Mineral Wells. Anybody who sat across a table from her. Who did you actually speak to? Nobody. He said it quiet. That's not what a records check is. You look up. You don't knock. I never spoke to a living person about her in my life. He shut the laptop and laid his hand flat on the topo. Everything I gave that town, everything I'm handing you, it's all paper. I never went and asked. No, Ruth said. I guess nobody did. She closed the notebook. I'll need the file. Soft copy's fine. Email them to me now. Aaron handed him a card with their email address on it. He nodded, fired up the laptop again, and did it. A second later, Ruth felt her phone vibrate with the incoming message tone and confirmed that she had the file. He walked them to the door and held it open on the bright stairwell. In the car, Aaron didn't start the engine right away. You think it's a honey trap scam? I don't know yet. Ruth looked at the envelope on her knee. Maybe she's that good and that cold. I've met them that young. Or maybe somebody's running her, and there's a folder somewhere with her name in it that some other scared family paid for. Maybe this is what she does for a living. She put the envelope in the door pocket. I'm not going to sit here and pick one. We've got a real girl now. We'll follow the trail, track her down. So we've got 3 doors, Aaron said. Roommate, the school, the people up in Mineral Wells. Roommate first. She's the one who shares a bathroom with her. She'll know what came and went the last 3 weeks better than a professor or a mother will. Ruth looked at the time. Then the department before the day's out. The mother keeps till tomorrow. Mineral Wells isn't going anywhere, and people guard their own. I'd rather walk up to that door already knowing something than knowing nothing. Aaron started the car. She called the duty desk while he pulled into traffic and had the gray Civic and its plate flagged statewide. Every camera, every cruiser. She figured the car was sitting cold in a long-term lot, traded or dumped the day Myra Holt got on a bus to Shadow Creek. A girl careful enough to hand him a fake name wouldn't drive out of her own life on her own plates. Ruth flagged it anyway. She had them pull Sloane Petrie's class schedule too, and anything with the roommate's name on it. Whichever way the apartment door went, she wanted to know where to find the girl the long way. While Aaron drove, she went through Driscoll's file on her phone, page by page. The license photo and the candid, the same plain face, looking at nothing in both. The transcript, 4 even years of psychology. The lease with the 2 names. The leave of absence form, signed and dated, in good standing. It was all exactly what Driscoll said it was. It still didn't say a word about the woman. The address was a brick 4-plex off Noose's. It had been a good house in 1925 when it was built, according to the little faded sign. Now it was 4 cheap subdivided student units with a dead lawn, a row of dented mailboxes, and 3 bikes chained to the porch rail. One was an e-bike, the kind that got so many kids into trouble these days, and which were becoming a real menace. Ruth got out and read the building. The 2 upstairs windows on the left were the unit. The blinds were down, and no light showed behind them. It was morning and students slept in. It told her nothing by itself. I'll take the back, Aaron said. He went down the side of the house along a strip of dead grass and a line of trash bins. Ruth waited. He came back in less than a minute. Wooden stairs up to a back door, he said. 1 car in the lot, an old Corolla. No Civic. Kitchen blinds down too. Nobody moving. The mailboxes were screwed to the porch wall. Ruth found the one for the upper unit and tipped its door with the cap of her pen. Not stuffed. A grocery flyer, a credit offer, a couple days' worth at most. Somebody was emptying it, or the mail was being held. She let the little door swing shut. A girl came out of the downstairs unit with a backpack and stopped short when she saw the 2 of them on the porch. She was blonde and pert and had bright blue eyes. Ruth showed her the badge. You know the 2 upstairs. Ruth said. Sloane and her roommate. To wave at. The girl's eyes stayed on the badge. Is something wrong? When'd you last see either of them? The girl thought about it. Sloane, a couple days ago on the stairs. The other one, Myra, not in a long time. Months, honestly. She's been gone since spring. Sloane's around, though. She shifted the pack on her shoulder. I've really got to get to class. Go on, Ruth said. Thanks. The girl went down the walk fast and didn't look back. The buzzer for the upper left sat under a strip of tape with 2 names in fading ballpoint. One was rubbed to nothing. One was still just readable. S. Petrie. Ruth put her thumb to it and held it. Far up in the old house, a buzzer went off in rooms she couldn't see. Nothing came back. No footstep, no voice, no give in the floor overhead. She gave it a slow count and pressed it again, longer, and stepped back where anybody on the stairs would see the badge before they saw her face. Aaron moved to the side of the porch, out of the doorway, the way they always set up without saying so. A car went by on nooses. A sprinkler ticked on down the block. The dark windows over the porch held still. Then far up inside the house, a floorboard moved. And then footsteps, steadily approaching the door. The door opened. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. She was a young woman in a t-shirt and cut-off shorts, barefoot, hair pulled back. A phone still in one hand, as if she'd been in the middle of something when the knock came. She looked at the badges first, then at their faces, more puzzled than anything else. Sloane Petrie. Ruth said. Yeah. Who's asking? Texas Rangers. I'm Ruth Baker. This is my partner, Aaron Tate. We'd like a few minutes, if you can spare them. About what? About your roommate. Sloane's brow went up. Myra. Why is she okay? That's part of what I'm trying to find out, Ruth said. Can we come in and talk a few minutes? Sloane hesitated. I really don't know much. I haven't seen her since the spring. That's fine, Ruth said. A young man is missing right now, and some people are in real danger because of it. Anything at all you can tell me might help. It won't take long. Sloane looked at them a moment longer, then stepped back from the door. Okay. Yeah. Come in. The stairs came up into a narrow hallway that smelled faintly of instant noodles and dryer sheets. Sloane led them into a front room that did double duty as a living room and a study. A couch under a folded blanket, a card table stacked with a laptop and a few textbooks, a window unit working against the afternoon heat. A closed door stood at the end of a short hall. That hers? Ruth asked. Yeah. Sloane dropped onto the couch and pulled her feet up under her. Sit if you want. They sat. Ruth took the other end of the couch, not too close. Aaron took the chair by the card table and didn't say anything. Rather than open with Myra, Ruth started somewhere else. You're not from Austin, she said. Not originally. Sloane blinked, thrown by the sideways start of it. Louisiana. How'd you know that? Just an ear for it, Ruth said. Whereabouts? Nowhere anybody's heard of. Little bitty parish way up on the river. Catahoula. There's a town in it called Harrisonburg, 300 people if that. Ruth went quiet a beat. I know Harrisonburg, she said. Sloane sat up a little. You're kidding. The ferry landing. The courthouse up on the bluff. The river running by that old grain elevator, so slow in August, it barely looks like it's moving. Aaron glanced over at that, just a glance, and then away, and didn't say anything about it. Ruth felt the look land, and didn't answer it, not now. Sloane, for her part, had gone from wary to genuinely pleased. The way people did when a stranger turned out to know a place they'd assumed nobody outside it had ever heard of. For the next several minutes, it wasn't much of an interview at all. It was two women comparing notes on a place. Sloane told her about her grandmother's kitchen and a catfish court bouillon nobody in Texas had ever gotten right. Ruth asked about the low-water bridge out past the cemetery, and Sloane laughed and said everybody who'd ever crossed it had a story about the day the river came up over it and stranded somebody's truck. Ruth mentioned the Baptist church suppers and the one blinking light at the crossroads, and Sloane said that light still only worked about half the time, and that this counted as an improvement. They found a cousin of somebody who almost connected to an uncle of somebody else, and let it go when it didn't quite land, the way people from small places always did, content just to have come close. By the time Sloane was leaning back into the couch instead of perched on the edge of it, Ruth judged the room was ready and brought the conversation back around, unhurried, so nobody felt the turn. "Tell me about Mara," she said. Some of the ease went back out of Sloane's face, not all of it, but enough. "What do you want to know?" she said. "Everything," Ruth said. "Start with how you met her." "Freshman dorm," Sloane said. "Same floor. We started eating together, doing homework in each other's rooms, and by sophomore year it just made sense to get a place." "You pledged together too." "Zeta Delta." "Same semester." "What was she like back then?" "Normal. I mean, really normal. Kind of quiet at first, but she came out of her shell fast. Close with her family. She called her mom every single Sunday. Like clockwork. Brothers, sisters. A younger brother, I think. She didn't talk about him much. Home's mineral wells." Aaron said. "Yeah. She'd go back for holidays. Not summers, though. She always stayed in Austin, worked some retail job at the mall." "What did she study?" "Psych. Same as half our pledge class." Sloane almost smiled. "It's the default major up here if you don't know what else to do." Ruth let her keep going, one small question opening onto the next, in no hurry at all, and slowly, the way sediment settles out of a moving river, a picture of Myra Holt began to take shape. She had been, by every account Sloane gave, an entirely ordinary girl. She liked the same music as everyone else in their pledge class, went to the same parties, complained about the same professors. She talked about studying abroad her junior year and never did it. She talked about law school some months and grad school other months, and once, for about a semester, about joining the Peace Corps, the way girls that age tried on futures like clothes to see what fit. She had crushes. She got her heart bruised mildly by a boy from her chem lab who never noticed her, and got over it inside a month. She was, in short, exactly what a records check and a transcript said she was: unremarkable, well-liked, going nowhere in particular in any kind of hurry. Then, sometime in the last year, that girl had started to change. It wasn't sudden, the way Sloane told it. It crept. Mara went quieter. She stopped coming to the group dinners they'd always done on Thursdays, first once, then most weeks. She was still around, still paying her half of the rent on time, but she'd started keeping her door shut more. And when she did come out, she had the look, Sloane said, of somebody with her mind somewhere else entirely. And somewhere in the middle of that quiet, without ever quite announcing it, she had started seeing somebody. "A guy, you think," Ruth said. "I know it was a guy. I just could never get her to say so." Sloane pulled her knees in tighter. Every time I brought it up, she'd deny it. Straight-faced. "There's nobody, Sloane. I don't know what you're talking about." "Like that." "Did you ever see her with him?" "This guy." Sloane shook her head. "No. Never once. Before all that, she'd been seeing somebody from Kappa Beta. That's the frat we always do socials with, a guy named Tanner. That was normal. Everybody knew Tanner. But once whatever this was started, she just stopped showing up. The bars, the tailgates, study group at the library on Sundays. Not once the whole time. How long did that go on? A few months, maybe. I wasn't really counting at first. You don't until you look back and go, when's the last time I actually saw her? Did she ever give you a name? Anything? Nothing. Every time I pushed, she'd get weird and change the subject. Say it was nothing, say I was imagining things. Sloane shrugged. But I wasn't imagining it. Her phone was different. She started keeping it face down on the table, which she never used to do. Texting at like 2 in the morning. Any name saved in her phone. Aaron said. A contact you noticed, even once? No. Nothing under any name I ever saw. Either she deleted it, or he was never saved as anything real to begin with. Any sense of who he might have been? Ruth said. Older, younger, somebody from school. Sloane hesitated. Older, I think. Older how? I don't know exactly. She hesitated again, longer this time, like she was deciding whether to say something out loud that she'd only ever thought. Older. Like maybe even married. Had a family, even. That's just the sense I got. What makes you say married? I don't know for sure. I'm just guessing. Sloane looked down at her hands. It was just the way she got about it. Guilty, almost. Like she was hiding something she knew was wrong. Anything else stand out? Ruth said. About her, or about him, even secondhand. Sloane didn't answer right away. She picked at a loose thread on the couch cushion, and Ruth waited her out. There's something, Sloane said finally, but I don't have any proof of it. I want to say that first. It's just a feeling I had, living with her. Go ahead, Ruth said. I'm not writing a report off one roommate's feeling. I just want to hear it. I don't think they were sleeping together, Sloane said. Him and Mara's. What makes you say that? Because Mara's serious about her faith. Like actually serious, not a church on Christmas thing. She's part of this group on campus, Sisters of Celibacy. It's not a joke to her. It means something. How could she be so sure? Aaron said. Sloane looked at him like the answer should have been obvious. Because I would have known. There's no way a girl like Mara loses her virginity and just goes on acting like nothing happened. I'd have known. I lived with her. She shook her head. That's what made it so weird, honestly, the way she was about him. Like she was obsessed with him. Like she worshipped him. Worshipped, Ruth said. What makes you say that? I don't know. Sloane's eyes went somewhere else for a second, back into it. She'd talk about stuff. Criminals. People accused of things, people in the news. And she'd play devil's advocate, argue the other side of it, out of nowhere, like, what if they had a reason? What if they weren't actually the bad guy everybody said they were? What if killing somebody was doing the world a favor? Crazy stuff like that. Ruth let that sit a second. Did she ever say anything at all, that made you think he might have actually hurt somebody? Hurt them for real? Sloane didn't answer right away. Or worse, Ruth said. Worse how, Sloane said, though the look on her face said she already knew where this was going. You tell me. Sloane pulled her sleeves down over her hands. I don't know. I don't want to just say something crazy. Say it anyway. Like. Sloane stopped, started over. I don't know. Unalived someone. Ruth glanced at Aaron. You mean murder, Aaron said. I guess. Yeah. Sloane's shoulders came up around her ears. I don't know for sure, okay. She never said that. It's not like she told me that outright. It was just this vibe she gave off. She was quiet a second, working up to the rest of it. Like she was falling in love with. With whom? Ruth said. I don't know how to explain it. Sloane frowned, chasing something. There's this song. Old one. My dad used to play it in the truck. She hummed a few bars, off-key, more rhythm than melody, her fingers tapping it out against her knee. Aaron leaned forward. The Stones. Sympathy for the Devil. Sloane pointed at him. That's the one. Yes. That's exactly what it reminded me of. Like she had sympathy for the bad guy. The villain. They stayed another 20 minutes, but there wasn't much more to it than that. Sloane gave them a couple of names from the sorority who might have crossed paths with Mara more recently than she had. She thought, though she wouldn't swear to it, that she'd once seen a plain dark sedan idling outside the building longer than made sense, though she couldn't say when or how many times. She remembered Mara saying something, months back, about maybe not finishing her degree at all, about leaving Texas altogether. A comment Sloane had brushed off at the time as end-of-semester talk. None of it amounted to much on its own, and Ruth didn't push her past what she actually had. By the time they stood to leave, Sloane looked emptied out in the particular way people do after saying, out loud, for the first time, something they'd been carrying alone. They didn't speak again until they were back down on the sidewalk, the dead lawn and the dented mailboxes behind them. The devil, Aaron said finally. Maybe she was the churchy one after all. Ruth shrugged. I don't know. Come on, Ruthie. You don't actually think Mara was dating the devil? No. Not Lucifer himself, obviously. The corner of her mouth moved. This isn't an episode of Supernatural. Though I do love that show. So what then? A criminal, Ruth said. Or somebody who did something, a real crime, maybe even a killing, and got away with it clean. They crossed at the corner, the early afternoon traffic thin and lazy. Women get fascinated with that kind of man more than people like to admit, Aaron. Drawn right toward the worst of it. Extreme violence especially. It's not new. There's research on it going back decades. And you think that's Mara. I think a college girl fell for somebody older, stopped showing her face anywhere he wasn't, and started arguing to her own roommate that maybe killers have their reasons. Ruth glanced back once at the fourplex, smaller now behind them. I think whatever he is, he's the reason 6 people are dead in a town nobody's heard of. I'd like to know what he is before he does it again. Aaron didn't answer that. He didn't need to. The office of the registrar sat on the ground floor of a limestone building at the edge of the main mall, behind a line of students waiting on transcripts and add-drop forms. Ruth badged past the line, and the woman behind the counter, reading glasses on a chain, a UT lanyard, the settled patience of somebody who'd fielded every kind of request there was, looked at the credentials a long moment before she waved them back to a cubicle. I can tell you what's on the record, she said, once they were seated. I can't hand you a forwarding address that isn't in the system. That takes a subpoena, and even then it goes through general counsel, not me. Understood, Ruth said. What is on the record? The woman typed, read, frowned faintly at the screen. Myra Catherine Holt. Enrolled this term, re-enrolled, I should say, after a leave of absence in the spring. Same address on file as what you've likely already got, the apartment on Nooses. She scrolled. No change of address filed. No hold on the account. Tuition's paid. Is she attending? Aaron said. The woman checked something else, took a moment longer this time. Not according to this. She hasn't badged into a single class this term. Not one. The system would flag her for it eventually, but we're only 3 weeks in, it hasn't crossed anybody's desk yet. Ruth and Aaron traded a look. Her advisor's a Professor Asher, Ruth said. Psychology department. Would he have more current contact than you do? He might. Professors keep their own relationships with advisees, especially the ones who care. The woman wrote a building and room number on a slip and slid it across. He's usually in his office this time of day. Professor Asher's office was 2 flights up in the psychology building, a narrow room lined floor to ceiling with journals and case study binders, a window unit fighting the same losing battle as the one in Sloane's apartment. He was somewhere in his 50s, reading glasses pushed up into gray hair, and he stood when they came in, visibly unsettled once Ruth told him why. "I saw it on the news this morning," he said. "I've been half expecting somebody to come ask about her, if I'm honest. I just didn't think it would be this fast." "You knew Mara Holt well?" Ruth said. "Not well. I was her advisor of record, which mostly means I signed her forms and saw her once a semester unless she needed something." He sat back down and gestured them into the 2 chairs across the desk. "But she was in 2 of my classes, and she was hard to miss in a classroom." "So some." "What was she like?" "Sharp. Genuinely sharp, when she first came through my intro to abnormal psychology class a couple of years back. Engaged. The kind of student you remember." He turned a pen over on the desk without writing anything with it, just turning it between his fingers. "And then sometime in the last year, that changed. She lost interest in the actual coursework, the grades, the degree plan, any of it. Didn't seem to care whether she finished at all. But she didn't go quiet, the way you might expect. She got louder. More argumentative." "Argumentative how?" Aaron said. "My specialty is abnormal and criminal psychology," Asher said, "so we spend a good deal of time in the DSM-5, the Diagnostic Manual, the book that defines what counts as a disorder versus what's just human variation." Mara started pushing back on it. "Hard." She'd argue the whole manual was biased, outdated, culturally narrow, that it didn't account for how much human development and society itself had changed since it was written. He paused. On its face, that's not a crazy position. People in the field argue versions of it. But she took it somewhere else. "Where?" Ruth said. She'd come to believe that deviant behavior, aberrant behavior, whatever term you want, exists on a spectrum. Her word. Like the autism spectrum, but for what she called abnormal conduct. Little harmless lies at one end, the small stuff everybody does. And then it just kept going, further and further out along the same line, as if it were all one continuous thing instead of a series of very different things. "How far out?" Ruth said, though she already suspected the answer. Asher didn't answer right away. "All the way out," he said finally. That was the impression she gave, arguing it. That even the far end of that spectrum, even something like mass murder, was still just human behavior. Extreme, but not fundamentally different in kind from the rest of it. Not something separate. Not something other. He shook his head slowly. She could get quite heated defending that, in a room full of people who disagreed with her. At the time, I chalked it up to a smart kid, enjoying the sound of her own argument. In hindsight, I think I was wrong about that. They talked a while longer, but there wasn't much more he could give them. No name for the boyfriend, no address more current than the one they already had, nothing beyond the shape of an idea he'd watched take root in a student he'd once liked. Ruth thanked him for his time, and they went back out into the afternoon heat with one more piece of Mara Holt fitted into the space where a person should have been. The Range Rover was an oven after 2 hours parked in direct sun, and Aaron had the air conditioning roaring on high before he'd even cleared the lot. Ruth cracked her window an inch to push the trapped heat out, then rolled it back up and let the cold take over. Neither of them said anything until they'd cleared the university and picked up the interstate south. The glass towers of downtown sliding past on the left, throwing the afternoon sun back at them in long white sheets. "Walk me through where we are," Aaron said finally. "We've got a girl who spent 3 years being completely unremarkable," Ruth said, and then about a year ago she starts changing. Quieter. Argumentative. Obsessed, if you believe her roommate, with the idea that bad men might not really be bad, that it's all one long spectrum and everybody's on it somewhere. And somewhere in there, she starts seeing somebody nobody ever laid eyes on. No name, no photo, no car anybody can describe. Older. Maybe married. That's Sloane's read, not a fact. You believe it? Ruth watched the guardrail flick by a while before she answered. I believe Sloane believes it. That's not nothing. People pick up on things they can't always put into words. But believing somebody's telling you the truth, as they see it, isn't the same as it being true. Could be Mara really was seeing a married man. Could be she wasn't seeing anybody at all, and just wanted her roommate to think she had a secret life. I don't have a way to tell those apart yet. Married men don't usually recruit their girlfriends to burn down a small town for them, though, Aaron said. That's not the profile. No. If this is a jealous husband case, I've never worked one shaped anything like it. The money, then. The money's the obvious answer. 11 days after that trust pays out, she's in the boy's life. Ruth turned it over out loud, the way she always did best with somebody else in the car to push back on it. But it doesn't sit easy with the rest of what Sloane gave us. You don't need the boy dead for the money. You don't need his whole family dead. You need him signed over and gone, not standing in a Grange hall with an empty gun and his brother on the floor. Unless dead was cleaner. No boyfriend around to contest a will. No family left to start asking questions once the money moves. Maybe. She didn't like it and let her silence say so. You don't buy it. I don't know what I buy yet. It's just a girl who worships somebody, who argues for killers in a room full of psych majors because she believes it, not because somebody's paying her by the hour to say it. That reads more like something got hold of her than a con she's running. Ruth shook her head slowly. Could be I'm wrong. Could be it's exactly what it looks like on paper, money, plain and simple, and I'm reading a novel into it because a 19-year-old hummed me a Stones song. So say it isn't the money. Say he's done this before. Killed somebody, walked away clean. That track with the whole devil's advocate business, she's not attracted to an idea. She's attracted to a person who actually did the thing. There's a name for that, if that's what it is. Hybristophilia. The what? It's real. It's a documented thing, attraction to people who have committed violent crimes. Usually you see it aimed at somebody already caught. Women writing love letters to men on death row, that kind of thing. Rarer and worse is the kind aimed at somebody still out there. Still free. Still doing it. Ruth shrugged. If that's what we're looking at, and that's a big if, it isn't the kind that's trying to save him. It's the kind that wants to help him. Aaron drove a while without saying anything, turning that over. So you think he's out there already, he said. With a body count. Before Jeremy Cobb ever came into it. I think it's a way the pieces could fit. Ruth watched the city give way to hill country beyond the windshield, the live oaks, and the low fences starting up. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know that. What we've got is a roommate's gut feeling and a professor's classroom story, and both of those are the kind of thing that sounds a lot more solid after the fact than it did at the time. It's a theory. Right now it fits better than the money does. That's the most I can say for it. Driscoll's report had her tangled up in that activist group out of Houston. The one tied to the dealership fire. Tangentially. A rally, a mailing list, 2 photos holding a banner. That could be real. Or it could be the kind of thing somebody points a smart girl toward, so if anybody ever does come looking, there's a ready-made villain out in the open, drawing every eye away from whoever's standing behind her. Ruth caught herself and let out a breath. Or it's nothing. It's a college kid at a rally, same as 10,000 other college kids at 10,000 other rallies. I don't have anything that tells me which. You're building him a whole personality off two witnesses who never saw his face. I know it. Ruth said it flat, no defense in it. I don't love it either. But I'd rather walk in with a theory I can throw out tomorrow than nothing to work with today. They rode a mile or two in silence. We've got nothing on him, Aaron said finally. No name. No photo. No car. Not even an age that isn't Sloane's gut feeling. No, Ruth admitted. We've got a girl-shaped hole and a story that might be pointing at a man-shaped hole standing behind her. Might. That's the honest word for where we are. So we go after Mara instead. And that's cold too. Apartment's been sitting empty since spring. No income anywhere on paper. No forwarding address, no new lease, nothing. Ruth paused. Could be somebody taught her how to disappear. Could just as easily be a broke 23-year-old dropping off the grid, the ordinary way people do when they're running from a lease they can't pay. I can't tell you which of those it is. Silence again, the highway ticking by underneath them. Which leaves the one thread that's actually moving, Aaron said. Jeremy. Ruth said his name like she was setting it down on a table between them. Statewide's out on him and the truck. Ben's got a request in for his phone records soon as the warrant clears. Every hour that boy's out there, somebody, somewhere, is going to see that truck, or that face, or hear him ask the wrong question at the wrong gas station. You think he's still trying to reach her? I think it's possible. A boy that broke in doesn't necessarily stop reaching for the one person who ever told him she loved him, not even for what he did in that hall. Maybe especially not for that. Ruth shrugged. But I've been wrong about what grief makes people do before. I could be wrong about him too. Aaron glanced over at her, waiting. Here's what I know instead of what I think, Ruth said. We can't wait on Mara. Her trail's cold, and it's going to stay cold. We can't wait on a name for a man who might not even be real, let alone surface. The only piece of this whole thing that's still moving is Jeremy Cobb. Whatever turns out to be true about the rest of it, he's headed somewhere, and finding him is the one lead we can actually work today. And the money's still sitting there too, Aaron said. If he can still reach it. If he can still reach it. Ruth was quiet a moment, watching the road. Maybe she wants to see how this ends. Maybe she's 3 states gone already, and doesn't care what happens to any of it. I don't know which, and I'm done pretending I do. She shook her head once, like she was setting the rest of it down. It's a theory, Aaron. That's all any of this is right now. Fitting the pieces isn't the same as knowing what's true. All we've got that's real is a boy in a truck, and going through him is the only door that's actually open. So we find her through him. We find her through him, Ruth said.
Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. The light woke him before anything else did, a single hard blade of it, cutting through the gap where the curtain didn't quite meet the wall, laying itself gold and dust-thick across the foot of the bed. Late afternoon light. Lazy light. Nothing like the white burning flood that had stood her over him that morning. He came up out of sleep with his hand already reaching, 3 weeks of habit moving before he was fully awake enough to stop it, and his hand found only sheet, warm where a body should have been and wasn't, and for 1 second his heart dropped straight through the floor of him. Gone. She's gone again. The bus station came back whole and sudden, her hand pressed white to the window, and his chest seized around the shape of that old grief like it had never left, like the whole day hadn't happened at all. Then he heard the water running. The pipes knocking in the wall behind the headboard, the particular small room echo of it, and under that the flush, and the sound let the breath go out of him in one long stream, his shoulders dropping, his fists uncurling against the sheet. She was here. She'd come to him at dawn, standing in the light like something he'd prayed up out of the glare, and she hadn't left again, and they'd spent the whole day proving it to each other with their bodies because there hadn't been words enough for it. He lay there a moment with his forearm over his eyes, and what came back to him wasn't guilt, not yet, not for one more minute. It was just her. Her mouth, her weight on him and then under him. Her voice gone rough and unguarded in a way he'd never once heard it over a phone, saying his name like it was a whole sentence. The bathroom door opened. She came out naked, unhurried about it, her wet hair combed back off her face with her fingers, dark brown gone almost black with the water, hanging heavy against her collarbone, one thin line of water still tracking down between her shoulder blades. Jeremy forgot how to breathe for a second, the same way he had that first time, back home, back before any of this. Her skin was pale everywhere the sun never got to it, fine-grained, a small scatter of moles across one shoulder like flecked paint, and her eyes when they found him were a pale gray, wide-set under dark brows that never seemed to need arching to make their point. She was narrow through the waist and hips, her collarbone standing sharp under the skin, her breasts small, her nipples still drawn tight from the cold water, and the last of the daylight caught her along one side and left the other side of her in shadow, one hip lit gold and the other gone dark. He thought, not for the first time, that he had never in his life seen anything he wanted to look at so bad it hurt. "I am," he said, just to say it. She didn't answer. She crossed to the chair where her clothes were folded, even here, even now. Nothing of hers ever just dropped on a floor, and sat on the edge of the bed to pull her jeans on, her wet hair sliding forward over one shoulder, the knobs of her spine showing one after another as she bent to the work. Jeremy came up behind her on his knees before he decided to move, put his mouth on the back of her shoulder, ran his hands slow down that ladder of bone to the small of her back. "Jeremy." She caught his wrist without turning around. "Stop. I mean it. I need to get dressed. We need food, we're out of everything, and I am not doing this again on an empty stomach." "Okay." He grinned into her hair. Okay. He rolled off the bed and started hunting his own jeans off the floor, hopping into them one-legged, reaching for the shirt he'd thrown at the lamp sometime around noon. "What are you doing?" "Getting dressed." He said it like it was obvious because it was. "We'll go get something to eat, right?" She turned all the way around on the bed to look at him then, one arm still through a sleeve, a strand of wet hair stuck flat against her collarbone. Her pale eyes had gone hard, her dark brows pulled together, her mouth flattened out into a thin line he'd never once seen on her, not even in the worst of the texts. "Are you out of your mind?" "What? You're a wanted man, Jeremy. Your face is on the news. There's a statewide alert with your picture on it. You killed all those people." She said it plain, no cushion on it at all, her gray eyes steady on his and unblinking, her jaw set hard. "You think you're walking into a diner. The room didn't change." The light was still gold across the foot of the bed, and the pipes were still ticking as they cooled, and none of it moved, and still everything in him went out at once, all of it, the whole warm afternoon snuffed like a hand closing over a candle. "Wanted man. Killed all those people." The words didn't sound like they were about him. And then all in a rush, with no mercy in it at all, they were. The gun jumping in his fist like it was glad. The wall of sound. Della going down small behind her gold glasses. Sue Bates reading glasses swinging on their little chain and then not swinging, not anything. Royce half turned, going over. Drew's hand still reaching for him, still reaching, even after. And his brother coming toward him with his arms thrown wide open, the only thing Anson had ever known how to do, coming to hold him instead of away from him, right up until the floor took him and he didn't get up, please Anson, get up. Jeremy's legs went out from under him. He didn't decide it. 1 second he was standing in the ordinary dusk gold light with his shirt half buttoned, and the next he was on the floor of a motel room with his back against the foot of the bed and both hands fisted in his own hair, his face crumpling in on itself, and the sound that came out of him wasn't words, hadn't been words in a long time, just one long tearing note with his brother's name buried somewhere down inside it. He killed them. He had killed them. Not the town. Not the cage. Not whatever she'd built up in him to carry the weight of it, him, his own hand, his daddy's gun, his own choosing, over and over, 11 times, and there was no version of any of it that wasn't that. He was a killer. He had murdered his own brother and 5 people who had loved him since before he could walk, and there was no ocean far enough and no name changed enough to ever set that down. And some deep old Sunday school part of him that he'd thought Emmy had talked clean out of him sat up now and told him, flat and certain, that a man who did what he'd done didn't get forgiven. Not by God. Not by Anson's ghost. Not by his own self, not ever, not if he lived 100 years, in whatever green place she'd promised him. He was going to burn for it. He believed that the way he believed the sun would come up, and the belief folded him over double on the floor with his forehead nearly to his knees. He felt her get down there with him before he heard her move. She didn't say it would be all right. She didn't say any of the soft things the Valley would have said, Della's things, Sue Bates' things, the things that had gotten them all killed for saying. She just pulled his head against her, bare skin still warm from the shower, and held it there, his face turned into her chest, her damp hair falling loose around his face and smelling of the motel's cheap soap, her heartbeat going steady under his ear and her breath moving warm across the top of his head. And for a long time that was the entire world, the give of her, the sound of her, nothing asked of him and nothing explained. And somewhere far down under the certainty that he was already lost, under the conviction sitting in him like a stone that would never come back up, one small ragged thread of something else worked loose and held on. Not hope, not really. Just the animal fact of her arms around him, warm in a cold room, and the terrible, treacherous, unkillable part of him that still believed if anyone alive could walk him out the other side of this, it was her. She checked on him without hurry, kneeling in front of him where he still sat against the foot of the bed, her palms cool on either side of his jaw, tipping his face up until he had to look at her. Whatever she found there seemed to satisfy her. I'm going to get us something to eat, she said. You stay put. No calls. No going outside, not even to the ice machine. You hear me? He nodded. His throat still ached from the crying, raw as a rope burn. She pulled a ball cap low over her wet hair, shrugged into a jacket too big to be hers, and was gone, the door clicking shut soft behind her, the deadbolt sliding home from outside a second later with a small definite sound. Jeremy stayed where he was. He didn't decide to stay there any more than he'd decided to go down onto the floor in the first place. His body had simply stopped being a thing he was driving, and it sat where it sat, his back against the bed frame, his knees drawn up, the room going from gold to gray to a deeper blue-gray as the sun dropped behind whatever was outside the curtain. He didn't track the time. There wasn't a clock in the room he could find without moving, and he didn't move, and the light kept changing without him. The sound of the deadbolt brought him back. Then the door and the paper bag rustle of it, and behind that the smell, hot grease, char, salt, rolling into the stale bleach air of the room, and filling it up so fast and so completely that his stomach clenched before his mind had caught up to what it meant. Em set the bags on the little round table by the window and pulled out a foil-wrapped burger and held it toward him where he still sat on the floor. Wait. I'm not hungry. You haven't eaten since yesterday morning. Wait. He took it because it was easier than arguing, unwrapped the foil with fingers that felt like they belonged to somebody else, and took a first bite mostly to make her stop looking at him. He chewed it like a chore, tasting nothing, his jaw working on autopilot while the rest of him sat somewhere off to the side, watching a man eat a hamburger. Then it hit his stomach, and something in him that had nothing to do with grief or guilt or the Sunday school voice telling him he deserved to starve sat up and took notice. His body didn't care what he'd done. His body only knew it hadn't eaten in a day and a half, and it came alive all at once, a hunger so sudden and so total it was almost violent, and he heard himself make a small sound around the next bite that was closer to relief than anything else he'd felt all day. He finished the first burger in 6 bites. He was 3 bites into the second before he'd consciously decided to reach for it, fries going down 2 and 3 at a time, dragged through a pool of ketchup he'd squeezed straight onto the wrapper, the soda so cold and so sweet against the salt that he drank half of it without stopping to breathe. His heart called it a betrayal even while it was happening, some part of him standing off to the side, disgusted, thinking a man ought not to be able to eat like this with everything that had happened not 2 days behind him, but his hands didn't listen. His body wanted to keep living, wanted it with an animal simplicity that didn't consult his conscience about whether he deserved to, and it ate until the second burger was mostly gone, and the fries were down to grease-soaked scraps, and the soda was rattling ice at the bottom of the cup. When he was done, he sat there a moment feeling the difference in himself. Still heartsick clean through, heartsick in a way he understood now was never going to fully lift, but not bodysick anymore, not shaking and hollowed out the way he'd been an hour ago. The food moved through him and did whatever food does, and his head cleared a degree, the fog thinning just enough that thoughts started arriving on their own, unbidden thoughts about what came next, about the alert with his face on it, about how long a man like him could stay in one motel room before the walls themselves gave him up. He looked around the room without knowing exactly what he was looking for. "What are you doing?" M said from the table, not looking up from folding the trash into the bag. He didn't answer because he didn't have an answer yet, just a restlessness that needed his hands doing something. He got down and looked under the bed, under the nightstand, and found the remote finally wedged half under the nightstand's foot, knocked there sometime in the long, tangled afternoon he only half remembered now. He picked it up and pointed it at the television and turned on the TV. M started to say something. He never heard what. The room exploded with sound, a bass line thudding through the cheap speaker, a man's voice shouting something over it, the volume slammed up to whatever the last guest in this room had left it at, loud enough that Jeremy felt it in his back teeth, loud enough that it had to be carrying clean across the parking lot and into every room on this side of the building. He dropped the remote like it had burned him. He was on his knees on the carpet scrabbling for it before it had finished bouncing, his hands shaking too hard to close around the thing, panic closing his throat up tighter than it had been all day. M crossed the room in 3 strides and snatched it off the carpet herself, and thumbed the mute so hard the button clicked, and the silence that came down after was its own kind of violence. "What the hell, Jur?" Her face when he looked up at her wasn't a face he knew. Flushed from the collar up, her pale eyes gone narrow and bright and burning in a way that had nothing warm left in it at all, her mouth twisted around the words like they cost her something to hold back further than that. He felt himself flinch away from her without deciding to, some old animal part of him reading fury and hate off her face and reacting the only way it knew how, curling smaller against the bed frame. Something shifted in her then. She saw him flinch, he watched it land on her, watched her clock the way he'd folded in on himself, and whatever had been building in her face smoothed back down, the color draining out of her cheeks, her eyes losing that hard bright edge. She crouched down in front of him and her voice came out low. "We need to keep a low profile, okay?" He nodded, pulling himself back up to sit against the bed. "The people that had this room before us," he said, "must have left it on loud like that." He didn't know why he said it. It just came out, some reflex to smooth the moment back over, to give the two of them a story that wasn't him being careless with both their lives. She nodded slowly like she was willing to let him have it, and handed the remote back to him, and he took it with both hands like it might go off again on its own. He found the news eventually, working the volume up one careful notch at a time until it was barely a murmur, and they sat together against the foot of the bed and watched a stretch of nothing. Whether a car dealership ad, a woman talking about a bridge closure 2 counties over until close to 10 minutes in, the anchor's face changed the way it does right before the bad news, and a banner came up under her that said Shadow Creek, and Jeremy's whole body went still. The footage was daylight, shot from behind the yellow tape strung across the Grange lawn, the porch he'd stood on in the dark, ordinary now and swarming with white-suited techs, a woman in plain clothes with a badge on her belt, the anchor naming her as Texas Ranger Ruth Baker, lead investigator, shaking her head at a shouted question and refusing whatever it was they were asking her. A big man beside her, her partner, Ranger Aaron Tate, his hand light on her shoulder. Then Sheriff Renner at a podium, his hat off, his face gray on the small screen the same way Jeremy remembered it gray in person, and beside him a heavy-set man in a sport coat the reporter identified as the mayor, both of them reading from paper in flat, careful voices about a tragedy and an ongoing investigation and a community's grief. Then the photographs started, one after another, the same faces from 100 church suppers and birthdays, Della and Sue Bate and Pastor Wen and Royce and Carol and Drew, each one up for 2 seconds and then gone, the anchor's voice going flat and careful over each name. Then Anson's photo came up. His high school picture, the one that used to hang in the front hall, his brother 20 pounds lighter and grinning like nothing in the world had ever gone wrong for him. The anchor said the 7th victim, Anson Cobb, remained in critical condition at a hospital the station wasn't naming, and the sight of that grinning boyish face went through Jeremy like a spike driven straight down through the top of his skull, and his guilt didn't care one bit whether the word after it was dead or alive. Everything he'd eaten turned over in his stomach at once, a hot sour lurch that left him no time at all, and he was up and moving before he'd finished deciding to move, stumbling for the bathroom with one hand slapped over his mouth. He made it to the toilet with maybe a second to spare. It came up out of him in one long wrenching heave and then another, his whole body folding around the effort of it, tears running freely now, mixed up with the retching until he couldn't have said which was which. His brother's grinning school photo burned into the dark behind his eyes, no matter how hard he squeezed them shut. Em came in behind him. She didn't say anything at first, just knelt down on the tile beside him and gathered his hair back off his forehead with one hand and rubbed slow circles between his shoulder blades with the other while his body finished what it needed to finish. And when it was done and he sagged back against the tub, wrung out and shaking, she leaned in close to his ear and said something low he couldn't afterward have repeated. Just a string of soft sounds more than words. The kind of thing you'd murmur to gentle a spooked animal down off a ledge. She got up after a while and started the shower running, worked the handle until steam began to fog the mirror, and came back and undressed him where he sat against the tub, working his shirt up over his head, easing him up onto unsteady legs to get his jeans off, guiding him by the elbow into the water. The heat of it hit him like something physical, loosening muscles he hadn't known were locked, and he stood under it with his head down and let it run over him, his brother's face still there behind his eyes but a little further off now, a little less like a blade and more like a bruise. Em stepped in behind him, and for a while after that there was nothing in the world but the water and the steam and the warmth of her against him, and for the first time since the light had come pouring through that curtain gap, Jeremy's mind went perfectly, mercifully blank. The television was still going when they came back to the bed, the water shut off, the steam still hanging thin along the ceiling. Em had found him a dry towel and hadn't bothered with one herself, and she climbed up onto the bedspread in nothing but Jeremy's shirt, damp hair combed back with her fingers, and patted the mattress beside her like she was calling a dog, not unkind about it, just certain he'd come. "I came." The remote sat between them on the bedspread where she'd set it down after the news, and neither of them reached for it again. The channel had rolled over on its own sometime while he was under the water, some late afternoon block, black and white, a woman's face 40 years dead filling the screen in a silver light that made everything in the room look older than it was. A little bug sat in the corner the whole reel through, TCM. Under it for a few seconds before the picture cut away, a title card had come up plain and square, Scarlet Street, 1945, and then it was gone and the story was just going, the way old movies did, like it had already been running before you sat down and would keep running after you left. Jeremy didn't know the picture. He watched it anyway, propped against the headboard with his knees up and Em's head against his shoulder, because it was easier than watching the dark square of curtain and thinking about the alert with his face on it. It was a sad little man's story, near as he could follow it. A cashier, mild as milk, married to a woman who ran him down day and night, and he fell for a girl out on a rainy street, one night the way a man falls off a roof, sudden, and then just falling, no way back up. The girl had a fella already, smooth and cold, the kind that stood in doorways with his hat tipped, and between the two of them they took the cashier's money a little at a time and then a lot at once, and he gave it, every dollar of it, embezzled it out of his own register at the bank where he'd worked 20 honest years, because she'd look at him a certain way and tell him it was love. Jeremy watched the mild little man hand over stolen money with both hands, grinning like Christmas, and felt something cold walk up the back of his own neck that he didn't have a name for yet. It didn't end kind. The girl mocked the cashier to his face, laughing with the smooth one right in front of him. And something in the mild man broke all the way through. And he picked up an ice pick off her own dresser and did what he did. And the smooth one, the actual liar. The one who'd run the whole con from the first rainy night, got the blame for it because he already had a sheet a mile long, and nobody believed different. And they walked him down a corridor with wires and straps waiting at the end of it, while the actual killer went free to walk the streets alone forever. Hearing the two of them laugh at him out of every dark window he ever passed for the rest of his life. "That's worse," Jeremy said low into the dark of the room. "Getting away with it. That's worse than the chair." M said, not really watching it anymore, her eyes half down. He watched the black and white corridor a while longer, the guard's face, the door at the end of it swinging open onto nothing the camera would show. Some old scared animal thing turned over slow in his chest and wouldn't lie back down. "What happens to me?" he said. "Nothing happens to you." She said it without lifting her head, easy, like she'd been asked what time it was. "You're not in that picture, Jur. That's a made-up man from 80 years ago. You're right here. I know it's not, I know that." He picked at the hem of the sheet. "I just mean, after. What happens after? I keep thinking about it and there's nothing there. Like the road just quits. I told you." She tipped her face up to him, patient, the light off the screen sliding cool and silver across one cheekbone and leaving the other in shadow. "I promised you at the bus station. I promised you on the road. Everything is going to be all right. I don't say things I don't mean, Jeremy. You know that about me better than anybody alive." "Yeah, but how do you know that, though?" It came out of him thinner than he meant it to, close to breaking. "Like actually know it. Because I didn't think this through, Any of it. I thought about the room and I thought about you, and I never once thought about what Tuesday looks like, or next month, or I don't even know where we're sleeping tomorrow night. Where do we even go from here?" She didn't answer right off, which wasn't like her, and for one bad second his stomach dropped the way it had at the sound of the mute button. Then she said it plain, the way she'd told him the alert was real. "We go to Caddo Springs." He turned that over. It didn't mean anything to him, 3 flat words, some pin on a map he'd never once been shown. "Where's that?" "East of here. Piney country, past a couple towns you've never heard of either." She said it the way you'd give directions to a gas station, no weight on it at all, and that was almost the strangest part. "We meet him there. He'll know what to do. He always knows what to do." "Who's him?" "You'll understand when you meet him." The capital sat in her voice the same way it had the first time she'd ever said his own name back to him, weeks ago, in the dark behind the pump house, not loud, not dramatic, just certain, the way you'd say a fact everybody already agreed on. "Not a sheriff. Not a lawyer. Not anybody with a badge or a rule book who'd ever once had to explain himself to Jeremy Cobb. Something else." And then Jeremy looked at her face. The black and white off the screen did something to it he'd never seen daylight do. Wiped the color clean out and left only the shape of her, the fine bones of her. Her hair still damp and dark and pushed back off her forehead. Her mouth soft in a way it almost never was. Not even after, and her eyes, when she said the word him, had gone bright in a way he recognized and hated recognizing. Because he'd seen that exact brightness pointed at himself. Once, at the bus station. Her hands cold on his face and her eyes spilling over in the sodium light. It was that same look. Word for word the same look. And it wasn't for him. The jealousy came up in him sharp and sudden and shameful, a hot wire straight through the chest, and he hated himself for feeling it not 2 days after the Grange, hated that some small ugly animal part of him could still get jealous of a name with no face on it while his brother lay shot in a hospital bed 100 miles behind them. But there it was anyway, plain as the light on her cheekbone, and he couldn't make it not be there. She saw it land on him. She always saw everything land on him. She smiled small and turned all the way toward him, and took his face in both her palms the way she had on the bathroom floor, cool fingers, steady thumbs. "It's not like that," she said. "I didn't say anything. You didn't have to." Her thumbs moved slow along his jaw. It's not like that with him. Not the way you're picturing it. It's different. It's not even the same shape of thing." She searched his face a second, like she was deciding how much of it a person could actually be told, and came up short every time. It's like meeting God, Jeremy. That's the closest I can get you. You'll understand the second you're standing in front of him. Everybody does. Is he your family? Kin or... You'll understand when you meet him. Is he old? Young? Is he? You'll understand when you meet him. She said it the same 3 times running, no heat in it, no impatience either, just the same flat certain wall each time, smooth as the one the M-Tex had always thrown up whenever he'd asked her anything real. I promise you, baby. Every question you've got right now, they're going to answer themselves the second you see him. I can't do it for you. Nobody can. You just have to get there. Does he know? About the Grange. About all of it. Something crossed her face at that one quick gone before he could read it clean, and she said, he knows everything, soft, almost fond, like it was a comfort and not the strangest thing she'd said all night, and turned back to the screen, and that was the end of it. They watched the rest of the picture without talking much. The mild little man went home alone at the end to a room with peeling paint, hearing the 2 dead voices laugh at him out of the wall, and the last shot held on his face a long time, and the credits came up over it in plain white letters, and neither of them moved to change the channel. M's breathing had gone slow, and even against his shoulder somewhere around the last reel. Jeremy lay there a while longer with his eyes open, watching gray shapes move on the screen without following them, the words "we go to Caddo Springs" turning over and over in him like a stone in a tumbler, and at some point, without deciding to, he went under too. He woke to a dark room and a bladder so full it ached, the soda from hours ago finally catching up to him all at once, and for a second he didn't know the shape of anything around him, no valley, no truck, no Anson's grave, until his eyes found the blue-gray flicker of the television, muted low, and M's shape beside him, turned away, dead asleep, and it came back to him the way it always did now, in one cold rush. He got up careful, easing his weight off the mattress so the springs wouldn't complain, and made it to the bathroom in the dark by feel, and stood there a long time after, longer than he needed to, not ready yet to lie back down next to the shape of her and the thoughts that came with it. When he came out, he didn't get back in the bed. He crossed instead to the sagging little love seat wedged under the window, the vinyl cold and cracked under him, and sat down on it naked with his elbows on his knees, and didn't reach for his clothes. The television had rolled over again while he slept. Another old one, black and white, same as the last, but a different animal entirely. No cashier, no ice pick, just a dark street shot from somewhere low and close, wet cobblestone throwing back a single street lamp, and a woman walking it alone in heels, the click of them coming clear, and even through the motel's tinny little speaker, even with the volume down near nothing. She didn't look back. The camera didn't show anybody following her. But something was plain as day, in the shape of the shadows stacking up behind her one after another, in the way the light kept swallowing more of the street with every step she took, and Jeremy sat there in the dark with his own reflection ghosted faint over the screen, and felt his skin go tight along his arms watching a woman walk towards something that never once showed its face. A name came up in small letters somewhere in there, produced by someone called Val Luton, and it didn't mean a thing to him, and he forgot it again as soon as he'd read it. He thought about the Grange, the way he always did now underneath everything else, Della and Sue Bate and the wall of sound. He thought about M's body in the white light of morning and the black and white light of the television, the 2 of her he'd been given in one long day. He thought about a name he didn't have, and a face he'd never seen, and a place called Caddo Springs waiting somewhere out past the pines. And about meeting him. And what a thing like that would even feel like, a hand out. A voice. Some ordinary man standing in an ordinary room who was somehow. Impossibly. 10 kinds of thing he had no words for yet. The way she'd say it. Like meeting God, and he sat there turning it all over in the flicker of another woman's heels on another dark street. Not scared exactly anymore. Just hollowed clean out. Too tired even to be afraid on purpose. He didn't remember deciding to sleep. One foot was still on the carpet when it took him, the other drawn up onto the cushion, his head canted back against the wall under the window, and he went down into it the way he'd gone down the night before. No dreams, no gold room, no arms reaching for him, just the flat black bottom of pure exhaustion, and the television talked onto an empty room, and outside the curtain the dark held on a while longer before it let the morning back in.
Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. They crossed into Palo Pinto County a little before 8, the light coming in flat and gold from the passenger side, the mesquite throwing its shadows west across the road. Ruth drove. Aaron had the phone in the dash mount, angled to catch them both, and on the screen the kitchen at home was in its usual state of morning war. "It's not even a real word," Marcus was saying. He had his backpack on one shoulder and a Pop-Tart in his hand, and he was talking to the camera the way he talked to everything, mouth first. Susurration. Nobody has ever used that word. In history. "You just used it," Aaron said. "That doesn't count." "Spell it." Marcus rolled his eyes and spelled it, fast, sloppy, correct, wearing the same expression he wore in the batter's box, like the word was something he intended to hit. "Regional list is harder," Marcus said. "Coach says he caught himself." "Mrs. Akafer says the regional list separates the tourists from the residents." "You a resident?" Ruth said. "I'm buying properties." Behind him, Jake moved through the frame, unhurried, a duffel over his shoulder and his cap already on, and stooped into the shot the way he'd started stooping lately, like the world's doorways had all gotten personal with him. "Hey," Aaron said. "How's the arm?" "Arm's fine." "Sprint on Friday." "Sprint on Friday." Jake's version of a conversation. Then, because it was his father asking, "If we get past them, we draw Brock Saturday." Brock's got that left-handed 3-hole hitter. "The big one." "He opens his hips early on anything soft," Aaron said. "Watched him twice last summer. Spin it low and away, and he'll get himself out." The corner of Jake's mouth moved, which in Jake was applause. That's what Coach Hernandez said. Coach Hernandez is a smart man. He said spin it low and in. Coach Hernandez is a reasonably smart man. Ava's face came into the frame from below, rising like a swimmer, too close to the lens, one brown eye and the purple arc of a hearing aid, and then she settled back to where they could see her hands. She had the sketchbook under one arm. She always had the sketchbook under one arm. "Show them," Marcus said, signing it at the same time, his signing blunt and functional next to hers, a fence post next to handwriting. Ava gave him the look, the one that said she would show them when she was ready and not 1 second before, and then she propped the sketchbook against the fruit bowl and opened it to the page. She had drawn the two of them. Ruth and Aaron, from the video call 2 nights ago, framed inside the drawn border of a phone screen. Aaron's jaw in 3/4 profile, Ruth mid-word, her hand half raised in a sign she never finished. The likeness was unsettling. Not photograph unsettling. Worse. She'd caught the tiredness under Ruth's eyes and put it on the page without comment, the way a witness puts a detail in a statement. "Baby, that's..." Ruth glanced from the road to the screen and back, and Aaron signed it for her while she spoke. "That's us." "Miss Delgado wants it for the spring show," Ava signed. "She says I have to draw 2 more. A series. Faces of people while they're talking to someone they love." Her hands paused. "You two were the easiest." "Why us?" Aaron said, signing as he spoke, and Ava looked into the camera with the whole of her attention, utterly unhurried. "Because you make the same face," she signed. Both of you. The exact same face. Then the bus honked from out in the world and the kitchen detonated, backpacks, the Pop-Tart abandoned, Marcus shouting a goodbye with his mouth full, Ava blowing a kiss with enough force to knock the phone flat against the fruit bowl so that the last thing they saw was the ceiling fan, and Jake's voice, off camera, steady as a dial tone. I've got them. Locking up now. Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad. 16 years old, 3 weeks of driver's license, herding his brother and sister out the door with the truck keys in his fist. The call ended. The cab was quiet. The road ran on through the mesquite. The same face, Aaron said after a mile. I heard her. She's 12, Aaron. She read us off that screen like a case file. Ruth shook her head at the road. And Marcus. You know what keeps getting me? He comes home with that permission slip 3 weeks ago and lays it on the table like he's daring somebody to laugh. The kid who has to be told to stop eating. A spelling bee. Nobody laughed. Jake looked at him over that book for about a year and a half. That's not laughing. That's Jake doing the math. Aaron stretched his legs into the footwell. Marcus has to win something every calendar month, or he starts chewing the furniture. Baseball season's got a gap in it. He found a bracket he could enter. Simple as that. You think it's that simple. I think he'll tell us at Thanksgiving 10 years from now what it was really about, and it'll be a girl. Ruth laughed, and it felt good, and she let herself have it for the length of a fence line. The phone rang in the mount. Tina CHEN. Aaron touched the screen. Tate. Morning. You two on the road. 40 minutes out of Mineral Wells. Ruth's driving, you're on the speaker. What do you have? Bank came through. Warrant served at open of business, and their counsel had everything to us by 9:15. Multiple homicide buys you a different class of cooperation. The compliance officer kept asking if there was anything else we needed. Keys rattled under her voice, that light fast keystroke rhythm. So, Myra Holt's checking account, 18 months. Go ahead. Deposits. Person-to-person transfers, mostly the peer apps, 2 straight wires. Amounts run $1,500 to $4,000. 17 deposits across the 18 months, irregular intervals. And every one of them she withdraws in cash, usually within a day or two, sometimes same day. Branch withdrawals, ATM runs in stages. The account never carries much of a balance. Money comes in electronic and goes out paper. Senders. Aaron said. 11 distinct originating accounts across the 17 deposits. A few repeat. I've got names off the transfer records, names and nothing else, because that's as far as the warrant reaches. Their side of the banking is out of bounds. We don't have probable cause to open the financials of 11 people whose only known act is sending money to a person of interest, and no judge would sign it if we asked. If we want to know why they paid her, somebody has to go knock on doors. What do the names look like? They look like men. All 11. The ones I've backgrounded so far run mid-30s to about 60. Geographically scattered, Weatherford, Granbury, 2 in Fort Worth, 1 down in Waco. Men sending a 23-year-old a few thousand at a time, Ruth said, eyes on the road. Irregular intervals. Cashed out fast. I know what it looks like, Tina said. It looks like she was working. Escorting, some arrangement through the apps. It wouldn't be unusual, the amounts fit, the demographic fits, the scatter fits. A lot of college girls do it to cover rent and tuition. Could be, Aaron said. Could be a few other things too. We're not going to guess it from a spreadsheet. Tina, we're tied up in Mineral Wells most of the day, so run it from your end. Split the list. Brett takes Weatherford and Granbury. They're close enough he can knock on both doors before supper. Jake Ramirez takes the Fort Worth pair. You work backgrounds ahead of them and feed them what you find. And nobody goes in heavy. These men haven't been accused of anything, and the first one who feels accused lawyers up and phones the other 10 by supper time. It's a routine financial inquiry. We're tracing transactions connected to an ongoing investigation, and we'd appreciate their cooperation. We want the why, Ruth said toward the mount, and the how it started. How they knew her, who contacted who, what the payments were for. Word for word, wherever they'll let you write it down. And Waco. Waco keeps until we hear what the first four say, Aaron said. One of you can make the drive tomorrow, if it's worth making. A copy. Brett's rolling within the hour. The call ended. The road bent north, and the country began to change under them, the flat giving way to the first low swells of the Palo Pinto Hills, cedar going dark up the slopes. A sign said Mineral, WLS 31. Escorting would explain the deposits, Aaron said. It would. It's the ordinary answer, and most of the time the ordinary answer is the answer. Ruth eased off for a curve and let the truck gather itself back up on the far side. But it doesn't tell us anything about the cash, one way or the other. Maybe she didn't trust banks. Maybe she was dodging taxes. Maybe she was paying for something we haven't found yet. Maybe somebody told her too. That's 4 maybes. That's why we've got 4 interviews coming. We'll know more tonight than we know this morning. That's the whole job. Her mother might close a few of those maybes herself. Or open 6 new ones. Ruth checked her mirrors and settled her hands on the wheel. Either way, we listen first. Mineral wells came up out of the country ahead of them, water tower first, like a hand raised at the back of a classroom, waiting to be called on. The address Jake Ramirez had pulled off the deed was on the northeast side, past the school and the water tower, where the pavement gave out its ambitions 1 street at a time, curb and gutter, then no curb, then a chip seal lane running along a fence line with the hills showing between the houses. The houses were small and old and mostly kept. Frame houses with deep porches, window units laboring, a bass boat under a carport tarp, a yard sign for a high school booster club 2 seasons out of date. A dog came off a porch 3 houses down and escorted the Range Rover at a trot along the inside of a fence, taking the job seriously, and gave them over at the property line to nobody. The Holt place was the 4th on the left. A white frame house gone gray at the seams, 1 story, a porch with a swing on rusted chains, and a coffee can of sand by the steps that had been catching cigarette butts since before Mara Holt was born, though there were no butts in it now, only sand. The yard was mowed. The flower bed along the porch had been weeded recently, and planted with the kind of flowers that came in flats from the hardware store, marigolds and periwinkles, set in even rows. A Ford sedan with a handicap tag, hanging from the mirror, sat in the gravel drive. Everything about the place said the same thing, not much taken care of. Across the lane, an old man in a lawn chair under a hackberry tree watched them park. He had a radio on the ground beside him, talking quietly to itself, and a fly swatter across his knee. And he watched them the way old men in small towns watched everything, without apology. When Ruth looked over at him, he lifted the fly swatter about an inch off his knee and set it back down, which in that country was a full conversation, and went back to his radio. They went up the walk. Ruth knocked, stepped back off the mat, and stood where she could be seen whole through the screen, the courtesy you learned early, knocking on doors in Texas. The woman who came to the door was small and square-built, 60 or near it, in jeans and a plaid shirt with the sleeves rolled, and her gray-brown hair pulled back the way women pull it back to work, not to be seen. She had a dish towel over one shoulder. She looked at them through the screen, the badges, the hats, and Ruth watched the blood leave her face in the space of 1 second, watched her hand come up and grip the door frame, and knew what the woman was seeing, because it was what every mother saw when the law came up her walk in the morning. A folded flag, a chaplain, the end of the world. "Is she dead?" the woman said. Is my daughter dead? No, ma'am, Ruth said, fast and plain, because that answer you didn't make a person wait for. No. As far as we know, Mara is alive and well. That's not why we're here. The woman didn't move. Her hand stayed on the frame, holding on to it, and her eyes went from Ruth to Aaron and back, checking the answer against their faces the way people did, not trusting the words yet. You're sure? We have no reason to believe anything's happened to her. I'd tell you if we did. I'm Ruth Baker, Texas Rangers. This is my partner, Aaron Tate. Are you Mara's mother? Kathy Holt. She said it automatically, still holding the frame. Then something else moved in behind her eyes, arriving late, the second fear, the one that came after the first one let go. Then what? If she's not hurt, then Rangers don't drive out here for nothing. What's she done? We'd like to talk to you about her, Ruth said. May we come in? Kathy Holt looked at them a moment longer. Then she pushed the screen open and stood back, because that was what you did in that house, in that town, when the law asked. You let them in and you got them coffee, and whatever was wrong, you met it at your own kitchen table and not on your porch with the whole lane watching. The house inside was dim and clean, and smelled like coffee and lemon dish soap. A recliner facing a television with the sound off. A couch with a crocheted throw squared over the back. A wall of framed photographs going down the hallway in the order families, hang them, wedding, babies, school years climbing the wall grade by grade. And a shelf near the window with a Bible on it, and a church directory, and a bud vase with 2 plastic flowers. Kathy Holt put them at the kitchen table and poured coffee nobody had asked for from a pot that was already on, and set out a sugar bowl, and then sat down across from them with her hands wrapped around her own cup, and waited. Mrs. Holt, Ruth said. When did you last hear from Mara? Sunday before last. No hesitation. A woman who kept that ledger without trying. She calls Sundays. She's called every Sunday since her first week at school, 5 years, you could set a clock. Except she stopped. Ruth waited. Except this year it got different, Kathy Holt said. The calls. She still made them, near about every week, but they got short. She used to talk half an hour, 45 minutes, her classes, her roommate, girls in the sorority I never met but I knew all their business anyway. Something that wanted to be a smile touched her mouth and didn't stay. This past year it's 10 minutes. 15. And it's me doing the talking. I'd hang up and Bill Pruitt's granddaughter had told me more about her week at the Sonic Drive-In than my own daughter told me from Austin. When did that start? The call's getting short. Last fall, I'd say. Around the holidays, it was already that way. She came home at Christmas, and she turned her cup a quarter turn on the table. She was here 4 days. She was sweet. She helped me with everything, went to church with me, sat right there where you're sitting. And I couldn't have told you one thing she was thinking the whole 4 days. It was like having a very polite guest. Was that unlike her? Ranger, I raised that girl in this house. She talked in her sleep. Kathy Holt looked at the wall of photographs down the hall as if the answer were hanging there. Mara never had a thought she didn't share with me. Drove her daddy crazy. He'd come in off a shift wanting quiet, and the 2 of us would be going like a sewing circle. So yes, it was unlike her. It was so unlike her, I lay awake over it, and then I told myself what you tell yourself. She's grown. She's 23. They pull away, that's the whole point of raising them, you raise them to leave. My sister told me that, and I made myself believe it. Is Mara's father, Aaron said, and let it hang gentle. Gone 11 years. He was a lineman for Anchor. Storm work down near Stephenville. She said it the way people said long-settled griefs, worn smooth. It's been Mara and Denny and me since she was 12. Denny's your son. 19. He's at work. He's got the early shift at the tire place on 180. She glanced at the clock over the stove, an automatic mother's glance, placing her children on the map of the day. You don't need Denny's. Denny and Mara, they love each other, but 4 years apart, a boy and a girl, they never did run in the same yard. He knows less than I do, and I'm learning this morning how little that is. Ruth let that sit a moment. Then, evenly, did Mara tell you why she took the spring semester off? Kathy Holt's head came up. She didn't take the semester off. The kitchen was quiet. Out on the lane, the neighbor's radio said something small and far away, and went back under. She's in school, Kathy Holt said. She was doing her field placement in the spring. That's what she called it, field work, for the psychology degree. Some kind of residency out in the country, she said. A small town, studying, I don't know exactly. Community, she said. How small towns hold together. She said the cell service was no good out there. That's why some Sundays the call didn't come, and she stopped. Her hands had gone still around the cup. Ruth watched her run it back through. Weeks of it, the missed Sundays, the bad signal excuse, the 10-minute calls, watched the woman hold the story she'd been given up against the fact of 2 rangers at her table, and watched it start to come apart in her hands. That wasn't true, she said. It wasn't a question. The field work. The university has her on a leave of absence for the spring, Ruth said. We're trying to locate her and talk to her. That's the whole of it. Locate her. Cassie Holt looked from one of them to the other. Talk to her about what? You come out from, where'd you even come out from, 2 rangers before 9 in the morning, for a girl who's never had so much as a speeding ticket. I know my rights enough to know you don't have to tell me. I'm asking you anyway. Person to person. What do you think my daughter's done? Ruth had sat in 100 kitchens like this one and been asked that question in most of them, and she'd learned the long way that there were only 2 mistakes you could make with it: telling everything and telling nothing. Her name has come up in a case we're working, she said. I'm not going to pretend it's a small case, because you'd find out otherwise, and you'd never trust another word I said. But nobody has charged Mara with anything. We're just trying to locate her, like I said. And we were hoping you might be able to tell us about her, so we can understand who she is as a person. Maybe, if we understand her better, we'll be able to locate her more easily. So I'd ask you to just tell me about your daughter, Mrs. Holt. Start anywhere you like. For a long moment, Kathy Holt didn't say anything. She looked at Ruth, the way the old man across the lane had looked at the truck, taking her full measure without apology. Then she got up, went down the hall, and came back with a framed photograph off the wall, and set it on the table between them, turned to face Ruth. A girl of about 10 in a church dress, gap where a tooth should have been, holding up a certificate with a gold seal nearly as big as her head. Scripture Memory Award, Kathy Holt said. Vacation Bible School. She won it 3 years straight and cried the year she didn't. She sat back down. You want to know who Mara is? That's who Mara is. She kept every word of it, too. Her daddy used to say she had the whole book of Proverbs in her before she had her times tables. She pulled the dish towel off her shoulder, folded it once, and laid it in her lap, her hands finally finding something to do. I'll tell you about my daughter, Ranger. And then before you leave, you're going to tell me what case. That's fair, Ruth said, and took out her notebook, and let the woman start anywhere she liked. Mrs. Holt, Ruth said, we'd like to start with Myra growing up. Before Austin. Whatever you can tell us helps us know who we're looking for. Ask me anything. Aaron took out his notebook and set it on the table and clicked his pen. Kathy Holt watched him do it. Was she raised here? Ruth said. This house. Born at Palo Pinto General, raised in this house her whole life. Same bedroom, back of the hall, till the day we drove her to Austin. What was she like as a girl? Aaron said. talkative, happy. She read everything she could get her hands on, and she talked your ear off about all of it. Kathy Holt turned her cup a quarter turn on the table. She was easy, if I'm honest. Her brother gave me gray hair. Mara never did. Any trouble growing up? Ruth said. School, other kids, anything at all? No, ma'am. Not once. You can ask at the school, half of them that taught her are still there. Honor roll most years. She ran cross country. She worked summers from 15 on, first the snow cone stand out by the lake, then checking groceries at Brookshire's. Mr. Prout, there would tell you the old folks used to line up in her lane on purpose, just to visit with her. Aaron wrote. Prout, he said. P-R-U-T-T. Yes, sir. Jean Prout. He's still the manager. Friends. Ruth said. Plenty. No pack, if you know what I mean. She wasn't one that ran in a pack. But girls came to her. Sat right out there on that porch with her for hours. Girls older than her, too. I never understood it, and I never questioned it. She listened. Most people don't. Anyone she was especially close to. Somebody she'd still be in touch with now. Katie Lindqvist all through school. Katie's in Abilene now, married, 2 babies. They text at Christmas, birthdays. That's about what's left of it. You could talk to Katie. She'd tell you the same as me. Lindqvist, Aaron said. L-I-N-D. Q-V-I-S-T. It's Swedish. Her married name's Dahlin now. I've got her number in my phone if you want it. We'd appreciate that, Ruth said. Kathy Holt got up and took a phone off the charger by the toaster and worked the screen with one finger, holding it at arm's length. She read the number out twice. Aaron read it back to her, and she nodded and set the phone face up on the counter and sat back down. Boyfriends. Ruth said. 1. Junior year, a boy named Ross Tackett played baseball. It lasted about 5 months and ended over nothing, and he cried harder than she did. She put her hand flat on the table. He manages the Sonic now. He'd be embarrassed I told you that. Church was a big part of her life, Aaron said. We understand her faith is serious. First Baptist, 3 blocks over. She was baptized in it, sang in the youth choir, went on the mission trip to Laredo that she paid for herself out of babysitting money. She nodded at the photograph lying on the table between them, the gap-toothed girl with the certificate. That wasn't me pushing, I'll tell you that. Plenty of kids get dragged to church. Mara took to it on her own. Did that continue in Austin? Ruth said. Far as I know, it never stopped. She found a church up there her first month. And there was a group at the school, a girls' group, faith-based. She told me about it maybe 2 years ago. She looked from Ruth to Aaron. I expect you know about it, or you wouldn't be asking. We've heard it mentioned, Ruth said. How was she after her father passed? Cassie Holt picked the dish towel up off her lap, folded it in half, and laid it back down. The clack over the stove filled the pause. Quiet for about a year. She was 12. She stepped up around this house more than a child that age should have to, helped me with her brother, helped me with everything. I'd come in from work and find her making supper with her homework propped against the flour canister. She looked at the photograph on the table while she said it. And then she came out of it. Some kids come out of a thing like that hard. She came out of it kind. That's the only word I have for it. Tell us about college, Aaron said. How'd that come about? She did it all herself. Junior year, I found out she'd been staying after school with the counselor working on applications, scholarships, financial aid, every form there is. First I heard of half of it was when the letter came from Austin. She waited in the yard for me to get home so we could open it together. She stopped. She reached over and moved the sugar bowl an inch to the left, then moved it back. She had her scholarship and her grants and her loans and her summer jobs, and she never asked me for $1. I wired her money once her first fall, when the car broke down. She paid back every cent at Christmas, whether I wanted it or not. Why psychology? Ruth said. To be a counselor. Schools or families in trouble, she went back and forth on which. She told me once that everybody she ever knew who went wrong, there was a spot where one person listening could have turned it around. She wanted to be the one listening. Kathy Holt set her cup down. You two sit at tables like this one for a living. I expect you know whether that's true. Sometimes it's true, Ruth said. Well, she believed it all the way down. When she left for Austin, Aaron said, any trouble settling in? Homesickness, money, anything that worried you? Homesick her whole first year and too proud to say it. I could hear it on the phone. By the second year she'd found her feet, the sorority, and the roommate, Sloane. Louisiana girl. Mara brought her home one Thanksgiving, and she ate like a field hand, and we loved her. She looked at Ruth. Have you talked to Sloane? We've spoken with her, Ruth said. She spoke well of Mara. She would. They were good to each other. Kathy Holt got up, brought the pot from the counter, and topped off both their cups without asking. She stood a moment with the pot in her hand, looking at the photographs going down the hallway wall. Then she came back to the table and sat and squared the pot on a folded pot holder in front of her. So that's the girl who left this house, Rangers. Church, school, work, and not one speck of trouble in 23 years. I'll answer anything you ask me. But you're not describing anybody I know yet, and I want to hear you say you understand that. We understand it, Mrs. Holt, Ruth said. It's why we're here. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The Sonic on the east side of Mineral Wells was between rushes when they pulled in. The car hop stands empty. One girl on skates leaning against the order board with her headset pushed back off one ear. Ross Tackett came out from the back when the girl went and got him, wiping his hands on a rag, a big man gone soft through the middle with a manager's polo and a lanyard of keys, and when Ruth put her credentials up, he read them twice and looked from her to Aaron and said, "This is about Mara." What makes you say that? Ruth said. Her mama called me 20 minutes ago. He said it plainly, no apology in it. Said 2 Rangers were asking about Mara growing up, and they'd likely get to me. Said tell them whatever they want to know. He folded the rag over the lanyard. So ask. They asked. It took 11 minutes, and it confirmed the mother to the letter. He'd dated Mara Holt 5 months their junior year, homecoming to spring, and it had ended in the parking lot of this same Sonic, before it was his, and no, there hadn't been a fight, and no, there hadn't been another boy, and no, nothing had ever been off about her. Not once, not anything. She told me she liked me fine, but she could see the whole thing from up above, is how she put it. Like a map. Said she could see where it went, and it didn't go anywhere, and it wasn't right to spend my time or hers pretending different. He looked out at the order board a moment. I was 16. I cried like a baby right about where your truck's sitting. Took me 10 years to figure out that was the kindest anybody ever broke up with anybody. You keep in touch. Aaron said. Christmas Eve service, when she'd be home. She'd always come find me and ask after my folks. He shrugged. Last couple years she wasn't home for it. That's the whole of what I know, Rangers. Is she in trouble? We're trying to locate her, Ruth said. If she contacts you, we'd appreciate a call. She left a card on the counter, and he looked at it without picking it up, and they thanked him and went back out into the heat. The high school kept them waiting in the front office, while the principal found the teacher they wanted between periods. Donna Bracewell, English, 26 years in the same classroom, met them in a conference room with a stack of ungraded essays under one arm, and set them down and gave the Rangers 40 minutes she plainly did not have. She remembered Myra Holt. She pulled the memory up the way she pulled up any student, by the work first. Clean writer. Not showy. She'd turn in a personal essay, and you'd realize at the end, she'd told you everything about the person she was writing about and nothing about herself. And she'd done it on purpose, and you couldn't find the seam. She tapped the stack of essays in front of her. I've had 2, maybe 3 in 26 years, who could do that at 16. UIL prose reading, 2 years. She'd read a piece to a gym full of teenagers, and you could hear the air conditioning. Not because she was loud. Because they went quiet. Any trouble? Aaron said. Discipline, attendance, anything in the file. Nothing. And I'd know, I keep my own files up here. She touched her temple. You want to know what I remember most? Where she sat. 3rd row, next to the window. Not the front, the front's for the ones who need you to see them working. Not the back's for the ones hiding. 3rd row, by the window. Sees the whole room and the parking lot too. She gathered her essays back up. Whatever you're not telling me you want with her, Rangers, I'll say this on the record. That girl paid attention. To everything. Some students you teach. That one was taking notes on all of us. The Reverend Dale Mott had been at First Baptist 11 years, long enough to have confirmed Mara, but not to have baptized her. And he received them in a church office with a window unit going and a wall of paperback commentaries swollen with age. He confirmed the choir, the lock-ins, the Laredo trip. He got out a photo album from the trip without being asked, the youth group in matching t-shirts in front of a half-painted cinderblock church, and Myra Holt at the end of the 2nd row, 15 years old, squinting into the border sun. She wrote me from Austin her first 2 years, he said. Real letters, paper letters, maybe one a semester. Wanted book recommendations. Wanted to argue about them after, which I'll tell you is a pastor's favorite kind of mail. He turned the album square to the desk edge. Then the letters stopped. I put it down to growing up. Kids find a church up there or they find a life up there, and either way the letters stop. He looked at the photograph a moment. I take it you can't tell me what this concerns. We're trying to locate her, Ruth said. Well. He closed the album. When you do, tell her brother Dale still owes her a letter on the Merton book. She'll know the one. They ate lunch standing up at the Crazy Water drive-through window because Aaron wanted to be able to say he had, and were on US 180 westbound by noon, the hills flattening out ahead of them into Mesquite Country, Breckenridge, and Albany going by, the radio traffic thinning with the towns. The Little Acorns Preschool in Abilene was a low brick building off Buffalo Gap Road with a playground on the side behind chain link, and they timed it to the afternoon recess the director had given them by phone. Katie Dahlan came out to the fence line to meet them, a compact woman in a denim jumper with a whistle on a cord around her neck and a walkie on her hip, and she kept her body half-turned to the yard the whole time she talked, her eyes doing a slow, automatic circuit of the climbing frame and the sandbox and back. Mrs. Holt called me this morning, she said. I've been sick to my stomach since. You can't tell me anything, I understand that, she told me that too. Ask me whatever you want. They walked her through it, Ruth asking, Aaron writing, the recess noise coming through the fence in waves. And for 20 minutes Katie Dahlan confirmed the mother, confirmed the boyfriend, confirmed the teacher. Ordinary, kind, steady, no trouble, no drugs, no wild nights. A girl who did her homework at other people's kitchen tables and got hugged by other people's mothers. Then Ruth asked the question she asked at the end of every interview like this one. Is there anything you remember, anything at all, that didn't fit? Something that surprised you? Even once? Katie Dahlan didn't answer right away. Her eyes went around the yard, the climbing frame, the sandbox, and came back. There's one thing, she said. It's nothing. It's stupid. It was one night 10 years ago. Those are usually the ones we drive out for, Ruth said. The county fair. Summer after junior year. She put a hand on the chain link and looked at the fence instead of at them. There was a hypnotist. One of those stage shows in the tent by the midway. You know, volunteers come up, cluck like a chicken, forget their own name, everybody laughs. We only went in because it was air-conditioned. She stopped. Out in the yard, a child yelled and another child yelled back, and her eyes flicked over and sorted it and came back. He was older. 50s maybe. Dark-skinned man, silver at the temples, dressed sharp, not carnival sharp, actually sharp. And he had, I don't know how to say it so it doesn't sound like nothing. He had a voice and a way about him. He'd look at a person in the third row, and that person would stand up. He never raised his voice the whole show. He'd just say a thing like it was already true, and it would sort of become true. The whole tent. Grown men. It wasn't tricks, or it didn't feel like tricks. It felt like the rest of us were guessing at our lives, and he wasn't. And Mara. Ruth said. The blush came up Katie Dolan's neck before she answered, and she laughed at herself, one short embarrassed breath, and shook her head. Mara couldn't take her eyes off him. And I don't mean interested. I'd sat next to that girl through 4 years of movies and boys, and I never once saw her look at anything the way she looked at that man. She had her hands flat on her knees, and she'd quit blinking. And I'm going to say the rest of it, because you drove all the way out here, and Mrs. Holt said tell everything. She looked at the yard. She was worked up. Turned on. I was 17, I didn't have words for it then, but I knew what I was sitting next to. I remember being embarrassed for her, and then being scared for her, which made no sense. We were at the fair, there was cotton candy. Scared how? Ruth said. What did you think might happen? That she'd do something foolish. Like what? I don't know. Something crazy. On a whim, spur of the moment, just up and do something. She turned the whistle cord in her fingers. After the show, she wouldn't leave. Everybody filed out and she walked down front to the rope, where he was packing up his table, and she just stood there. Waiting to be seen. I had to pull her arm twice, and the second time she looked at me like she didn't know me. Half a second and then she was Mara again, and we got corn dogs and she never said one word about it, and I never brought it up. That was it. That's the whole thing. 10 years and I never told anybody, because what is there to tell? A girl watched a fair show. Had she ever done anything like that before? Ruth said. Impulsive. Out of character. No. Never. But. She stopped there. Out in the yard, 2 of her 4-year-olds had gotten a game going on the climbing frame, chasing each other around and around the platform, shrieking, and Katie Dolan watched them go around 3 times before she finished it. Sometimes the quiet ones can surprise you. You know. The ones who never say anything, never do anything, never go anywhere. One fine day it's like they blossom and just explode. Burst out of their quiet coffins and come to life. She shook her head, still watching the children. Mara was like that underneath. Like a wind-up doll that could burst into motion any time. At least that's what I thought. I was the only one who wasn't surprised when she decided to go off to the city for college. Nobody around here does that usually. Most of us don't even go to college. A high school diploma is good enough for mineral wells. She looked back at Ruth. It was good enough for me. I got my associate's nights after my first was born. Mara was the one who was going to be somebody. Is she all right? When was the fair exactly? Ruth said. Which summer? Junior year. July, I want to say. It was the Palo Pinto County Fair. They run it every summer. She frowned. You want to know about the hypnotist? We want to know about everything, Ruth said. Do you remember a name? Off the banner, the ticket, anything? No. There was a banner over the stage, but I couldn't tell you what it said. It was 10 years ago, and I went in for the air conditioning. She looked between the two of them, and Ruth watched her arrive at the edge of the thing and decide not to ask. Her mama's going to call me tonight and ask what I told you. Tell her the truth, Ruth said. You told us about your friend. If anything else comes back to you, anything, that card has my cell on it. The whistle blew behind them as they walked back to the truck, 2 short bursts, and the yard noise reorganized itself, and Katie Dolan's voice carried over the fence, counting heads. They were 40 minutes east of Abilene, the sun dropping into the mirrors, when Aaron's phone rang in the mount. Tina Chen. He touched the screen and put it on speaker. Tate. Ruth's here. Reports are in from Brett and Jake. All 4 interviews done, Weatherford, Granbury, both Fort Worth. Paper moved under Tina's voice. You want the short version first. All 4 confirmed the payments. Nobody denied, nobody lawyered. And all 4 told us the same thing, they were clients. Her clients. She advised them. Advised them on what? Aaron said. That's the long version. On nothing is the answer. Not one of the 4 would say. Brett's Weatherford man, that's Kessler, owns a welding supply company, said it was a private consulting arrangement, and that the money was for her time. And when Brett asked what the consulting concerned, the man looked at his own kitchen table for about 15 seconds and said he'd rather not get into the specifics. It was personal, and it had nothing to do with anything the Rangers could be investigating. Polite as church the whole time, Brett says. And a closed door. And the others. Variations. The Granbury man, prior, he's a large animal vet. She was helping me with something, it's private, I paid her for her time. It was worth every dollar. Direct quote, Brett underlined it. Jake's 2 in Fort Worth. An orthodontist named Whitfield and a man named Solis who sells commercial insurance. Same shape. She advised them it was personal, the money was for her time, no they won't say on what, no there was nothing improper. And this is Jake's read, both of them meant that last part. He pushed the obvious question at both of them, careful, and he says the orthodontist laughed at him. Not nervous laughing. Like Jake had asked whether he paid his priest for sex. Ruth watched the road. How'd it start? Who found who? Asked all 4. 3 of them said a referral and wouldn't give the name. Kessler said, quote, you don't find her. Somebody who knows you brings you. End quote. Brett asked brings you where, and Kessler said that was a figure of speech and stood up, and that was the interview. What's your read? Aaron said. You've got all 4 transcripts in front of you. My read is the escort theory's in trouble, Tina said. Not dead men lie about exactly this, all day, every day. But these 4 aren't lying the same way men lie about that. There's no shame in the room, that's what Brett and Jake both flagged independently. Embarrassment, yes, the embarrassment of a man asked about something private. Not guilt. And here's the other thing. I ran all 4 against each other every way I know. Different trades, different towns, different churches, different ages, no shared employer, no shared club, no lodge, no gym, nothing on social media connecting any 2 of them. An orthodontist, a vet, a welding supply owner, an insurance man. Whatever she advised them on, it's not a trade thing and it's not a neighbor thing. The only visible thing those 4 men have in common in this world is her. And 11 of them, Ruth said. And 11 of them. Waco's still sitting there, plus the other 6 we haven't touched. You want us to keep going down the list tomorrow? Keep going, Aaron said. Same soft approach. And Tina, have Brett and Jake write up demeanor, not just answers. Word for word where they've got it. Already told them. Anything from the mothers. A childhood without a scratch on it, Ruth said. We'll brief it tonight. The call ended. The mesquite ran by, going gold, and neither of them said anything for a couple of miles. Advised, Aaron said. 11 men, 4 trades so far, no 2 alike, and every one of them would rather have a ranger standing in his kitchen thinking the worst than say the word out loud. That's the part I keep turning over. These are grown men in a multiple homicide investigation. Brett and Jake didn't lead with that, but men can smell the size of a thing. The cheapest way out of that kitchen is the truth. She was my escort, gets a ranger out of your house in 5 minutes and never coming back. They didn't take the cheap way out. Whatever the real answer is, it costs them more than the suspicion does. Or it protects something they want protected. Or that. Ruth adjusted the visor against the dropping sun. Kessler's line. You don't find her, somebody who knows you brings you. Referral only. No advertising, no trail. Same discipline as the bank account. Same discipline as everything. The fake name in Shadow Creek. The cash. The bus ticket. She was quiet a moment. And then there's the fare. 10 years ago. A girl watched a stage show. A girl who never wanted anything, wanted something once in front of a witness. That's all it is, and I'm not making it more than that. But you heard the same word I did, from the friend and from all 4 of those men, near enough. Ruth checked her mirrors. Authority. A person who says a thing like it's already true. Katie Dolan sat next to it for 1 hour in a tent and remembered it for 10 years. Now we've got 4 grown men paying a 23-year-old for her time and defending her to rangers like a congregation. You think she came out of that tent wanting to be him? I think I don't know what she came out of that tent wanting, and I'm not going to guess it from a whistle stop and 4 no comments. She eased around a stock trailer and back into the lane. What I know is the picture doesn't add. Her mother gave us a girl who listened. The men gave us a girl who talks and gets paid for it, and paid well. Both of those can't be the whole person, and the distance between them is the last year of her life, the year the calls went short. Something happened in there, or somebody. So tomorrow the team keeps knocking. We get the fair angle moving, county fair keeps vendor contracts, the hypnotist had a booking has a name on it. 10 years is a long time, but fairs keep paper. She settled her hands on the wheel. And I want to know what 11 men were buying. Because whatever it was, Jeremy Cobb got it for free, and look what it cost him. The sun went the rest of the way down behind them, and the road ran on east into the dark.
Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. The light through the curtain gap found him on the loveseat again, and for the second morning running, Jeremy woke up already ashamed and couldn't have said of what. His neck had a crick in it like a bent nail. Somewhere in the night she put the bedspread over him. He had no memory of it, just the fact of it, tucked up under his chin the way his mama used to before his mama was a person who left. And when he worked his eyes open, Em was sitting cross-legged on the made bed in her jeans and one of his t-shirts, hair combed, watching him. Not soft. Not mean. Watching him the way he'd seen his daddy stand at the fence line and look at the bottomland in March, figuring what it would take. You slept out here, she said. Didn't want to wake you. She let the lie sit in the room until it finished being a lie all on its own, and then she let it go, and the letting go felt like being forgiven for something, and the feeling of being forgiven by her went through him warm as coffee, and some far back room in him, the one he kept the door shut on, noted that she hadn't actually said one word. He shut the door on it. Get up, she said. Shower. Wait. Today we start. Start what? Making you disappear. The shower in that place ran hot for exactly 4 minutes, and he knew it now the way he'd once known which stair creaked at home, and he stood under it with his forehead on the fiberglass and let it beat on the back of his neck, and did the thing he'd started doing in there, which was let his face come apart where the water would carry it off and nobody had to know, not even him. 3 days. His brother was alive in a bed 100 miles behind him with a piece of metal against his spine, alive. The TV had said alive. And he held that word the way you hold a coal. It burned and he would not put it down, and Della was not alive. And Sue Bate was not. And Drew was not. Drew, who had come toward him reaching. And Jeremy Cobb stood in a motel shower with water in his mouth and pressed down on all of it. Pressed down hard the way you'd press a wound. The way she'd taught him. Until it stopped moving under his hands. Then the hot ran out and drove him back into the world. She had food on the little round table when he came out. She'd been to the machine and the gas station across the lot while he was in there. He hadn't even heard the door. 2 coffees, a carton of milk, honey buns in their wrappers, a banana for him because she'd noticed he ate them, and he had not once seen her notice. That was her all over. She never seemed to be looking, and she never missed anything. The TV was going low in the corner, the morning shows, ladies laughing at a long bright counter about something in an oven, and the 2 of them ate honey buns off napkins in a room that smelled like bleach and her shampoo and last night's hamburger sack. And it was so ordinary, it was so much like being married, that his chest hurt worse than it had in the shower. "Don't watch the news today," she said, not looking up from her coffee. "There's nothing on it we need and everything on it that'll wreck you. Today you need to be empty. Can you do that for me?" He said he could. He would have said he could fly. She went out mid-morning with the ball cap pulled low and the big jacket swallowing her, and she was gone an hour and a half, and being in that room without her was a thing he had no name for yet, so he'd started giving it chores. He washed the coffee cups in the bathroom sink. He made the bed even though she'd made it. He stood at the curtain gap and watched the parking lot, the tan Buick gone from its slot. A housekeeping cart 2 doors down. A man in an undershirt smoking by the ice machine like it was a job, and his heart did its running wild thing the whole time. 3 weeks old now. That heart, ever since the bus pulled out with her hand pressed white to the window. And it didn't quit until the Buick swung back into the lot, and he saw the shape of her through the windshield. And then it quit all at once. Like a dog told to sit. She came in with plastic bags from 3 different stores and laid it all out on the bedspread in rows, straight as pews. Clippers still in the package. A box of hair color, brown gone near black. Jeans stiff and dark. A canvas shirt. T-shirts, one from a thrift store with a pipeline company's logo cracked half off from going through somebody else's wash 100 times. New clothes on a working man read wrong, she said before he could ask. Everything about you has to look like it's been lived in a while, in boots, square-toed, scuffed gray at the toe, a half size off his own. Wire-rim glasses with plain glass in them. And a cap dark blue that said HUGO feed and supply over the bill. "Whose is all this?" he said, and meant it half as a joke, and she looked up at him with her pale eyes and didn't take it as one. "Yours," she said. "Sit." She put the desk chair in the bathroom under the bulb and cut his hair, and that was the first time Jeremy cried in front of her since the bathroom floor. He didn't mean to, and he fought it, and it beat him anyway. Silent. Just water. Staring at the wall while the clippers walked up over his ears, because his mama had cut his hair in their kitchen with a towel around his neck till he was 9. And after her it was Mr. Pike in town who did it the same way, because everybody knew how the Cobb boys wore it. And every soft brown curl of it hitting that motel tile was another rope cut. And he sat there feeling himself come loose from the last of it. From the valley. From the kitchen. From his mama's hands. And the tears just ran. Em didn't stop cutting. She didn't cluck at him or hold him or tell him hush. She put one cool hand flat on the crown of his head to steady it and kept working, easy and sure, and somehow that was better than holding. That was the thing that let him get it done and get it over, and by the time she tipped his chin up to even the front he was empty and quiet and grateful to her in a way that scared him. Then the dye sharp as ammonia, her fingers working it through in the smell of it, a towel around his shoulders, 20 minutes on the edge of the tub watching her sweep his old hair into a plastic bag while the TV talked to itself in the other room. Then the rinse her hands again. Then she stood him in front of the mirror. A stranger looked back at him out of his own eyes. Cropped dark hair, the bones of his face all out in the open where the curls used to soften them. Older, harder, nobody's wayward boy. She slid the glasses onto him from behind, both hands, careful over his ears, and the stranger got another step further off, and Jeremy stood there looking at him with his heart doing something complicated, grief in it, sure, but under the grief, coming up through it like a green shoot through a burnt field, something that felt terribly like relief. That face hadn't done anything. That face had never stood in a doorway. He hated how good it felt to look at a face that hadn't done anything. "They'll be looking for your hair first," Em said, watching him watch himself, her chin near his shoulder in the mirror. "People remember hair and they remember how a man carries himself, and the face comes third. That's just true. It's how eyes work. You could walk past your own sheriff in a Walmart with different hair and a different walk, and he'd drive home and never know it." She took the towel off his shoulders and snapped it once, brisk, done. "The glasses change the shape of you. That's all they're for. Come eat." Lunch was gas station sandwiches in triangle boxes and a bag of chips split between them. Eaten at the round table with the game shows going. And she talked the whole time in her flat schoolteacher way about hair and eyes and what people remember. And he understood maybe half of it and believed all of it. And when he balled up the wrappers, she said, "Okay," and wiped the table with a napkin. Wiped it clean and dry like an altar, and laid a driver's license down in front of him. Square to the edge. His own new face looked up out of it, the photo she'd stood him against the blank wall for an hour ago. He'd thought nothing of it. She was always doing things whose reasons arrived later, but the name beside the face said Cody Wayne DUNN, and the address was Hugo, Oklahoma, and the birthday made him 9 months older than he'd ever been. He picked it up. It had the weight of a real one. It had the shine and the little ghost picture floating in the corner like his real one had, the one in his wallet in his own dead name. He turned it over and there was even the little barcode, even the organ donor heart. "How did you?" "Doesn't matter how. Matters who." She sat down across from him and folded her hands, and her eyes went patient and flat, and he came to know that look over the next 2 days better than he knew his own name, either of them. Cody Wayne Dunn. 24. Born and raised in Hugo, Oklahoma. His mama took off when he was small and his grandma raised him, and you don't offer that to anybody, it just sits in you. It's why Cody goes quiet when strangers ask about family. Something must have moved in his face because her voice gentled half a step without slowing. "I know. That's why it'll hold. The best lies are cut close to the bone, Jur. You'll never have to act that part. You've just got to let your own quiet wear his name." Cody Welds. He did 2 years at the Votech over in Potow, and he's worked pipe since, and he's driving east because a man off his last job got him on with an outfit in Louisiana. That's his whole story, and it's more than anybody will ever ask for. "Say it back." "Them." "Say it back." He said it back and got the grandma wrong, said Mama raised me, and she made him start again from Cody. He said it back and stumbled on Potow, said it like a question, and she made him start again. The third time it came out whole and level, and she nodded once, no more praise in it than a fence post, and said, again. They did it all afternoon. She'd let it rest 10 minutes, send him to the ice machine, make him fill the bucket, and even that turned out to be practice, walk over, walk back, I'm watching from the door, and then she'd hit him with it sideways, out of nothing, in a different voice every time. Bored clerk. Friendly old boy at a pump. And once leaning into his face with her voice gone hard and official, license and registration, where you coming from tonight, sir? And his heart slammed so bad the room grayed at the edges, and she watched him fight it down and answer her in Cody's flat, easy words, and something showed in her face for a quarter second that was realer than a smile. You're not reciting, she told him over and over till it wore a groove. You're a tired man answering a dumb question. Cody's got nothing to hide, so he doesn't hold his story tight. He half answers. He trails off. He forgets what year he graduated and doesn't care. Perfect answers are what guilty men give. Supper was the drive-through 2 lights down, and she made him order it, made him lean across her at the window box and say it in Cody's mouth, 2 number 3s, 1 Dr. Pepper, 1 sweet tea, working with the G gone like it had never lived there, and the girl's voice crackled back bored as Sunday and took the order and didn't hear one thing wrong in it. And Jeremy sat back in his seat with the blood loud in his ears like he'd cleared a fence he'd been dreading for a week. Em paid cash and handed him the bag and pulled out, and they ate in the room off the sacks with their feet up, and he was hungry, God help him. He ate like a field hand and was ashamed and ate anyway, his body wanting to live the way it had wanted to that first night, not consulting him about whether it should. Then she turned off the lamp and turned on the TV and found the old movie channel, the one from the night the world had ended, and they watched. It was a black and white one again, and this one was about a young couple, a boy who'd never had a chance and a girl who loved him, running from the law across a dark country in cars at night, sleeping where they could, married by a man at a bus stop chapel for $20, and the whole world hunting them not because of who they were, but because of one bad hour they couldn't take back. Jeremy lay against the headboard with Em's head on his chest and her damp hair under his chin, and watched it with something enormous moving around in him, slow, like stock shifting in a dark barn. The boy in the picture had a gentle face. Everybody in the picture kept saying he wasn't a bad kid. Even the ones hunting him said it, and it didn't matter. The world had decided what he was, and the deciding was the whole story. This boy has never been let into the world, somebody in the picture said, something close to that, and Jeremy heard it go into him and lodge. They always get caught, he said low into her hair. And these, do they always get caught? In the pictures they do. Em's voice was drowsy against his chest, and her hand moved flat on his stomach, idle, warm. It was the law back then. The code. You couldn't show an outlaw getting away. The picture wasn't allowed to end that way, no matter how much the whole audience wanted it to. She tipped her face up at him in the TV light, silver on one cheekbone, dark on the other. And they all wanted it to, jur. Every full house, every night, all over the country, sitting in the dark rooting for the two in the car. Remember that. The rules made them die at the end. The people were never once on the rules' side. He thought about that long after her breathing went slow. He watched the boy and the girl on the screen lie close in the dark of a rented cabin and talk about a life neither of them believed in out loud, and he lay in the dark of a rented room with her weight on his chest, and the picture and the room ran together at the edges, and the enormous thing in him shifted again and settled somewhere new. Outlaw. He tried the word on the way you'd try a coat that had been hanging in a dead man's closet. It hung wrong. It hung less wrong than it had 2 nights ago. He fell asleep before the end and dreamed of driving. The second day was the body. He had never in his 23 years thought about how he walked. Walking was a thing that carried you between places. It was like asking how he blinked. And then she sat on the end of the bed with her coffee at 8 in the morning and said, "Cross the room." And under her pale eyes his legs forgot every year of their education, and he lurched to the window like a new colt and stood there with his ears burning while she looked at him. "Now watch," she said, and got up and did him. She did his walk back at him across the motel carpet, the long loose swing of it, arms wide of his body, head ducked under door frames that weren't there, the amble of a boy raised where there was room, where the nearest thing worth hurrying for was a supper bell. And it was him so exactly, it was so completely and mercilessly Jeremy Cobb, that the heat came up his neck like she'd read his letters. She wasn't mocking. That was the strange part. She did it the way Carol Mabry used to write his own wrong sum on the board, patient, so he could see the mistake standing outside himself. "That's a valley walk," she said, dropping out of it herself again in one step. "That walk says everybody's known me since before I was born." Cody grew up in town on a grandma's porch, working jobs where a man stands on steel all day. Shorter steps. Weight forward on the balls of your feet, like the ground might move. Hands find your pockets when they've got nothing to do. She came and set him up like a fence brace, 2 hands squaring his shoulders, 1 finger pushing his chin up an inch. And the big one. Lies. You duck your eyes when a stranger looks at you. You've done it to me 4 times this morning, and I'm your own. Your own went through him like warm water, and she rolled right on. Guilty men look away, Jur. Scared men look away. Cody's got no reason. Somebody looks at you, you give it right back, easy as change, and you nod. Show me. He showed her, and it was terrible, and she made him do it again and again, and by the middle of the morning she had him walking a line from the door to the bathroom and back in the stiff boots, weight forward, steps short, eyes up, while she sat cross-legged on the bed calling it like his coaches used to call footwork, again, better again. She sent him to the ice machine so many times the man in the undershirt started nodding at him, and he nodded back, Cody's nod, easy, and carried the bucket home in a stranger's boots and a stranger's spine with his heart going like a wedding. The voice she barely touched at all, and when he asked why not more, he'd have done anything by then. He'd have learned French. She gave him the reason, and the reason stayed with him longer than the lesson, because it was the first time he saw all the way down to the floor of how she thought. You can't hold an accent under pressure. Nobody can, actors with coaches can't. The first second something rattles you, your own mouth comes back, and then there's a seam in you, and a seam is 100 times worse than nothing, because a seam is the thing people feel without knowing they felt it. She was folding his new clothes into the duffel while she said it, quick even movements, every fold the same size. So we don't build you a voice. Hugo's 3 hours up the road from your valley. You already sound like Cody Dunn's cousin. We move 5 words and leave the rest of your mouth alone. And she moved them. Flattened 1 vowel. Taught him yont to. Killed the G on his ings dead, instead of letting it die apologetically, the way his did. Took 2 church phrases out of him. He hadn't known they were church phrases till she named them. Bless it and I swan, Della's phrases, Sue Bates, and giving them up hurt in a place he didn't let her see. Small things. Syllables. Then she drilled the sentences Cody would actually need, a room for 1 night. Fill it on pump 4. Just passing through, headed to a job, until they came out of him smooth as spit. How do you know all this? It was late afternoon by then, and he was sitting on the end of the bed rubbing his feet, worn through in a way no day of hay work had ever worn him, tired somewhere behind his eyes, and he asked it with his whole heart, the way he'd have asked her anything. He'd never so much as stood up in a school play. 4th grade, the Christmas program, they'd made him a tree, 1 line, the forest rejoices, and he'd stood in the lights in his brown poster board bark and not said it, just stood there while the forest rejoiced around him, and Mrs. Havorson had patted him after and said some boys are just quiet, hun. That boy was watching this woman teach him how to be a whole other man, hair to boots to the G's on his verbs, and it was like watching somebody do carpentry on a living person. The hair, the walk, the all of it. Where does somebody even learn this? It's simple psychology. She didn't look up from the duffel. We don't see people as they are. We see them as they present themselves. That's all anybody ever gets of anybody, the presentation. Change the presentation and you've changed the person, far as the whole world can tell or cares. She smoothed a shirt flat with 1 pass of her hand, and the hand was so sure about it, and he thought, not meaning to, of how many shirts of whose. It's all performance. Life is performative. All of it, all the way down. He frowned. It caught on something in him, way down, some plain Sunday floor that was still under everything, under her, under the new hair, under the license in the stranger's name. I thought life was just about being yourself. She looked up. And for half a second he'd have missed it if he hadn't spent 3 weeks learning her face like scripture. Something came up in her eyes that was hot and hard and old, the TV remote thing, the thing that had made him flinch against the bed frame, there, and gone like a fish flashing in brown water. Then she laughed. It came out full and real, or the thing he'd learned to bank on as real, and she sat back on her heels and looked at him like he'd said something precious. Sure it is. She went back to the folding. If you're a baby. Babies get to be themselves, that's the whole job of being a baby, and everybody claps. But out in the real world, you go showing people your real self, they will eat you alive, Jeremy. That's not me being dark. That's just true, and everybody knows it's true. They've just all agreed to never say it out loud. She zipped the duffel with one long pull. Try being yourself on social media sometime. See how long you last. And that one landed, because that one he had seen with his own eyes. He thought of the boys from his grade on Facebook, everybody's life a string of best days, the new trucks and the fish held out at arm's length to look bigger, nobody ever posting the Tuesday nothing happened, and he thought of the Kendrick boy, who'd put up one dumb joke their senior year one, and the whole county had come down on that family like weather, and they'd ended up selling and moving clear to Amarillo. He'd watched that happen from his porch, and never once had a word for what it was. She had a word for everything. I think I get it, he said, slow, feeling his way along it. You mean like you got to be careful what you say and how you come across, 'cause people are going to decide you're this or that no matter what you really are. She shrugged, already up, already on to the next thing, a teacher who never once let a lesson get sentimental. Something like that. You get the general idea. By dark he hated the carpet, hated the boots, hated the walk, hated the sound of his own new G-less voice, and his feet throbbed and his face ached from holding itself a stranger's way. And when she said one more time from the door, the drive-through order again, he sat down on the end of the bed and put his head in his hands and said he was done. He couldn't. His head was full and running over. He heard the whine in his own voice and hated that too. She came and stood in front of him. He felt her there before he looked up. And she took his face in her two cool hands, the bus station hands, the bathroom floor hands, and tipped it up until he had to meet her pale eyes, and she looked into him a long, long moment, searching for something with that unhurried attention. She pointed at him like a light, and whatever it was, she found it because her mouth softened and she said, quiet, yes, you can. But not tonight. Tonight you're done. Come here, and what came after that he would never in his life have told a living soul. She was generous that night past anything he had known or imagined knowing. Past anything the boys behind the gym had lied about. Generous in ways he hadn't known were things a person could want until she was giving them to him, and want was too small a word, and she did it all unhurried. With her steady gray eyes open on him in the dark. Teaching him this too. He understood dimly. Even this. Especially this, and afterward he lay wrecked flat on his back with his heart slamming and her head on his chest, and one thought circling the drain of him. Around and around. That there was nothing. No thing. He would not do to stay inside the country of her. He knew what the night was. Some far back room of him, door cracked, knew it was wages, knew the 2 days were stitched to it, the drills and the walk and the ice machine, all one cloth, and he lay there knowing it and not caring, the way a man dying of thirst knows the water's got silt in it. He drank. He'd drink tomorrow. He was hers all the way down, and the last thing he felt before sleep took him wasn't shame. It was ready. He felt ready. In the morning she was at the round table with 2 coffees and the flat teacher look, and she slid his daddy's pistol across the table to him, and the room changed. Trial run, she said. Say what? Well, test. Everything we built live, small, controlled. Her voice was the Podal voice, the Votech voice, laying facts in a row like fence posts. There's a store 8 blocks east. Corner grocery, 1 register. The camera on the pole out front's been dead so long, there's a bird's nest behind the box. An old man runs it alone mornings, granddaughter comes in after school, and he banks at noon, so before noon, yesterday's cash is sitting in that drawer. I've watched him twice. She wrapped both hands around her coffee. You're going to walk in there as Cody Dunn, and you're going to walk out with that drawer. Jeremy looked at his daddy's gun on the motel table between the coffee cups and did not touch it, and everything in him backed up like a spooked horse. No. It came out before thought from the old floor, the Sunday floor. No, why would we don't night it. I've got money. That's the whole, the trust. There's more in it than we could spend in 10 years. We could. You touch that trust and we're dead. Her voice didn't rise. It went down and slowed down, the register she kept for the things that were simply true, gravity, weather, God. Joe, look at me. The second $1 of that money moves, one swipe, one machine, one wire, $1. A light goes on in Austin with your name beside it, and they will have a county mapped before supper, and you in a cage before Sunday. Look at me. Texas is a death penalty state. Do you hear the thing I'm telling you? That money stopped being money the night before last. It's a tripwire now with your name on it, and it will still be a tripwire in 5 years, and the sooner you bury it and grieve it, the longer we live. She let it sit. The window unit hummed. Then her voice came down off the mountain and turned reasonable, warm, leaned toward him across the little table. Baby, this is gas and food and one more room. That's all it is. We need cash to get to Caddo Springs, and this is the only cash in the world that can't be traced to Jeremy Cobb, because Jeremy Cobb won't be the one carrying it. In and out, 90 seconds, nobody hurt. That old man won't lose one dime, the insurance covers the drawer, that's what it's for, he probably won't even raise his voice about it, it's a story he'll tell at church. It's a rounding error to the whole world, and it's the road to him, for us. And when he still sat there with his hands in his lap like they'd been confiscated, and Jeremy. 3 nights ago you did the hardest thing a man can ever do. He flinched whole body, and she came on through the flinch, the way she came through all weather. I'm not saying it to hurt you. I'm saying it because it's the truth you keep running from instead of standing on. The worst is behind you. It's done, it's paid for, it's carried. After that, 60 seconds of pointing a pistol at one old man and walking away with every soul still breathing. That's not a mountain, baby. That's a curb. He said no twice more. He heard himself say it and heard it get smaller both times, and he never afterward could find the exact minute he stopped, the way you can't find the exact minute you fall asleep. There was only before when he was saying no, and after when he was standing in the bathroom in the stranger's clothes, tucking his daddy's gun flat against his belly under the canvas shirt, looking the stranger in his glasses dead in the eye, and the stranger looking back easy, the way she'd taught him, giving it right back. She drove. The Buick ran quiet under the live oaks, block after block of a town he didn't know the name of and had made a point of not learning, little frame houses, a school zone blinking for nobody, and she parked it around the corner in the leaf shade with the engine running and looked at him once, all the way up and down, cap, glasses, shirt, boots, and there was nothing in her face at all except the checking, and then there was one thing. Who are you? She said. Cody Dunn. Where you from? Hugo. Go on, Cody, she said, and the locks came up. The walk to the corner was the longest of his life, and it was also, and this was the thing he could never have told anybody, this was the thing that scared him worse than the gun against his belly, the easiest walking he'd done in 3 days. Because Jeremy Cobb's legs would never have made that half block. Jeremy Cobb's legs would have sat down on that curb by the school zone sign and waited to be taken. It was Cody's legs that did it, short steps, weight forward, hands loose, and when the store's plate glass slid his reflection past him, a pipeliner in a feed cap, dark hair, glasses, nobody, anybody, the sight of that stranger steadied him the way a handrail steadies a man on ice. It ain't me doing this, he thought, and knew it for a lie the size of the sky, and gripped it with both hands and held on. It's him. It's Cody. Cody's just here for the drawer. A bell over the door, one bright ding. Cool inside, and dim after the sun. Ceiling fan turning slow. And the smell of the place walked straight into him, and nearly finished it right there in the doorway. Cardboard and cold case frost and old floor wax and somewhere faint a coil of fly ribbon. The smell of Tibbitt's store. The smell of every Saturday errand of his entire childhood. Royce weighing out penny candy into a paper sack with his big red hands, and Jeremy stood in the door of it with his eyes stinging behind the clear glass, and Cody Dunn walked on in. Mornin', young fella. The old man behind the register looked up from a folded newspaper and smiled with everything he had, the whole face, eyes and all. Morning. Flat vowel. Lazy nod. Hot one already, and it ain't even 10. You find what you need now, you just holler. He walked the middle aisle first because she'd built it into him, never straight at the counter, past canned goods and a shelf of motor oil, and a spinner rack of comic books gone soft with age. And his heart was going so hard he could hear it in his own ears over the fan, and his hands were away somewhere doing their work without him, picking up a bottle of water because a man buys something. He set it by the register. The old man rang it with knuckles like pecan roots. Still going. Friendly as church ballgame last night. Grandbaby's team. You believe that heat and took his dollar. And counted change into a hand that Jeremy watched from a long way off. And it was while the drawer stood open. While the old man's spotted hand was in it among the worn bills. That Jeremy's other hand brought his daddy's pistol out from under the canvas shirt and leveled it. And he heard Cody Dunn's voice come out of his own chest. Low and flat and even. The drawer, too. All of it. Nice and easy, and I'm gone. The old man went still. He didn't grab at anything. He didn't holler, didn't go for whatever old men keep under counters. He looked at the gun a second, and then he did the thing Jeremy had not been drilled for, the thing there was no drill in the world for. He looked up past the barrel, through the drugstore glass, into Jeremy's eyes, and his own were pale blue and wet at the rims the way the old get, and steady, and what came out of him was kind. Son, the old man said, you don't want to do this. Whatever's got you standing here, look at you, you're young, you got your hole, a few dollars out of a drawer ain't worth a life. Not yours. You put that away and walk out that door and this never happened. I'll never say a word, I swear it on my. Don't you throw your life away for. And the floor of the world tipped. Because it was Anson. Not the voice, the shape of it. The reaching. The arms open of it coming toward the gun instead of away. We'll fix it, whatever it is we'll fix it. The terrible fatal kindness that Em had warned him about at the bus station with her hands cold on his face. The kindness is the knife, Jur, promise me, and everything that had been lying quiet in Jeremy for 3 days under her pressed-down hands came up at once through the one door it could fit through. Not grief. Grief's ugly twin. It came up scalding, a whiteness at the edges of the room, a roaring like the wave pool of the whole world let go at once, his brother on the floor not getting up, Drew's hand still reaching, get up, and he heard a sound come out of himself that Cody Dunn would never have made, and his arm moved before any part of him with a name could stop it. The pistol caught the old man across the temple. His head snapped sideways, and the edge of the counter took him on the way down with a sound Jeremy would hear at odd moments for the rest of whatever life he got, a melon sound, a drop melon sound, and the old man folded down out of sight behind his register like his strings were cut, and did not make any sound again at all. The fan turned. The cooler hummed. The bell over the door hung silent. Jeremy stood with the gun out and his ears roaring and looked at what the counter hid and then could not look, lined and saw. The old man lay with his cheek on the worn boards, eyes shut, glasses knocked half off, and a dark line ran quick and thin from his white hairline out across the wood, finding the seams between the boards the way water finds a way, spreading, and he was not moving. He was lying the way. He was lying the way. Walk. Don't run. Her voice came up in him flat and certain, a rail through a whiteout, the only fixed thing in a dissolving world. Cody walks, and his hands did the rest. That was the mercy and the horror of it in one, that she had built a man inside him for exactly this weather, and the man took over the way a good horse takes a flooded crossing. His hands cleared the drawer, bills folded flat. Into the jacket pocket. 10s and 20s soft as cloth from years of that town's hands, and the gun went back under the shirt. And Cody Dunn turned and walked the middle aisle unhurried. Weight forward. Short even steps past the comic rack and the motor oil. And pushed the door open with his shoulder so his hands touched nothing. The way she'd taught him without ever saying for what. And the bell dinged him out bright as Christmas into the hammering sun. Half a block. The longest and shortest half block ever walked. A woman was getting out of her car in front of the little post office and looked at him, and Cody Dunn nodded at her easy, gave it right back mornin', and she nodded and went on and saw a pipeliner, nobody, anybody, and behind the drugstore glasses Jeremy Cobb screamed and screamed in a room way down inside where no sound got out. The Buick sat in the leaf shade with the engine turning over soft. He got in and closed the door quiet, 2 hands. She pulled out slow, checked her mirror once, took the corner easy, a woman with nowhere particular to be, and the live oaks slid by overhead, and only then did she look over at him, and her eyes were bright. That was the thing his body knew before his mind would touch it. They were bright already, before she asked, shining in the green gold light coming down through the leaves, the bus station shine, the shine he'd have crawled across the state for, like she could smell it coming off his skin. How'd it go? And Jeremy heard the answer walk up out of him in Cody Dunn's voice, flat, level, a hand reporting on a day of work, the haze in, the fence held from Cody Dunn's easy distance, while the boy from Shadow Creek beat on the walls of the small room way down under the words. Went about as smooth as could be. Except I had to kill the old man. The car didn't swerve. Her hand stayed easy on the wheel through a 4-way stop. And she looked at him for one long second with her lips parting and her gray eyes gone brilliant. Lit from somewhere he'd only ever seen them lit the once. The night she'd said the capital H name, and then she leaned across the console with the road still moving under them and kissed him. Hard, her hand fisted in his new shirt. Her mouth open on his. The Buick drifting a foot and coming back true under her one hand. And when she broke it, her voice was low and thick. Prouder than his graduation. Prouder than church. Prouder than anything that had ever been said to him in his life. And it wasn't his name she said it to. I am so proud of you, she said. Cody.
Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. The road to the county seat ran west out of Mineral Wells through the Brazos Breaks, 22 miles of climbing curves and cedar, and they'd been on it 10 minutes with the morning sun in the mirrors when Tina Chen called. Aaron was driving. Ruth had the case notebook open on her knee and a gas station coffee going cold in the console, and she put the phone on speaker and set it on the dash mount and said, "Go ahead, Tina. We're both here." Morning. The rest of the list is worked, Waco plus the last 6. Brett and Jake split them yesterday and ran late finishing, and I've spent since 6 this morning pulling records to check what they were told against paper. Paper moved under her voice, and a keyboard, and somewhere behind her a printer was running pages. I'm going to give it to you man by man, because the shape of it doesn't show up until about the 5th one. You writing? Writing, Ruth said. Number 5 on the master list, the Waco man. Gerald Fincher, 55, owns 2 car washes. Except Gerald Fincher is dead. 8 months dead. Fell from his deer stand on a lease outside Gatesville, November alone, found 2 days later. Coryell County worked it, me ruled accidental, no autopsy flags, closed. Brett got this from the widow, second wife, married 4 years. She confirmed the payments to some consultant, without blinking. Said Gerald called it business coaching, and she stayed out of his business. All right, Ruth said, and wrote FINCHER, deceased 11 last YR, deer stand, closed. Number 6. Ray Delgadillo, Cleburne, 41, drywall contractor. Ray is in TDCJ Hutchins, 14 months into a 4-year bit for insurance fraud and arson. He burned his own equipment barn 2 years ago, bobtail truck, scaffolds, sprayers, the works, for the payout. It was a clean fire, Ruth. The fire marshal's file says so in about 6 different ways. No accelerant signature they could prove, origin consistent with a shoplight ballast, the claim would have sailed. What sank him was a game camera on the neighbor's fence line that the neighbor had put up 3 weeks earlier for hog problems and never told anybody about. Caught Ray's truck coming in at 2 in the morning on a night he'd sworn he was in Fort Worth. Pure blind luck. The investigator I talked to this morning said, quote, "If not for the hogs, we'd have paid it." Aaron's eyes came off the road for a half second and met Ruth's, and went back. Number 7. Dale Hutchins, no relation to the prison. I checked because I knew Aaron would ask. I was going to ask, Aaron said. Burleson, 38, sells hot tubs. Dale is currently a person of interest in an armed robbery from this past January. A poker game above a body shop in South Fort Worth, a regular Thursday game, cash heavy, and a man in a rubber Halloween mask and coveralls took it for somewhere north of $30,000. Nobody agrees on the number because half the players won't say what they had in front of them. FWPD likes Dale for it because Dale had lost big in that game for a year and stopped coming 2 months before the robbery, and because the robber knew the door knock. They can't put him inside. No print, no phone. His truck never left his driveway per his own doorbell camera, which the detective described to Jake as the most convenient doorbell camera in Tarrant County. Open case going nowhere. And he talked to Jake. Ruth said, politely and briefly. Confirmed the payments to Mara Holt, consulting, personal matter, money for her time, same catechism as the first 4, nearly word for word. Then he said he'd been advised not to discuss the other matter and smiled and offered Jake a bottle of water. Jake took the water. He says the man was not one bit afraid of him. The last 4, Ruth said. The last 4 are where I stopped assuming the first 4 were as regular as they looked. A page turned. Number 8. Walt Brazzi, Stephenville, 61, retired ag teacher of all things. Clean as church. Except his neighbor of 20 years, a man he'd been in a fence line and water rights war with, lawyers and all, going back a decade, had his hay barn burn flat last summer. Undetermined cause, no claim dispute, no charges. Nobody even looked at Walt hard because Walt was at his daughter's place in Lubbock that whole week, documented. The suit settled 2 months later on terms Walt liked. Number 9. Kevin Marsh, Arlington, 34, IT for a freight company. His ex-girlfriend, there's a protective order in the file she took out against him 3 years ago, later dropped, was beaten in her own parking garage 14 months ago by a man she never saw. Broken orbital. Arlington PD looked at Marsh first, hard, and Marsh was verifiably in Denver. Conference. Badge scans, hotel key data, 100 witnesses. Case open cold. Number 10. Pete Acaffer, papers shuffled, Mansfield 49, owns a landscaping company. His business partner bought him out 18 months ago in a deal Pete called robbery to anybody who'd listen. 10 months ago, the partner's brand new operation lost 3 trucks and a skid steer to vandalism in one night, sugar in tanks, cut hydraulics, professional grade mean, and then lost 2 commercial contracts to Pete inside the quarter. No charges. And number 11, Sam Teague, Godly 52, well drilling. Him I've got nothing on. Genuinely nothing. He confirmed the payments, said the same 9 words as the rest of them, and his whole world is quiet. No incidents, no enemies, no convenient tragedies. Either he's the control group, or we haven't found his yet. The cedar ran by the windows. Ruth looked at her page, at the column of names, and drew one line down the margin connecting them, and then looked at the line she'd drawn. Tina. The first 4. Go back at them on paper the same way. Already did last night, when number 8 cracked the pattern open for me. Kessler, the welding supply man, his biggest competitor in Parker County, had a break-in 2 years ago, lost their customer database and their bid files, never solved, and Kessler underbid them into the ground the following year. Pryor the vet, this one you'll want to sit with a Pryor's former practice partner, the one who forced him out of their clinic in an ugly dissolution, drowned 3 years ago. Lake Granbury, night fishing, alone, blood alcohol at .14, ruled accidental, closed in 6 weeks. Whitfield, the orthodontist, has a former associate who left with his patient list and then had her new practice gutted by an anonymous state board complaint. Meticulous, documented, 40 pages, filed by somebody who knew her books cold. Dismissed eventually, but it cost her 2 years and most of the patients. And Solis, the insurance man, I can't find anything on Solis. Him and Teague. 2 quiet ones. Dates, Ruth said. You've got 17 deposits with dates on them. Line them up. That's the last thing I did before I called, and it's why I called instead of emailing. Tina's voice stayed level, and Ruth had known her long enough to hear what it was costing her to keep it there. Every incident I can date lands between 6 weeks and 5 months after that man's payments to Mara Holt. Everyone. Payments first, then the fire, the beating, the break-in, the drowning, the robbery, the complaint. Never the other way around. Fincher's payments, the dead man, were the earliest on the account, right at the front of the 18 months, and his wife's the one exception to the pattern because nothing happened after his payments that I can find. A beat. Except his first wife drowned in their pool the year before the account even opens, ruled accidental, and I only know that because it was in his obituary, and I haven't had time to pull the file, and I want to be on record that I am not saying anything about it yet. Nobody's saying anything about anything yet, Ruth said. Say the part you can say. The part I can say is arithmetic. 11 men paid her. 9 of the 11 sit adjacent to exactly one serious incident apiece that postdates their payments. An incident that benefited them or hurt somebody they had cause to hurt. Of those 9, 1 is convicted, 1 is a suspect, and 7 were never charged, never named, mostly never even interviewed, because every single one of them was somewhere else, documented, when their incident happened. Somewhere else is the signature, Ruth. These are the cleanest coincidences I've ever pulled in 1 week. Alibi as a product, Aaron said quietly to the windshield. I didn't say that, Tina said. Nobody said it, Ruth said. Tina, here's what I want. Formal file pulls on all 9 incidents. Go through the DA's office in each county so we're on paper from the start, and flag every investigating agency that our interest is a related matter, not their case. Full workup on Fincher, both deaths, his and the first wife's. And the 17 deposit dates against the 9 incident dates on one timeline, 1 page, that I can put in front of Ben Miller without saying 1 word of theory out loud. You'll have the timeline by tonight. The file pulls will take days. Days is fine. And Tina, good work. Tell Brett and Jake. Tell them yourself, they're insufferable enough. The line clicked off. Neither of them said anything for a mile. The road came down out of the breaks into the Brazos bottom and crossed the river on the old truss bridge, the water low and green-brown below. A man fishing off a sandbar with 2 poles set and not watching either one, and climbed out the far side toward the town. 6 weeks to 5 months, Aaron said. I heard it. A drywaller burns a barn clean enough to fool a fire marshal. An IT man arranges to be in Denver with 100 witnesses. A retired ag teacher. He took a curve and let the sentence go and picked it back up on the straight. These men didn't get smarter, Ruth. Somebody issued them the smart. Say the rest in the parking lot, Ruth said. We're here. And the county seat came up around them all at once, 5 blocks of it, and the courthouse standing in its square of live oaks with the flag already limp in the morning heat. The Fair Association kept its records in a back room of the county extension office, 1 street off the square, and the woman who ran the office, BARBARA, said the nameplate, and a coffee mug that said World's OKAYESD Grandma, took Ruth's credentials in both hands and read them the way people read a telegram, and then gave them everything with a countywoman's efficiency and no questions beyond the one she couldn't help. This about that business down south. The town. We're pulling background on an unrelated matter, Ruth said. which was a sentence built to be true and useless, and Barbara nodded like she'd expected no better and led them back. The back room was metal shelving and file boxes with the years markered on the ends, and the fair's paper went back to 1987, and it took Barbara 4 minutes to put her hand on the right box because she said it over her shoulder, matter of fact. She'd been treasurer of the association for 11 of those years and had written half these receipts herself. The vendor contracts for the summer they wanted were rubber-banded in a manila folder, sun-faded at the edge, maybe 40 of them. The funnel cake people, the ride company out of Amarillo with its inspection certificate stapled on, the Tejano band, the beer garden, the church quilt raffle. The one they wanted was 6 from the bottom. A single carbon-set contract form, typed on a typewriter that dropped its E's, for 1/1/10 Midway East End, 3 evening performances daily, Friday, Sunday. The act was billed, in hand lettering along the top where the form said attraction, as Dr. Sylvanus, Master of Mesmerism. The fee line said $0, proceeds at gate to MWHS Theater Boosters. And the vendor's name, printed and then signed below in a big looping theatrical hand, was Emmett Dubose, with a Mineral Wells address, and under occupation, in the same typewriter with the same dropped E's, one word, teacher. Ruth stood holding the carbon a moment, with the box open on the table in front of her. Local, Erin said, reading it over her shoulder. We drove out here for a carnival gypsy, and it's the drama teacher doing charity. Emmett Dubose, Barbara said from the doorway, fond and immediate, before Ruth could ask. Lord Dr. Sylvanus. He did that act at the fair 3 or 4 summers running. Must be, it's been years. Pack the tent every show. He made my brother-in-law forget the number 7 in front of 200 people, and Gary has never fully lived it down. She sorted through her own memory a second, visibly, and came out the other side. He's still at the high school. Mineral Wells. 40 years about, they've tried to retire him twice, and the kids won't have it. If you want him today, he'll be in that auditorium. They're doing the spring play, it's all anybody's kids talk about. Ruth photographed the contract front and back, signed Barbara's copy log because Barbara had a copy log and would have died before letting a county record leave uninitialed, and thanked her. And they were back on the road east with the sun in their faces before 10. Katie Dolan sat in that tent, Erin said, and watched her own high school drama teacher in a costume and never knew it. She was 17, and it was air-conditioned. Ruth watched the river bottom come and go under the truss bridge again. But that's the part to hold on to. He read that tent so well that a girl who'd known this county her whole life saw a stranger. And Mara Holt saw whatever Mara Holt saw. She turned to a clean page in the notebook and wrote Dubose at the top of it. Let's go find out what that was. Mineral Wells High School was a long brick spread on the north side with portable buildings mushroomed behind it, and a marquee out front that said in movable letters state-bound, Congrats Girls Powerlifting. And below that, Our Town APR 2426 Tickets AT Door. The front office ran Ruth's credentials up to the principal, and the principal, a compact woman with a lanyard of maybe 30 keys, who did not ask a single question in front of her office staff, walked them herself down 2 hallways and through a set of double doors marked Performing ARTS, and into the back of the auditorium, and left them there with a look that said she'd be in her office and expected to hear about this someday. The house lights were half up and the stage was bones. Ruth stood at the back a moment and took it in, a rehearsal in full weekday swing. 20-some kids distributed across the whole dim room like a scatter chart. 2 boys up ladders on the stage, hanging lights on a batten. A girl with a clipboard and a headset who was plainly running the world. A knot of them cross-legged in the front rows, mouthing lines off stapled scripts. A boy at a folding table, midway up the house behind a light board. Its little faders glowing. And on the bare stage itself, 2 ladders set apart with a plank between them and a girl perched up on one holding a script. And pacing below her, in the work light, an old man. He was tall and had been taller. in a cardigan the color of tobacco, with the sleeves shoved up his forearms. Dark-skinned and silver-headed. The silver gone all the way through now. Wire glasses pushed up on his forehead, where they'd stay lost until he needed them. And a voice that reached the back of the house without once seeming to try, a warm, rolled-out carrying voice. An instrument. And Ruth stood in the dark and listened to it work and understood in about 8 seconds what had filled a fair tent. No, darlin', don't sing it at me, say it. It's a girl talking to her own daddy's memory, not the national anthem. Come down off the moon about 40%. Marisol. This pitched up and over his shoulder to the girl with the headset, without a seam, Marisol. When she says the birthday line, I want that special titer on her. Right now, she's sharing it with half the county. Yes, ma'am. Go again from Mama, I'm here. Ruth came down the side aisle with Aaron behind her, unhurried, letting herself be seen the whole way. And the kids saw the hats first, and then the badges and the rehearsal noise fell off in a ring around them, the way a stock pond goes still around a dropped stone. Dubose turned. His glasses came down off his forehead onto his nose in one practiced motion, and he read the two of them top to bottom, credentials to boots, and whatever he concluded he put away, and what he showed the room instead was a host's face. Ladies and gentlemen, he said to the house without taking his eyes off Ruth, take 10. Hydrate. Emily, do not come down that ladder holding the script in your teeth. I've buried enough Emilys. And to Ruth, hand out, the grip dry and big-knuckled and careful, Emmett Dubose. I know what you are, and I can guess about what, and I'd rather we sat down for it. Will the 4th row do? They sat in the 4th row, Ruth beside him and Aaron one seat over with the notebook. The three of them turned toward each other in the red plush seats with the stage lit and empty ahead. And around the dim edges of the house, the kids scattered to their phones and their water bottles and their eavesdropping. All of it at what they imagined was a discreet distance. Mr. Dubose, Ruth said, we're trying to locate a former student of this county's. Mara Holt. I heard you were in town yesterday. He said it without apology, settled back, one long arm along the seat back in front of him. Kathy Holt goes to my church. She called half the county by sundown, which I expect you counted on, and I've had a night to sit with the fact that sooner or later a ranger was going to say that name to me. He turned his head and looked at the lit stage a moment. Whatever you can't tell me, don't. Ask your questions. You ran a hypnotism act at the county fair. Dr. Sylvanus. We've got the vendor contract. 3 summers. A smile moved under the silver mustache. Boosters needed a roof for this very stage, and I had a tent, a tailcoat, and no shame. You understand, there was never any Dr. Sylvanus. There was a drama teacher doing a bit. Tell us about the bit. You've seen the picture, or your parents did. Old Noir, the carnival mentalist, the tuxedo and the crystal, the man who reads the mark from across the tent. Tyrone Power did it in 47, and they made it again a few years back. The one with Bradley Cooper, and he was fine, but I built mine on the original. The voice, the stillness, the certainty. I stole the certainty. He said stole with a craftsman's satisfaction. Stage hypnosis, Rangers, is 1/10 hypnosis and 9/10 casting. Before I ever said a word from that stage, I'd been in the crowd 20 minutes as myself, in a feed cap, watching. You learn to see them, the ones who lean in, the ones who laugh first and look around to check who's laughing with them, the ones who came wanting something to happen to them. Those are the ones you invite up. The tent thinks you've got powers. What you've got is a good eye for who's already halfway gone. TREVOR. His voice went up and over the seats without a hitch, to the ladder. The baton, not the electric sun, the bat, the pipe your hand is ON. Thank you. And back down, conversational to Ruth, glasses glinting. Forgive me. Where was I? You were telling us how you pick the suggestible ones out of a crowd, Ruth said level. The old man looked at her a beat, and something behind the glasses acknowledged the shape of her sentence and declined to flinch at it. "So I was," he said. "Do you remember a girl named Mara Holt at one of those fairs?" "I remember Mara Holt everywhere I ever saw her, Ranger, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But yes, the fair first. Third summer of the act, best crowds I had. She was down front, house left, with the Lindqvist girl. I never called her up. I want that plain, I never once had her on my stage. But you don't forget a face like that in a tent full of people fanning themselves with the gate flyer, because 200 people were watching a show, and that girl was watching the work." He laid one long finger against his own temple. "Everybody else's eyes went where I sent them. Hers stayed on me between the tricks. On the setups. She watched me pick." "She was passionate," Ruth said. "That's a word we've heard." "Passionate." He tried the word and put it down gently, insufficient. "She came and found me. 2 weeks after, maybe 3, walked into this auditorium during a summer workday, right down that aisle you came down, and stood about where you're sitting and asked me to teach her to do what I did." "To act," Ruth said. "That's what I said." "You mean act." And she said. He paused, and his voice changed, not into an imitation of a girl, nothing so cheap, but into precision, a man handling an exhibit, she said. "Yeah. But more than that. How to be someone else." He let it sit in the plush and the dim. "I've had 40 years of 16-year-olds in this room, Rangers, and every one of them wants to be someone else. That's what the room is for. It's a safe place to do it. You put on the costume, you cross the line, you come back and you come back bigger. That's the whole church of it." His hand closed slowly on the seat back in front of him. "It took me a while to understand that Mara didn't know there was supposed to be a coming back. I believe she was a young woman who had not realized, until she saw that fool tent show, that a person could simply choose to be somebody else. Choose it, build it, and walk off in it. And once she'd realized it, it wasn't a game to her, and it was never going to be. You could see her take the idea the way dry ground takes rain." "Did you teach her?" Aaron said. "For a while. That summer into the fall. She'd come out here after school. I ran it like I run any independent study. Voice, movement, observation exercises. Sit in the Dairy Queen for an hour and come back and give me 3 people. Their walks, their hands, what they wanted, and what they were pretending they wanted instead. He stopped, and chose the truth over the comfortable word, and Ruth watched him do the choosing. She was the best I ever taught. By a distance. And she never once wanted to be in a play." "Do you mean on stage?" Ruth said. "When you say she wanted to be someone else." "I did, yes. Because I'm an actor, that's the only country I've got a passport to. The stage, the tent, pretending, with everybody in on it. That's the line, Ranger. Everybody's in on it. That's what makes it decent." The rolled-out voice had come down low and private, and up on the stage a work light buzzed, and he looked at it as if it had spoken out of turn. For her it was real. Like you could actually be someone else, out there in the world, on people who weren't in on it. I think she had a tendency to slip over that line. Between acting and reality. Between pretending and being. I'd watch her hold a character a beat too long after the exercise ended, and it would look back at me out of her face, and I'd have to say her name to get her to put it down. Demarasol. His head turned to the house, the voice climbing without effort. "If the board goes down again, we go to the backup. We do not have a group discussion about the board. Theater is problems, baby, solve it." And back, quieter than before. "Where was I?" "You were going to tell us," Ruth said, "why you stopped teaching her." The old man took his glasses off. He cleaned them on the cardigan hem, unhurried, and put them back. And while he did it, his eyes went around the house. The kids on their phones in the back rows, the 2 boys arguing quietly by the light board, the girl on the ladder, measuring the distance to every young ear in the room, and Ruth watched him do it and adjusted her estimate of how much he minded what was coming. Because she was starting to get inappropriate, he said, quieter, the carry gone out of the voice entirely, a man talking across a fence now. The exercises turned. She wanted to run scenes, improvisations, where I was the hypnotist. Not Dr. Sylvanus, the charity bit. A different version of him. The one from the picture, the real Stanton, you understand, the con man. The impresario working the marks, building the racket. She'd set the scene and feed me the character, and she was, his jaw worked once, she was my girl. In the scenario. The partner. The one he's grooming into the act and taking on the road. He looked at the stage. It's not an improper scene on its face, Rangers. It's the plot of the picture. I've coached darker scenes than that for UIL. Except for her, it wasn't a scene. She played it like the lights were never coming up. And she started expecting the two of us to actually. You know. One big hand turned over on his knee, helpless, and the word he found was an old-fashioned word that took the edge of the actual act. Canoodle. And such. Canoodle, Ruth said, without anything at all in her voice or her face. You know. The embarrassment came up on the old man, visible as weather, and he was too old and too dignified for it to be anything but painful to watch. Do it. Ruth let 2 full seconds go by. And did you? Of course not. It came out fast and firm and pitched just slightly to carry, the voice minding its audience again, and his eyes went to the stage as he said it, to the empty plank between the ladders, and stayed there. She was 16. It would not have been appropriate. Ruth looked at the side of his face. His hands were still. His voice was steady. And every instinct she owned leaned forward and said softly, He's lying, but you have no way to prove otherwise, and there's nothing to gain from pushing him, because he's already given you all you could expect. And there's nothing you can do now to change what happened years ago, and nothing to gain from trying to arrest him, because any competent DA will take one look at the provable facts and laugh you out of the room. She rolled past it. Not because she believed him. Because he was 70-some years old and volunteering, and there weren't too many miles of road left in this man, and whatever had or hadn't happened 7 years ago, the girl in question had graduated to worse. And the sin, if there was one, was unprovable without his cooperation, and even then, it would need her corroboration, Mara's cooperation, and that seemed as likely as grass turning purple. And then what happened? He exhaled, relieved to be anywhere else, and the relief itself went in Ruth's file too. Well, my girlfriend at the time happened. I was going with a very nice woman then, Rebecca. She waitressed at the Roundup, out on the Weatherford Highway. The pie case was her personal kingdom. And Rebecca did not care for Mara coming around. She got jealous, Aaron said. Something like that. A shrug moved through the tobacco cardigan. You could say she saw something she didn't have a word for, and jealous was the word within reach. Either way. A man my age doesn't argue with a woman about a 16-year-old. I told Mara it was over, the lessons, the visits, all of it. Told her she was ready, that she'd outgrown me, tried to hand it to her like a diploma. He was quiet a second. She stood right down there on that stage when I said it. Didn't cry. Didn't argue. She looked at me for a while, a good while, and then she said, okay, and walked up that aisle and out, calm as Sunday. And I remember I sat down in this exact row afterward and couldn't tell you why my hands weren't steady. How did she take it? Ruth said. Beyond that day. The old man sighed and looked into the middle distance above the stage, up where the dead work light hung, and for a moment the host's face came all the way off, and what was under it was old and tired and careful. Not well, he said. Not well by half. She got mad. Delayed mad, 2 weeks of nothing, and I'd started to think we were fine. Then she went a little crazy. Somebody broke into my place on a Friday night while I was at the football game. Nothing stolen. My costume room, and here his voice caught its first burr of the morning. A genuine grief, small and real, 30 years of it, Rangers. Pieces from every production this school did, going back to the Reagan administration. Doublets the home ec classes built us in 91. The Sylvanus tailcoat. All of it cut up. Not torn cut. Shears. Every piece, collar to hem, laid back in the boxes after. Folded. He let that sit. Some paint on the walls I won't repeat. My screen door. My mailbox. And he stopped and turned in the seat and looked at Ruth directly and lowered his voice to the fence line register again. Understand, she was a kid then. 16, 17. A kid in some kind of pain. I never reported one bit of this, and I don't want to be the man who says something now that gets her in trouble all these years later, Ranger Baker. Ruth smiled at him. She kept it small and she kept it cold, and she watched it land. She's already in worse trouble than that, Mr. Dubose. The old man held her eyes a moment. Whatever he'd spent the night telling himself, she watched the last of it fold up and get put away. Well, he said. She killed my girlfriend's hamster. Beside her, Ruth felt Aaron's pen stop. Broke into Rabaz's trailer while she was on shift. Didn't take a thing, didn't break a thing, except she smashed his cage. Little glass aquarium tank on the kitchen counter, stove in like a stepped-on hat. Poor Grayson. He said the name with a rueful, terrible tenderness. Rabad had him 3 years. Used to bring him crusts home from the pie station. We knew there was nobody else it could have been, and Raban knew it same as me, and she wanted to call the law, and I talked her out of it. Told her it was a kid acting out, and it would stop. He put his glasses back up on his forehead, and his eyes without them were roomier, older, unarmored. And it did stop. Never another thing. She graduated the next spring and went off to Austin, and every Christmas Eve I'd see her at church with Kathy, and she'd shake my hand in the line and say, Mr. Dubose, as pleasant as any student I ever had, like none of it happened. Like it happened to 2 other people. He looked at the stage. Which I suppose, in her arithmetic it did. Ruth stood, and Aaron stood, and Dubose came up out of the seat in stages, a tall old man's launch, and shook their hands, and his grip had gone slightly less certain than it had been an hour before. Mr. Dubose. If she contacts you, any form, any name, you call the number on that card before you do anything else. And I'd take it kindly if this conversation stayed in the 4th row. Ranger, I've kept it 7 years. He slid the card into the cardigan pocket and patted it flat. I can keep it a while more. MARSOL. Company on stage in 5, we're taking it from the wedding. The voice rolled out over their heads to the back wall, filling the house entire, and the room began to move to it. Kids peeling up off the seats, ladders shifting, the light board waking, and the last thing Ruth saw of him, from the double doors, was the old man standing down front with his arms spread wide to the gathering children, silver head back, saying something that made them laugh. The heat in the parking lot was a wall. They sat in the Range Rover a minute with the AC laboring and the marquee visible across the lot. Our Town, APR 2426, and neither of them reached for the gear shift. He slept with her, Aaron said. I know it. Everything else in there, he gave us with his eyes open. Casting the tent, the line she slipped over, the scissors, the hamster, steady as a preacher. 6 words about a 16-year-old, and he found the light rigging reel interesting. I know it, Aaron's. Ruth watched 2 boys come out the performing arts doors, carrying a plank between them. It's 7 years old, she's of age now and gone, and there's no complaint and no complainant. Rabaz the one who might know something, and Rabaz we find gently, later, without him hearing we did. What I'm not going to do is blow up the one witness who can teach us how Myra Holt was built, over a charge I can't make, on a case that isn't the case. She said it evenly, and heard, under her own evenness, the place where it cost something and paid it. Write it up exactly. What he said, and when he looked away saying it. It goes in the file. It doesn't go in the trash, and it doesn't go on the front burner. It waits. Aaron wrote. The AC found its feet. Out on the highway, a livestock truck went by with the smell arriving a second behind it. All right, he said, closing the notebook on his finger. Tell me what we got. We got her curriculum. Ruth pulled out of the lot and pointed them east, toward mineral wells and the highway home, the hills going by dry and bright. Start at the tent. Katie Dahlin told us Mara saw a man with power in that tent. That's what a 17-year-old saw. But we just met the man, and there wasn't any power in the tent. There was a retired-age drama teacher and a casting method. Watch the crowd. Find the ones who came wanting something to happen to them. Invite those up. She let a mile go by. Somewhere between that summer and that auditorium, Mara Holt figured out the same thing we did this morning, that the magic was a technique. And instead of being disappointed, she went and asked for lessons. Everybody else in that tent wanted to feel the trick. She wanted to own it. And he taught her. Observation exercises. Sit in the Dairy Queen, come back with 3 people and what they want. Aaron shook his head slowly at the windshield. He thought he was teaching an actress. He was teaching an actress. That's what's hard about it. Every single thing that man taught her is taught in every theater program in this country. And it's decent, like he said, because everybody's in on it. She took the same course and left out the being in on it. Ruth checked her mirrors and settled into the lane behind a hay truck. Then she practices. On him first, builds the con man scene, casts herself as the partner, runs it past the point where the lights come up, and when he cuts her off, we get the one uncontrolled reaction anywhere in this girl's whole history. The scissors. The folding the costumes back into the boxes after. The hamster. The folding's the part I keep snagging on. The folding is troubling. She was quiet a moment. The hay truck signaled and turned off toward a ranch gate, and the road opened up. And no police report, so no record, which is why Driscoll's records check came back empty. Her whole file's clean because everybody who ever caught a piece of her decided she was a kid in pain and kept it off paper. The teacher. Rebah. Probably others we haven't met. Now put Tina's call next to it. Now put Tina's call next to it. Ruth's hands were easy on the wheel and her voice stayed level, and she made it stay there. A psychology major who trained under the best amateur people reader in 3 counties. 11 men, no 2 alike, every one of them carrying something they wanted done and no idea how to do it. 9 incidents. 9 somewhere else's. 6 weeks to 5 months from payment to fire. She watched the road come at her. She taught them Aaron. She taught them how to commit those crimes. Now, the picture we have of her so far is of a young woman fascinated by role-playing, by being someone other than herself. But how does a young country girl like that go to being the guru to a bunch of men, older than her, more experienced than her, and teaching them how to commit criminal acts? Where does she learn those skills? She came to Dubose for acting lessons, but he's no criminal. So how does she acquire that criminal knowledge? Good question, Ruth, Aaron said. There's another thing. 11 suggestible men came into that girl's orbit with money, and came out the other side with alibis. And then, I think she felt she was ready to move on to a bigger mark. Jeremy Cobb, Aaron said. Jeremy Cobb, she agreed. Except that Jeremy Cobb had a nice fat trust fund. And then he committed mass murder. Yes, he did. But where is he now, Aaron? Those 11 men are still where they were when she taught them whatever she taught them. Why did Jeremy Cobb disappear? How did he disappear? He's just a kid, and we still haven't been able to find him. The whole state's looking for him. Every Leo on the street has eyes on the bolo, but not a single sighting in days. That's another level of expertise. He didn't learn that in Shadow Creek. He's out there somewhere, and I'd bet you our house, and everything we own that he's with her right now. And she's the reason he's not been apprehended with, but the money's still there, Aaron said. The trust fund. Not a penny's been withdrawn. She nodded, tapping the steering wheel with her forefinger as she thought aloud. Because she's smart. Too smart to risk getting caught with her fingers in the till. She has a bigger plan. For herself. For Jeremy. For the money, so how do we find them? How do we catch them? She's the key. We figure out what she's doing. What she's going to do next. It's the only way. Once we figure her out, we'll get them.
Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. By the fourth day, Jeremy had quit dreaming in his own name. He noticed it the way you notice a sore tooth gone quiet, not the moment it happened, only the morning after, waking in another rented bed in another town with M's spine against his ribs and the window unit chugging, lying there in the almost dark doing what he did now instead of praying, which was inventory. Cap on the dresser. Boots by the door, toes out, the way she'd taught him, because a man may need his boots facing the door. Cash in 3 places. Gun cleaned, loaded, wrapped in the pipeline t-shirt in the duffel. And somewhere in the doing of the inventory it came to him, mild as weather, that the dream he'd just climbed out of, a good dream, a dream of driving fast on a red dirt road with the windows down, had happened to Cody Dunn. Cody's hands on the wheel. Cody's name when the girl in the dream said a name. The boy in the far down room said something about that. Jeremy couldn't quite hear it anymore. The door of that room had been getting thicker by the day, and he had personally been adding the boards, and he knew it, and he went on adding them, because on the other side of that door lived Anson on the Grange floor and Della going down small, and an old man's cheek on worn boards with a dark line running fast between them, and no man alive could hold his own hand on a hot stove forever. That's not healing, some last splinter of the boy said, that's just the nerve dying. And Jeremy rolled over against M's warm back and let the nerve die. The old man had died. They'd heard it on the radio 2 towns back, a county station between a feed report and a church bulletin, beloved local grocer, injuries sustained in a robbery, passed at the hospital surrounded by family, suspect described as a heavyset Hispanic male, which Jeremy was not and never would be, and M had reached over without one word and turned the dial to music. He'd waited that whole day for the floor to open under him. It hadn't. There'd been a bad hour at a rest stop where he'd locked himself in the cinderblock toilet and knelt on the concrete and brought up everything in him and hung there shaking over the bowl with the flies going, and then he'd washed his face in the rusty sink and looked up into the polished steel mirror bolted to the wall. And the blurred man in the steel had looked back at him steady. Why is he? Wait forward. And Jeremy had dried his hands on his jeans and walked out to the truck in Cody's short, even steps and eaten half a bag of corn chips like a man coming off a fast. That was the day he understood what she'd built him. Not a disguise. A place to stand. They ran the back country. That was her doctrine, and she preached it at the wheel with the map on her knees, a paper map. A dollar store road atlas. Because a phone is a leash. Baby. A phone is you raising your hand, and so they went east the long way. The wrong way. Doubling and wandering. Farm to markets and county roads and red dirt section, lines running string straight between fences. Roads with grass in the middle. Roads that were 2 ruts and an opinion. Low water crossings where the truck pushed a bow wave of Brown Creek, and once a cattle guard so loose it slapped like applause. Interstates have eyes, she said. Even the little highways had eyes now. Every courthouse square had its cameras, every prosperous gas station. But out here the country was blind and always had been. 100,000 square miles of blind, mesquite and pump jacks and dead filling stations with the pumps standing like grave markers. Nobody watches this, she said, one hand on the wheel, one hand flat on the atlas, because there's nothing to watch. There's just us. They traded the Buick on the second day. That was hers too. All hers, a hand-lettered for sale in the windshield of a pickup, sitting in front of a farmhouse, outside a town too small to have a name he kept. And M was out of the Buick before he understood they were stopping. Walking up that dirt drive plain as a niece. And 40 minutes later they owned a faded green Ford half-ton with 190-something thousand miles and a bench seat. Paid in worn 20s out of an envelope. No notary. No nothing. The seller a widower who wanted the money for a hip and asked no questions past does she smoke. Mining the Buick, which he took in trade for $400 less. She swapped the plates twice after that anyway, once in a church lot during a funeral, tags off a truck the same year in shade, because a funeral buys you 2 hours minimum jur, nobody leaves a funeral to check his plates, and Jeremy stood watch with his hands in his pockets, feeling the country turn its blind face away, and it did. And they worked. That was the word she used from the start, a flat, clean workman's word, and it settled over the thing and tamed it. We'll work that town at the top of the atlas page. It's 140 miles to the next room. We'll work something on the way. The first ones after the old man were nothing. Were almost funny, a bait stand on a lake road where the whole take was under $200 and a rack of scratch tickets M took on a whim and scratched at for 60 miles. Hooding. Winning $11. A self-serve car wash where he broke the coin boxes with a pry bar while she sat on the hood filing her nails. And the quarters filled a gym sock like a cartoon. Heavy as the sun. And they laughed, rolling out of town. The sock swinging from the mirror stem until it pulled the stem crooked. He heard himself laughing and did not go looking for the boy's opinion about it. Then the work got bigger because gas was gas and rooms were rooms, and Caddo Springs did not come closer on quarters. A crossroads store with deer heads and a lottery machine. A pawn shop in a dying strip mall, she cased that 1 2 full days, coming and going in 2 different wigs he hadn't known lived in her duffel, and drew the inside of it for him on a diner placemat, register, cases, camera dead, camera live, owner's stool, all of it in her small ruled hand like a sewing pattern. A tavern on a Tuesday at opening, just the day barman and 1 drunk asleep in a booth, and the till plus the cigar box under it that she'd somehow known would be under it. In and out 90 seconds, nobody hurt. That was the liturgy, and for a while it held. It stopped holding in a dollar store outside a town called, he never kept the names. The names were hers. She collected them off the atlas like buttons, where the manager, a wide young man with a neck beard and a whistle on a lanyard for some reason, decided the flat black pistol in Cody Dunn's hand was less real than the training video he'd once watched, and came around the register talking about how he was not authorized to open the safe and there were procedures. Procedures. And put his soft hand out toward the gun the way you'd take scissors off a child. The counter edge caught him under the ear on the way down, and Jeremy stood over him with the barrel and his own blood roaring. And the roaring, this was the thing, this was the new thing, the roaring wasn't the whiteout from the old man's store. It wasn't grief coming through the rage door. It was clean. It came up his arm from the jolt of the swing like the ring of a well-hit ball comes up a bat, sweet in the joints, and it emptied his head of everything, of Anson and the boards in the far down room, emptied him the way the gun against his chest used to empty him in the truck in the dark outside the Grange, and he heard himself say in Cody's flat voice to the man curled fetal among the spilled bins of off-brand candy, procedures, and heard how funny it was and laughed. M did the register herself that time, quick, while he stood in the roaring, and then her hand was in his jacket, tugging. Come on, baby, walk. And he walked, never run, out the glass doors into the sun with her arm hooked through his like a couple leaving church, and in the truck, rolling, she looked over at him, and there it was. The shine. He'd been feeding on that shine since a bus station in the dark, been rationed it, earned it in droplets, a text that said proud, a look across a motel room, and now it came at him in the daylight, both barrels, her gray eyes lit up bright and steady on him like he was the road, and something in Jeremy that had been hungry all its life sat down at last to full table. She looked at him like he was a man. Not a wayward boy, not a soft shape the valley loved into smallness, not poor Jeremy, a man, dangerous and capable in hers, and God forgive him if God was even taking calls anymore, he liked it. He sat in the passenger seat with his blood ringing and her eyes on him and felt 6 inches taller and bulletproof and seen all the way down, for the first time in 23 years, and the last splinter of the boy said from behind the boards, very faint, "She's seeing what she built, Jer. That's not you she's shining at. That's her own reflection in the finish." He heard it. He chose the shine. They watched TV at night in the rooms when there was TV, and she kept finding the old channel like it followed them, and maybe the third night of that week it gave them the one that finished the job, another black and white one, and this one Jeremy watched sitting all the way up. A boy who loved guns, who was never once mean, everybody in the picture said so, a sweet boy who could shoot the eye out of a match, and a girl in a beret at a carnival sideshow, a trick shooter, hot-eyed and hungry, and the two of them looking at each other over their pistols the first time like a lightning strike in both directions. And then the road, robbing their way across the whole flat middle of the country. Banks and offices and a packing plant. The two of them in cars at night with the headlights coming at them. And the girl driving getaways with her teeth showing. And the boy going along. And the picture didn't hide what it was. She wanted the money and she liked the guns. She was the fire and he was the fuel, and Jeremy watched the two of them dance a slow dance in a cheap hotel room with their guns still on, and felt M's cheek come down onto his shoulder in the dark. They made this whole picture in a car, she said, drowsy, running her nails slow up the inside of his forearm. That one long take in the car, the real streets going by, no fakery, nobody done that before. Everybody remembers the girl. Her nails stopped at his wrist, at the pulse. Watch what she does when things get loud. Watch her face. She's the only one in the picture who's ever telling the truth. He watched. Things got loud. And the girl's face at the wheel came alive like a struck match. Joy in it. Plain joy. Unashamed animal joy. And beside him in the dark, he felt Em go very still watching her. Still as the ladder watching stillness. Still as prayer. And Jeremy lay in a rented bed with his arm around a woman he did not know at all. And had never known. And would follow to the end of the earth. And the two facts lay down together inside him without any argument. The way they'd learned to. They die at the end, he said. Don't they? The code. She was nearly asleep or playing it. In the swamp. In the fog. It's beautiful. And then so soft he'd wonder by morning if he dreamed it, her lips moving against his shoulder, but that's the picture's baby. He never teaches them the driving right. Nobody who could really drive would ever get caught. He found out what she meant on a Thursday, on the far side of a town with a water tower painted like a peach. They'd worked a little jewelry and pawn on the square at 9:40 in the morning, smash and grab. Her design. 31 seconds by her count. A dead man's hammer from the truck bed through 2 display cases. Watches and old rings and a tray of gold teeth God help him raked into a canvas feed bag, while the owner stood against his back wall with his hands up and his eyes shut. Mouthing something. Prayers or plates numbers. And Jeremy hadn't touched him. Hadn't needed to. The roaring stayed in its stall that day, and they were 11 minutes gone. Out past the Peach Tower. Running a farm road between fence lines at an honest 55. When the trooper came up out of a gravel turnaround behind them, with his lights already going. State black and white. The pious. Jeremy's whole body went to ice water, hands, scalp, the soles of his feet, and his hand started for the gun in the door pocket, and her voice came across the cab flat and total as a hand on a bridle. No. Belt on. Hands in your lap. We're nobody. For 3 miles they were nobody. She brought it down to the limit, signaled onto the shoulder and back like a woman looking for an address, gave him every chance to blow past on a routine run, and the trooper didn't pass, sat back there 100 feet in the mirrors, pacing them. And then the second unit came over the rise ahead, southbound, and swapped ends in the road in a squall of tires, and M said, "Okay," in the exact voice she used for choosing off a menu, and put her foot all the way down. The old Ford had a big dumb iron heart under that faded hood. He'd find out later she'd had a boy at a shop 2 towns back go through it stem to stern, while Jeremy thought they were waiting on an oil change, and it gathered up and went 60, 75, 90, the fence posts strobing, the cab full of thunder, and Jeremy got both hands on the dash and looked over at her, and would remember what he saw for whatever remained of his life. She'd come forward off the seat back, low over the wheel, her spine long and easy, chin level, and her hands lay on the wheel light as they lay on a folding shirt at 9 and 3, making constant small corrections he could barely see, reading the crown of the road through her palms. Her face had gone smooth. Not blank smooth, unclenched, the way faces go in deep sleep or deep water, every ounce of her out at the edges of the truck where the tires were, and her eyes moved in long, calm sweeps, mirror, road, mirror, far down the road, way farther down than he was able to look at that speed, and on her mouth, faint, was the match-strike thing from the picture. The girl's face. The truth. "There's a tee up here in about a mile," she said, conversational over the roar. "Hard right, then the bridge. Hold the door handle, not me." The tee came up like a thrown rock. She never touched the brake till the last church length of it. Then braked so hard the belt cut his shoulder. Left hand feeding the wheel down. And her right hand came off the wheel entire, came off the wheel, and pulled the column shifter down a gear. And the truck's back end stepped out onto the gravel of the crossroad, graceful as a square dance turn. Sliding, howling, the whole world coming around the windshield in one smooth pan. Vans, field, road, and her foot went down again in the middle of the slide, and the tires bit, and the truck came out of it pointed true down the crossroad like it had been aimed by God. And behind them the first black and white arrived at the same tee 100 feet too fast, and went straight on through it. Through the fence, plowing a long tan cloud out into somebody's winter wheat. Jeremy heard a sound come out of himself, high and wild. It might have been a word. "One," said M. The bridge was 1 lane, iron truss humpbacked over a green creek, with a yield sign shot to lace, and the second trooper had gotten smart, or thought he had, running a parallel section line to head them, and the 2 vehicles came at the bridge from square angles, converging, the cruiser's siren doing its long falling wail across the fields, and M slowed. Slowed. Into a trap. And Jeremy screamed at her that he's got us. He's got the bridge. And she said, he doesn't want it. He wants me to think he wants it, and lifted off the gas until the cruiser committed. Until it was fully onto the 1-lane iron with its nose down under braking to block the far end, and then she put the truck off the road entirely. Right. Down the creek embankment through weeds gone to seed with the truck floating and slamming. Over ground never meant for wheels. Through a black gap under the bridge itself between 2 concrete piers, with the green water sheeting up past Jeremy's window in a wall, the crossing. The old Ford. The thing the bridge had been built to replace. She'd read it off the land, or off the atlas, or off the mind of the man who'd surveyed it in 1930. He would never know, and up the far bank in a bellow of mud, and out onto the road behind the cruiser. Behind it. And away. While in the mirror the trooper stood on the iron bridge beside his door. Small and getting smaller. Not even shooting. Just standing. 2, said M and giggled. It got them another 4 minutes. The country was flat and the dust was a flag, and the radio net was awake now over the whole county, and when the 2 fresh units rose up in the mirrors on the long straight gravel, running abreast, filling the road, closing, even Jeremy could do that arithmetic. The old Ford had a heart, not a pedigree. They came on. What she did then he'd turn over for the rest of his days and never fully hold. She let them close. Let them. Watching the mirror in those long, calm sweeps. Her lips moving, counting. He realized. She was counting their closure like counting off a song, and the lead unit swung out to come alongside for whatever troopers were taught to do next. And in the instant, its nose drew level with the Ford's bed. M breathed out and did 3 things in one motion. Or one thing with 3 names. Lifted. Braked hard with her left foot while her right stayed ready over the gas. And cut the wheel a hand's width into him. The truck's iron flank kissed the cruiser's front fender at 90 miles an hour, a shriek and a shove, less collision than instruction, and the cruiser obeyed. It turned sideways all at once, as if it had wanted to all its life, and dug in, and left the ground. And Jeremy twisted in the belt and watched it go over and over. And over a car-shaped thing becoming a shape-shaped thing in a climbing cloud of Kalechi. Shedding light bar and glass and one whole door into the sky. On the second unit. Blind in the dust of its partner at that closure speed. Did the only thing physics offered and made it worse. Breaking sideways into the wreck's path. And the 2 of them met and married in a sound Jeremy felt in his back teeth through the floorboards. A single flat enormous whump with a silence after it that ate the whole county. M brought the Ford down gentle as a landing, a quarter-mile on, and stopped in the middle of the empty road. The dust of everything drifted east on the wind. In the mirror the wreckage lay strewn and steaming across both bar ditches, one wheel somewhere still spinning its slow silver 0, and the nearer car had come to rest on its roof and doors with its underside showing, shameful like a turtle, and nothing out there moved but heat. 3 and 4, M said. Her voice had gone husky and slow, blurred at the edges, a voice he knew from the dark, from the pillow, from afterward, and he looked at her, and her whole face was still the smooth, deep-water face, lit, sated, and her hands lay open in her lap now like they'd finished a meal. God, she said softly to the windshield, to nobody, to him for all Jeremy knew. I have missed that. And Jeremy sat in the ticking, cooling cab, with his heart going long and slow and enormous, and looked back down the road at the wreck, and found that the arithmetic in him had already been done. He hadn't decided anything. There was nothing that felt like deciding. There was only the fact sitting in him finished and cool as a poured foundation, radios. Vases. 2 of them had ridden alongside close enough to see into the cab. The work wasn't done. Cody's voice said it inside him in Cody's flat workman's way, job's not finished till the site's cleaned up, and the boy behind the board said nothing at all, nothing, not one word, and the silence from that room was the loudest thing Jeremy had heard in days, and he let it go by like a mile marker. Stop, he said, though they were stopped. Wait here. He got out. He took the pistol off his lap where it had lived through the whole run, checked it the way she'd taught him without knowing he was doing it, and walked back up the crown of the road toward the steam and the quiet. Never run, walk, wait forward, and his boots on the gravel were the only sound in Texas, crunch and crunch and crunch. And overhead a pair of buzzards had already tilted onto the airs above the wheat, patient, ancient, the county's one honest jury. The nearer car, the turtled one, had a man half out the driver's window. Young. Bareheaded, his hat gone somewhere in the tumbling, high-end tight haircut full of glass chips catching the sun like frost. He was pulling himself along the roadbed by his forearms an inch at a time, out of the crushed window frame, dragging what didn't work behind him, and his breath came in short paper tears. And when Jeremy's shadow fell across the gravel in front of him, he stopped pulling and turned his head up sideways and looked at Jeremy with one eye, the other side of his face already going purple-black, and the eye was gray-blue and young, and it did not beg. It just looked all the way up the shadow to the face, and knew, and kept looking anyway. Jeremy shot him in the head. The sound went out flat over the fields and came back off nothing and was gone, and the buzzards rocked once on the air and held their circle. The trooper lay still with his cheek on the road, and Jeremy stood over him in the enormous ringing quiet and waited for the floor of the world to tilt, and it did not tilt. It held. He noted that from Cody's distance, the way a man notes a board that's finally quit squeaking. Inside the car, the second one was alive. Jeremy heard it before he saw it, a voice, wet and small, saying numbers, and he squatted down on his boot heels at the crushed window and peeked in, forearms on his knees, a man checking under a porch. The trooper hung upside down in his harness in a dripping red world. everything in the cab painted with him. And one arm that was mostly still an arm was up above his head, which was below, fumbling at the dash mount where the radio mic hung swinging on its coil. Biting at it, catching it, losing it, catching it. And the wet small voice was saying his call sign over and over into a mic that Jeremy could see from 3 feet away had no cord anymore. Saying it with a terrible drowning patience to a county that would never hear. And his eyes came around to the window, to Jeremy's face framed in it. And his lips kept moving around the numbers even then, even looking straight at it. A man dying inside the only prayer they'd issued him. Jeremy shot him too, and the radio numbers stopped, and the dripping was the only clock left in the car. He walked to the other cruiser. It had ended right side up, astride the far ditch. Hood folded to the windshield, and the two inside it were beyond the reach of any radio, the driver plainly so. In a way, Jeremy's eyes filed and refused to unpack. And the passenger slumped into the deployed airbag with his hat brim crushed against the glass. Breathing or not breathing. A big older man with sergeant's chevrons and sunburn across the back of his neck, like Jeremy's daddy, used to get every June of his working life. Jeremy stood at the window a moment. "To be sure," said Cody's flat voice, and the last splinter of the boy behind all the boards made one sound then. Finally, one sound like a nail pulled out of green wood, and Jeremy pressed down on it, pressed down the way you press a wound, the way she'd taught him at the very beginning of the world, and put a bullet into each of them. And the big one never moved, and the car rocked twice on its springs and settled, and it was quiet. "For," the word arrived in her voice. He stood in the road among them with the gun hanging from his hand, and the wind came across the winter wheat and moved it in long silver-green swells, 10,000 acres bowing and rising, the way it had before any of this and would after all of it, and the buzzards held their turning, and far off a pump jack nodded and nodded and nodded at the ground like it agreed. Jeremy Cobb stood in the middle of a farm road with 4 dead men and felt the country's blind face all around him, turned away, incurious, and understood that he had gotten what he'd asked the dark for outside the grange with the gun against his chest. A world with nobody in it who knew him, nobody to love him small, nobody left between him and her. I was free. It felt like standing on the moon. He walked back, never run, though there was no living thing left to see, which he did, the long quarter-mile up the crown of the road with the sun on his neck, and the truck sat waiting in the heat shimmer with its exhaust breathing, and Em watched him come the whole way. He could see her face growing in the windshield with every step, and her eyes were on him steady through the glare, gray and enormous and shining like flood water, and she did not look away once, and being walked toward by those eyes down the middle of that road was the closest thing to church Jeremy had felt since he was a boy. He came around the hood to the driver's side and opened her door. "Scoot over," he said. And she looked up at him one heartbeat longer, reading him top to bottom the way she read a room, a mark, a map, and whatever she found was what she'd been building toward down all the long weeks since a bus pulled out of a valley, because her face broke open into something he'd never seen on it, never once, not on the bathroom floor, not in the dark, something helpless. She scooted. She slid across the bench under the wheel he took. And as he dropped the column into gear and pulled out slow, and even past the steam and the strewn glass and the 4 quiet men, never speeding. Cody drives like a man with nothing in the truck but tools. She came across the seat against him and wrapped both arms around his right arm and pressed herself to him whole. Cheek on his shoulder, thigh to thigh, holding on like the truck was banking through a long turn. And she stayed that way for miles. Adoring, small, molded to him. Her breath slow and deep against his sleeve. The road ran east. The wheat gave over to scrub, and the scrub to the first pines. Black-green on the far horizon like a coming change of weather. And Jeremy done Cody. Jeremy. It had stopped mattering which. The two of them rode the bench seat of him together now. Why is he? Taking turns, drove into it with the sun going down in his mirrors, and the woman against his arm and 4 buzzards behind him, settling out of the sky. And he's thought about nothing at all. And it was wonderful. And far, far down in him, behind the last board of a door in a house no one lived in anymore, a boy from Shadow Creek sat with his back to the wall and his arms around his knees in the dark, getting smaller, listening to the engine, going wherever it went.
Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. The cantina was called Cuco's, and it sat on the courthouse square of a town they were passing through because it lay halfway between two scheduled interviews. A hand-lettered board by the register said the Thursday special was caldo de res, and Ruth ordered it, and Aaron ordered the enchilada plate. The owner brought their iced teas out himself. He was a heavy-set man in his 60s, with a white mustache and a green apron over a Western shirt. He set the glasses down and looked at the brims of their hats on the chair beside Ruth, and then at the badges on their shirts. "Rangers," he said. "You working or just passing through?" "Working," Ruth said. "Breaking for lunch." "I did 28 years with the Border Patrol. Del Rio sector, then Eagle Pass. Retired out as a supervisor in 2019 and came home and took over my mother's kitchen." He put out his hand. "Refugio Salas. Everybody calls me Cuco." They shook hands and gave him their names. He asked which company they were out of, and Aaron told him, and he nodded and said he'd worked a kidnapping case alongside 2 Rangers in 2011 near Comstock, and that they'd been thorough men and easy to work with. He asked nothing about what had brought them to town. He went back to the register, and when the food came out, he carried the plates himself and set down a saucer of cut limes they hadn't asked for. "For the caldo," he said. "My mother would come out of her grave if it went to the table without limes." The caldo was very good, and Ruth told him so on his next pass, and he stopped and rested his knuckles on the table. "I'll tell my wife you said that. She makes the broth every morning, 4 o'clock. I just run the register." He straightened up. "You two need anything, just holler." Ruth's phone lay face up on the table, beside her tea glass. At 12:41 it lit and buzzed against the wood, and the screen said Tina Chen, and Ruth answered on the first ring. Across the room, Cuco saw both Rangers change posture at the same moment. He turned to the register, moved his one other customer's ticket along, and stayed away from their table. "Tina, we've got thems." Tina was talking faster than usual. "Confirmed sighting, 40 minutes old. A jewelry and pawn shop on the square in Ash Grove, Northeast Falls County. Smash and grab, a hammer through 2 display cases, a male and a female, in and out in under a minute." The owner picked Myra Holt's driver's license photo out of a 6-pack with no hesitation. He also told the deputy she'd been in the store twice earlier this week wearing a wig. He recognized her anyway. He said he remembered her eyes from the earlier visits, because both times she came in, she went case to case studying the merchandise longer than customers usually do, and it stuck with him. Ruth stood up and put 2 20s under the salsa dish. Aaron was already up and moving. "What about the males?" "He doesn't fit the description on Jeremy Cobb's bulletin. The bulletin still describes long light brown hair and no glasses. This man had short dark hair, wire-rimmed glasses, work clothes, and a cap. But the height matches, the build matches, the age matches, and he's traveling with Mara Holt, so I'm treating the hair and glasses as a deliberate change of appearance." The owner said the man never spoke once. The woman gave all the instructions. They crossed the square at a fast walk. Behind them, the cantina door opened, and Cuco leaned out. "Go get 'em, Rangers. Come back Thursday, and the caldo's on the house." Ruth waved back. Then they were in the Range Rover, and Aaron had them off the square before Ruth's seat belt latched. "Direction of travel," Ruth said. The phone was on the dash mount now, on speaker. "East." "And it's been east for 4 days. We just didn't have the incidents connected until the pawn shop hit this morning. when the owner's identification of Holt gave every agency a reason to compare notes. Here's the sequence as it stands. Sunday morning, an armed robbery at a bait stand on Lake Whitney. Take was under $200, nobody hurt. Sunday night, the coin boxes pried open at a self-serve car wash in Hubbard. Tuesday, a tavern outside Mexia robbed at opening, the till and a cash box from under the bar, armed, nobody hurt. Wednesday, a dollar store in Teague, and that one's different. The manager resisted, and the male pistol-whipped him to the floor. He's concussed, but he gave a statement this morning. He said that after he was down, the man stood over him laughing. He said the woman pulled the man away by the arm and got him out the door, and that she was laughing too. Then Ash Grove this morning, which is the easternmost point so far. If you plot the 5 incidents on a map, the route wanders, county roads, back roads, some doubling back, but the overall movement never stops being eastward. East toward what? Aaron said. He took them up the on-ramp with his foot down hard. What's at the far end of that line? East Texas, Ruth said. The Pines. Tina. The grocer who died, the robbery before all of these. Where does his store sit relative to your line? There was a pause on the line. At the western end of it, Tina said. It's the first point. If the line is right, they killed him at the start of it. Nobody spoke for a moment. The initial suspect description in the grocer's death had been a heavy-set Hispanic male, given by a shaken witness who had seen a man near the store around the right time. That description had gone out on every channel, and it had been wrong, and the case had pointed away from Jeremy Cobb for 9 days because of it. There was nothing useful to say about that now, and neither Ruth nor Aaron said it. Send everything to DPS, Ruth said. Full update on both subjects, the vehicle, the plate, armed and extremely dangerous. And Tina, I want the bulletin to state plainly, in the first paragraph, that the female subject is the one in command. Any trooper who pulls up Mara Holt's license photo is going to see a college girl and assume she's a hostage or a girlfriend along for the ride. The bulletin has to tell him otherwise before he assumes it. The draft's already written that way. One more thing. DPS is ahead of us on the ground. The Ash Grove call went out as an active pursuit of interest 20 minutes ago, and there's a 2-person unit working the county roads east of town right now, trying to pick up the truck's trail. It's Unit 1042, out of the Fairfield duty station. Trooper Dana Vasquez and Trooper Cole Prather. Ruth had the road atlas open on her knee. East of Ash Grove, the county roads spread out on the page in a fine gray web, dozens of them, section line roads crossing every mile. Tina, I want direct radio contact with that unit. Not relayed through their dispatcher. I don't want to be 15 seconds behind events through 2 sets of hands. Call DPS Communications, have them patch us into the district channel, and have them clear it with the unit sergeant while it's being done. Give me a few minutes. It took 7. Aaron drove them east at 105 with the grill lights going, and the traffic moved out of the left lane ahead of them. And then the dash speaker clicked, and the sound changed, the compressed, boxy audio of a DPS radio channel, with wind noise and an engine underneath it. A young woman's voice came through, speaking carefully. Ranger Baker, Ranger Tate, this is Trooper Vasquez, Unit 1042. Trooper Prather is driving. We copy you direct. She paused, and then she said, Ma'am, before we get into it, dispatch told us who was coming up on the channel, and I want to say it's an honor to be working with you. I followed the Buckhorn case. Everybody in my academy class followed the Buckhorn case. I know this isn't the time, so that's all I'll say. Trooper, thank you, and right now you two are the only law in Texas with a live trail, so the regard runs both directions, Ruth said. Tell me what you have and where you are. Eastbound on FM 27, coming up on the Anderson County line by the back roads. We cut their sign about 20 minutes ago. There was dust hanging over County Road 442 where no local traffic had any reason to be, and a farmer standing at his gate flagged us down and told us a green Ford pickup had just gone by him at a high rate of speed. We've been following the dust, and the farmer's pointing ever since. Ma'am, they're running the section lines, and they're doing it like they know these roads. Twice now they've turned onto roads that are barely roads at all. Trooper Prather grew up in this county, and he's keeping us close, but we're chasing dust, not taillights. If I could request anything, it would be more units and the airplane. The airplane is coming, Ruth said, and she pointed at Aaron's phone as she said it. Aaron picked it up, called Ben Miller's office in Austin, identified himself, and requested DPS air support to the pursuit east of Ash Grove. Priority, Rangers on scene within the hour. The call took under a minute. Miller's aide said the request would go to DPS Aviation immediately. Trooper, now listen to me, Ruth said, and relay this to Prather word for word. Your bulletin says armed and dangerous. The bulletin understates it. The male subject has killed 7 people that we know of, and his violence is escalating. The dollar store manager in Teague took a pistol across the skull for arguing. The female subject is the more dangerous of the two. She is not a passenger, and she is not a hostage. She plans, she directs, and she drives. If you get eyes on that truck, you call it in, you keep your distance, and you herd them toward the other units. Do not try to force a stop with one car. This is not a stolen vehicle pursuit. Do you understand what I'm telling you? The wind noise ran on for a second. Copy, ma'am. Keep distance and herd. Relaying to Trooper Prather now. Her voice went partly off the microphone while she repeated it, and then came back. Ma'am, one more thing, and then I'm done taking up your air. My application window for the Rangers opens in the fall. I've got 4 years on with DPS, and I finished second in my academy class. The reason I'm telling you is that you're the reason I applied to DPS in the first place. There were 5 women in my academy class, and 3 of us had read about you. That's all. We've got dust ahead, and I'm going to work now. Beside Ruth, Aaron glanced over for half a second and then put his eyes back on the road. Trooper Vasquez, Ruth said, you get through this afternoon exactly as carefully as I just told you to, and when your window opens, I will walk your application through Austin myself. Now go to work. Yes, ma'am. The channel went back to carrier hiss. The Range Rover ran east. Along the horizon, the first pines showed as a dark line, still a long way off. Ruth sat with the atlas on her knee and turned her wedding ring with her thumb, which she did only when she could do nothing else useful with her hands, and Aaron saw it and said nothing. The next 40 minutes came over the channel in pieces. A trooper named Cant, running alone as Unit 1015, found the truck first. He came around a bend on a farm road and met it head-on going the other way at an ordinary speed, called it in, turned around, and pursued. The pursuit lasted 4 minutes. Then the channel carried his voice from a stopped position, short of breath, reporting that he had lost them at a T-intersection, that the truck had taken the 90-degree turn at a speed he estimated at 70, sliding sideways across both lanes of the crossroad and straightening out without leaving the roadway, and that when he had attempted to follow at a slower speed, he had still lost the back end of his cruiser on the gravel and gone through a fence into a wheat field. He reported himself uninjured and his vehicle disabled. He said twice that in 11 years of service, he had never seen a civilian vehicle driven that way. He reported the truck last seen westbound on FM 339. Copy 1015. All units be advised the female subject is the driver, the district dispatcher said. The pursuit driver is the female. Ruth looked at the atlas. Westbound was the wrong direction, and it wouldn't last, because nothing this woman did in front of witnesses was information. The wig, the swapped plates, the deposits withdrawn to the dollar, all of it was misdirection, and this would be too. She'll turn east again within 10 minutes, Ruth said. She's not running west. She's pulling them off the eastbound roads 1 car at a time. The next voice was a trooper named Witten, Unit 1029, and he did the correct thing. The dispatcher's plot put the truck approaching a one-lane iron bridge over Cottonwood Creek, and Witten got there first, drove onto the far end of the bridge, and stopped his cruiser broadside to block it. He called it in calmly, "Subjects approaching, bridge blocked, requesting backup to seal the west end." Then the channel went quiet for 11 seconds, and when Witten transmitted again, his voice had come apart. They went under the bridge. Under it, there's an old low-water crossing down there, the original ford, and she left the road on the east bank and took the truck down the embankment and through the creek at speed and up the other side. She's behind me. Subjects are past me, eastbound on County Road 4110. I never fired. There was no safe angle. The creek threw water over my hole. 1029. Subjects eastbound on 4110. I am turning around now. Aaron had both hands on the wheel and his eyes on the road. Bonnie and Clyde, he said. That's what this is now. 11 days ago, that boy stood in the Grange Hall crying while he pulled the trigger. Every witness who survived said so. Now he's laughing while he pistol whips store managers, and she's driving under bridges, and the two of them are robbing their way across 5 counties. She turned him into Clyde in 11 days. It took the Barrow gang 2 years to get that far, Ruth said. She did it in 11 days, and when this is over, that fact goes in front of Austin in plain language. Those 11 men paid her for advice, a little at a time, over months. Jeremy Cobb is getting the entire course at full speed, in person. We're watching what she actually is. She keyed the microphone. Vasquez, this is Baker. Report your position. 1042. Ma'am, we have visual contact. The wind under her voice had become a roar, and the engine was wide open. Green Ford, half a mile ahead, eastbound on County Road 4180. We picked them up coming off Witten's Crossing. Sergeant Dockery's unit is with us. That's Sergeant Dockery and Trooper Lum. They came up from the south and fell in with us, and the sergeant is alongside us right now. The road ahead is a 9-mile straightaway, wide gravel, no crossroads for 6 miles. Ma'am, this is the best containment anybody's going to get today. Vasquez, Baker. Keep your distance. Do not close on her. Ruth heard her own voice go flat and hard. The Atlas said the straightaway was 30+ minutes from the Range Rover's position at any speed Aaron could make. Trooper, your sergeant is the senior officer on that road, and I cannot give him orders, so relay my professional assessment to him right now, in these words. That driver has already put 1 unit in a field and defeated a fixed roadblock this afternoon. If she is letting you get alongside her, it is because she wants you alongside her. Do you copy? Copy, ma'am, relaying. Her voice moved away from the microphone. Ruth heard her shouting it across the cab over the engine. Then she was back, and she was talking faster, and she sounded very young. Ma'am, Sergeant Dockery says the airplane is 12 minutes out, and we may not get this chance again. We're going to close and box the truck between us. We're closing now. 1/4 mile. She sees us, brake lights, the truck is slowing, she's checking down, she's Cole, watch her. Watch her. What came through the dash speaker in the next 9 seconds, Ruth would keep for the rest of her life. The wind roar. Vasquez half away from the microphone. She's braking, she's brack, and the word cut off. A shriek of metal against metal, very close, inside the sound. Prather's voice, 1 syllable that never became a word. And then the crash itself, an enormous flat concussion, and tearing metal and debris striking the car, and the microphone itself hitting something hard, and the transmission collapsing into the steady howl of an open channel. Inside the howl came a second impact, deeper and farther away. Dockery and Lum, blind in their partner's dust, arriving into the wreckage. Then the channel dropped out entirely. 1042 District. The dispatcher's voice, flat, already working. 1042 Status. 1015, 1029, Any unit with a view of County Road 4180, report. Aaron pulled the Range Rover onto the shoulder and put it in park. Neither of them said anything about it. They were more than 30 minutes from that road. There was nothing to do with the steering wheel that mattered, and the radio was about to tell them everything, and they both knew both things at the same time. The grill lights kept turning. Cars they had passed miles back went by them one at a time. The channel came back up. It was a different sound, now small, close, muffled. Vasquez's portable radio, somewhere under her or against her, its transmit key pinned open by the wreck or by her own hand. It broadcast steadily, and everything near it went out over the district channel, and everyone on that channel heard what Ruth and Aaron heard. Metal settling, ticking and pinging, and one long groan of steel bending under weight. A liquid sound, thin and steady, that did not stop. And breathing, wet, clicking, catching on every third breath, and then Dana Vasquez's voice, very low, slurred, the words running together, trying to transmit on her dash microphone, which was dead. 10-10F District 1040. She lost it and started again. Cole. Cole. Nothing answered her. 10 District 1042. Off, officer down, officer. Boots on gravel. Unhurried. A step and a step, and a step, growing louder in the transmission. They stopped close to the microphone. Vasquez's breathing changed. It went fast and shallow, and then it became a word or most of one. No. And. The shot was enormous through the small microphone. Ruth's body jerked against her stillness. On the channel, the wet clicking breathing was now the only breathing, and it had gone faster. The boots came 2 steps closer. Leather and denim creaked, a man lowering himself into a squat, taking his time about it. Then there was a full second of nothing at all, and in that second Ruth understood what was happening in it. He was looking at her, through the crushed window, from close range, and Dana Vasquez was looking back at him. She spent her last seconds transmitting. That was what she chose to do with them. 10F District 1042, her call sign, garbled and sliding into a dead microphone, following her training to the end, not knowing that her portable was live, that the whole county was on the channel, that every word since the crash had been heard. The second shot cut her off in the middle of a number. The liquid sound kept its slow time. The metal ticked as it cooled. Somewhere near the open microphone, a meadowlark began to sing, in the ordinary way of a field bird in the early afternoon, and the boots moved away, crunching, growing fainter, then stopping some distance off. 2 more shots came, flat and small with the distance, several seconds apart. 1. A pause. 2. Then the boots came back the other way, past the open microphone and beyond it, even and unhurried, and a voice said one word. It was a young man's voice, level and empty, and it was not addressed to anyone living. 4. A truck door opened and shut. A second door. An engine turned over and caught, a big, old engine, and gravel rolled under tires, slowly, at an ordinary lawful speed, and the sound diminished and was gone. The meadowlark went on singing. The liquid sound went on. The open channel hissed above 4 dead officers and Dana Vasquez's portable radio, still transmitting. Ruth reached out and keyed the microphone. Her voice came out level and empty of everything, because that was the voice this required, and she gave it what it required. District, this is Ranger Baker. Officers down, County Road 4180, presume 4 officers down. Roll all available EMS and air ambulance. Get the DPS aircraft on a green Ford half-ton pickup, leaving that scene eastbound. The occupants are the Holt and Cobb fugitives, and they are your shooters. And District, no unit closes on that truck alone. No unit. Confirm. Confirmed, Ranger. The dispatcher's voice had a crack running through it, and he worked around the crack, and the channel filled with the machinery of it. units, counties, the airplane, a medical helicopter out of Tyler. Ruth turned the volume down to a murmur. The radio had told them everything it had. Aaron put the Range Rover in drive. He said nothing. He checked his mirror, pulled off the shoulder, and put the accelerator all the way down, and the truck climbed through its gears with the pine lines standing dark along the eastern horizon and the sun behind them now. Ruth looked at him once. His jaw was set hard, his eyes were fixed on the road, his hands were at 9 and 3 and did not move. And then she looked down at the atlas on her knee, at the web of county roads east of a gravel straightaway she had never driven, and found Caddo Springs on the page and put her fingertip on it and left it there, and neither of them spoke, and the Range Rover ran east as fast as it could be driven. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The sun was almost down by the time they brought Dana Vasquez out of the wreck. Ruth stood at the edge of County Road 4180 with her hat in her hand and watched them do it. It had taken the fire crew from 2 towns over an hour with the cutters to open the car enough to take her out with any dignity, and the light had gone long and orange across the winter wheat while they worked, and now 4 gurneys stood in a row on the gravel with 4 black bags on them, and the men and women working the scene moved among them quietly and did not look at each other more than they had to. There were a lot of vehicles on that road now. DPS cruisers from 3 districts, the sheriff, 2 justice of the peace vehicles, because in this county the JP had to pronounce, the crime scene unit out of Tyler, 2 ambulances that had been called when there was still hope of needing them and had stayed to serve as what they were now, which was transportation. The DPS airplane had come and gone twice overhead and found nothing. Troopers stood along the fence line in 2s and 3s. Some of them had known the dead. All of them had heard the channel. They loaded Prather first, then Sergeant Dockery, then Trooper Lum. When they lifted the 4th gurney, a trooper standing near the ambulance doors, a big man, older, with sergeant stripes, took his hat off, and every officer on that road did the same thing at the same time without anyone saying anything, and the gurney went up and in, and the doors closed, and the ambulance pulled away down the county road at a slow and ordinary speed with its lights off, because there was no reason left to hurry. Ruth watched it out of sight. Her jaw ached, and she understood after a moment that it ached because she had been clenching it for the better part of an hour. She was 26 years old, she said. Aaron stood beside her with his hat in his hand and said nothing. 26. 4 years on the job, 2nd in her academy class. Her application window opened in the fall. She'd have gotten in, Aaron, I'd have seen to it, and she'd have earned it, and I'd never have had to bend one rule to help her, because she was exactly what we look for. You heard her on that radio. Even when she was asking me a favor, she was doing it honestly, straight out, here are my scores, here is my reason. And then she'd have done what I did. Worked the border 5 or 6 years, made her cases, taken her lumps, gotten good. 15 years from now, she's a senior ranger somewhere. 20 years, maybe she's supervising a company. Some other 26-year-old trooper is telling her over a radio that she's the reason they applied. Ruth stopped and made herself breathe. I keep trying to see it the other way around. Me at her age, lying under that 4th bag on a road like this one. Everything that happened to me after 26, gone. No badge. No marriage. No Aaron Tate. No Jake, no Marcus, no Ava. Everything I have got built in the years, she isn't going to get. All of it, the whole life, cut off in about 9 seconds on a dirt road in the middle of nowhere, by a boy who shot her in the head while she was trying to call it in. I know it, Aaron said. And here's the part I can't put down. She turned and looked at the wreck, where the crime scene techs were working under the portable lights now, photographing the interior of the crushed cruiser, a frame at a time. That boy has a fortune sitting in a trust account. A real fortune, enough to live on for the rest of his life without working a day. 3 weeks ago, he could have gone anywhere in this world and done anything he wanted. Instead, he is out here running the back roads of Texas, robbing bait stands for $200 and killing police officers and laughing while he does it. The dollar store manager said he laughed, Aaron. Standing over a man he just put on the floor. Laughing. She shook her head slowly. What happened to Jeremy Cobb? Not just since Shadow Creek, before that. Since the day Myra Holt walked into his life. Every person who ever knew that boy says the same thing. Gentle, soft-hearted, wouldn't fight back when he was picked on. His own brother walked toward his gun with open arms because in 23 years, that boy had never hurt anything. And in a few months, this woman turned him into what we listened to on that radio today. A stone-cold killer who walks from car to car finishing off wounded troopers. How, Aaron? How is a thing like that done to a person? I have been doing this work my whole adult life, and I cannot begin to fathom how such an evil thing is accomplished. Aaron was quiet for a while. Out past the fence line, the wheat had gone gray in the failing light, and the portable generators hummed, and the radios murmured up and down the road. We don't know, he said finally. We can't know. Because we're not evil ourselves. Only evil knows what evil does. He turned his hat slowly in his hands. I saw that in the stand when I was deployed. Even the civilians who'd survived encounters with the really bad ones, the true ones, they were changed by it afterward. Tarred by the same brush. Just a touch. Just enough that they knew it on sight ever after, could point a man out across a market and be right. And us. We could have walked right past those same men and never guessed what was in their hearts. We didn't have the eye because we hadn't paid what it costs to get the eye. But how do people do such things? Her eyes were burning now, and she let them. There was nobody close enough to see except her husband. How does a person sit across a table from a boy like that, day after day, and take him apart, and build that in his place and feel nothing? I don't know, Ruthie. He said it plainly and gently. I don't know, and you don't either, because we can never know. And thank God we can't. It's why we are who we are. It's why we love our kids and each other, and why we have the life we have. The day we can understand her from the inside is the day we've lost something I don't ever intend to lose. Ruth looked at him in the generator light for a moment. Then she put her hat back on. Call the team, she said. They took the call in the Range Rover, with the doors shut. Tina answered on the first ring, and her voice was low and flat, and behind it the office was quiet in a way it never was. Tell me you have something, Ruth said. I don't. Nobody does. Tina exhaled. The airplane ran the road grid east of the scene until dark and never picked up the truck. There are 11 ways off that section line web onto pavement, and no camera on any of them. We've got county units sitting on the likely crossings. DPS has checkpoints going up on 79, 84, and 175, and the helicopter out of Tyler will fly the river bottoms again at first light. But Ruth, it's been 6 hours, and there has not been one sighting, one camera hit, one call. After the crash, it's like they drove into the dust cloud and vanished. My guess is they went to ground within 20 miles of that road. A barn, an empty house, deer country. She's too careful to run through a checkpoint, net the same night it goes up. She'll sit still and let it get bored. That's my guess too. What about Brett and Jake? Brett's driving to the scene tonight to be there for the walkthrough at first light. Jake's pulling every property record within 25 miles of the crash site. Absentee owners, estates, foreclosures, hunting leases, anything with a roof and no occupant. A pause. Ruth, everybody here heard the channel. The recording's already everywhere, every duty station in the state. Marisol in the front office was crying at her desk this afternoon, and she never met Vasquez in her life. Another pause longer. We're all right. We're just angry, and there's nowhere useful to put it yet. Put it in the property records, Ruth said. That's where it'll do the most good. We'll be at the morning briefing in Palestine. Call me at any hour if anything moves. A copy. Get some sleep, both of you. That's from me, and it's an order. The motel was on the highway at the edge of the county seat, a single-story L of rooms around a gravel lot, with a sign that said Clean ROOMS American OWNED, and a night clerk who took one look at the badges and gave them the room at the quiet end without being asked. The room was small and clean and smelled like laundry soap. Ruth stood in the shower a long time with the water as hot as it would go, and when she came out in the old t-shirt she slept in, Aaron took his turn, and then the two of them lay down on top of the bedspread in the lamplight, and she put her head on his chest, and he put his arm around her, and they lay there, and neither of them pretended they were going to sleep yet. Aaron picked up the remote and turned on the television and ran through the channels, news, a game, a preacher, and stopped on an old black and white movie that was maybe 20 minutes in, and set the remote down, and they watched it because it was the only thing on that had nothing to do with today. It was a crime picture from the 40s. A quiet man was running a gas station in a small mountain town under a made-up name, and he had a good, sweet-natured local girl who loved him, and the two of them went fishing in the afternoons, and it was plain from the first scene that the man had built himself a small, clean life on purpose and knew it couldn't last. Then a stranger in a dark coat drove into town looking for him, and the quiet man had to sit his girl down by the lake and tell her who he really was. That years ago, in another life, he had been a private detective in New York, and a gambler had hired him to find a woman who had shot the gambler and run off to Mexico with $40,000 of his money. And the detective had found her down there, in a little town, in a cantina, and instead of bringing her back, he had fallen in love with her, because she was beautiful and soft-spoken and seemed like the saddest, gentlest thing in the world. And she was none of those things. She was the coldest one in the whole picture. Everything she ever said was a lie told in a sweet, low voice, and every man who believed her ended up ruined or dead, and the quiet man had believed her once and had been running from it ever since. And now the past had driven into town in a dark coat, and he had to go back and see it through, and the girl by the lake asked him if the woman was as bad as people said, and he said something Ruth caught only half of, about how she couldn't be all bad, no one was, and then, quietly, that she came the closest. Ruth watched the woman on the screen light a cigarette in a dark hotel room and tell the hero a lie with her whole face full of love, and she felt Aaron's arm tight a half-inch around her shoulders, and neither of them said anything about it, because there was nothing to say that the day hadn't already said. The phone rang on the nightstand. The screen said home, with the little video icon. Aaron muted the television. Ruth sat up against the headboard and ran a hand quickly under her eyes, out of old habit, and answered. Ava's face filled the screen from too close, one brown eye and the purple arc of her hearing aid, and then she settled back to where Ruth could see her hands. She was at the kitchen table, in her pajamas, with the sketchbook in front of her, and the sight of her went through Ruth like heat through cold hands. Hi, Mama, Ava signed. Are you in a motel? The lamp is ugly. It's a very ugly lamp, Ruth said, signing as she spoke. How was your day, baby? It came in a flood, the way it always did, her hands quick and light, her face doing half the talking. School was boring except art. Taylor got braces and is being dramatic about it. She can't eat popcorn for 2 years, which Ava had pointed out was not medically true, which had started a fight, which was over by lunch. And Mama, she leaned in, and her hands slowed down the way they did when the thing was important. Miss Delgado kept me after class. Not in trouble. She had the forms for the state art contest. The real one in Austin. She filled out my part already. She said. Ava paused, and her ears went a little pink, and she made herself finish it. She said I'm the best she's had in 14 years of teaching, and it would be a crime not to enter me. She said crime, Mama. That's your word. She's right, Ruth said. It would be. Are you going to do it? Ava's hands went still on the tabletop. Then, I don't know. Why not? What if I don't win? There are kids from Houston and Dallas. Big schools with real art programs. Her hands moved faster now, the worry running out through them. And what if I do win? Winners have to go to Austin. There's a ceremony. On a stage. In front of hundreds of people. Miss Delgado showed me pictures from last year. Mama, they make you stand at a microphone. She spelled the last word out letter by letter, microphone, and made a face like the word itself was a punishment. I don't like competitions. I like drawing. Those are different things. They are different things, Ruth said. And I hear you. But baby, listen to me now, because this is a mother knows thing. She waited until Ava's eyes were steady on her. Chances like this one don't come along very often, and when they come, you take them. Even scared. Especially scared. You can be terrified of that stage and still get up on it. Being scared and doing it anyway is the whole trick, and there is no other trick. Carpe diem. Ava wrinkled her nose. Carpe what? Carpe diem. It's Latin. It means seize the day. Ruth signed it, one hand catching hold of the air and pulling it in. Take the chance while it's in front of you. Because you never know what tomorrow. It came up on her without any warning at all. 1 second she was talking to her daughter about an art contest, and the next second Dana Vasquez was reciting her call sign into a dead microphone on a gravel road, 26 years old with her window opening in the fall. And Ruth's throat closed and her eyes went hot and she had to stop and press her lips together. And it was only a moment, 2 seconds, 3, but Ava saw it. Ava saw everything. She had been reading faces her whole life, the way other people read books. Mama. Her hands came up slowly. What's wrong? Are you okay? Yes, honey. I'm fine. Ruth breathed once and let it go. It's just well. I lost someone today. Someone I really liked. Another cop. Yes. A trooper. A young woman. She was very good and very brave, and I'd only just gotten to know her, and I liked her a lot. Ava's face changed. Her brows came down and her mouth set, and she made the sign hard and sharp. Was it a bad guy who shot her? Ruth sighed. Yes. He's a very bad guy now. He wasn't always. But he is now. Then you need to stop him, Mom. Ava's hands were quick and certain. Stop him by killing him. Honey. Ruth blinked and shook her head. That's not. That's the only way, isn't it? Ava didn't look away, and her hands didn't slow down. Because really bad guys don't give up. They don't want to stop. So the only way to stop them is to arrest them, and if they won't let you arrest them, then you have to kill them. Right. Otherwise they'll kill you. Ruth sat against the headboard of a motel bed and stared at her 12-year-old daughter, and could not find one thing in the reasoning to argue with. It was not appropriate. She knew it was not appropriate. Ava was 12, and this was a bedtime call, and there were things a mother was supposed to say here about how it never comes to that if we do our jobs right. And her daughter was right. Every step of it, laid out plain, the whole hard arithmetic of her profession, arrived at across a kitchen table by a child with a sketchbook. The same arithmetic Ruth had done on a cliff top in another county, with Lee Corbin's gun coming up. The same arithmetic that was likely waiting for her somewhere out east in the pines. She nodded. Slowly once. Ava nodded back, satisfied, a matter settled. Then her whole face changed channels, the gravity gone, 12 again, lit up. Do what you have to, Mom. I love you. Bye. Gotta go, Marcus and Jake want to play dumb charades, and I'm going to whoop their butts like always. And she was gone off the screen in a blur of pajamas, and the last thing the camera caught before the call ended was the kitchen light and Jake's voice somewhere off screen saying rules this time, Ava, actual rules. Ruth laughed. It came up out of her before she knew it was coming, a real laugh, at the ceiling of a motel room at the end of the worst day she'd had in years, and it felt like the first full breath since the dash speaker had gone to the sound of tearing metal. Aaron looked over at her. His eyes were heavy, half gone toward sleep, and he smiled at her, and she knew he was smiling because she was laughing, and that was all, and it was enough. "She's going to whoop their butts," he said. "She always does. They rig the rules, and she whoops them anyway." Ruth picked up the remote and turned the television off, the woman in the dark hotel room vanishing mid-lie. She lay down beside her husband and fitted herself against him, and reached over him and turned off the lamp, and in the dark she found his face and kissed him once, slow. Then he drew himself up on his elbows, took her face in his hands and kissed her like he would never let go, and she started to resist at first, to say, "No, I don't feel like." But then she stopped herself and let go and went with it. Because Carpe diem.
Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. They went into the woods on foot a little after midnight, and the woods did not want them. Em had put the truck into a dry creek bed 2 miles off the last named road, nosed it down the bank into a stand of yaupon, and cut brush over the tailgate with the folding saw from the toolbox, working fast and steady in the dark while Jeremy held the flashlight with his hands shaking, and then she'd shouldered her duffel and looked at the map one last time by the red glow of the taillights before she pulled the wires on those two. 11 miles, she said. There's a dirt road runs northeast off this bottom. Somebody will come along it and will take what they're driving. Walk where I walk. Nobody came along it. They walked the 11 miles and then more, hour on hour, and the road was 2 ruts with grass grown up in the middle, and it never once showed them a headlight, because it was the kind of road that went from nothing to nothing. And Jeremy came to understand somewhere in the 4th hour that she had picked it for exactly that reason and was paying the price of her own caution the same as him, one step at a time, and never said a word of complaint about it. The pines stood up black on both sides. Things moved off in the dark and stopped moving when they stopped. His feet had gone from hurting to burning to a far-off ringing that he could ignore, and his ears never quit working the whole night, every snapped stick, every owl, and twice, far behind them and high up, the sound of the helicopter working the river bottoms, a heartbeat in the sky that swelled and faded and never came close. Each time it faded, Em said the same thing, quietly, without turning her head. They're flying the water. She thinks we're in the bottoms. She always said she. He had noticed that and not asked about it. His shoulder throbbed where the duffel strap crossed it. His mouth tasted like copper and dust. And underneath all of it, wrapped up and stored where he didn't have to look at it, was the gravel road from yesterday afternoon, the boots, the 4 flat sounds, the word he'd said out loud to nobody. It had not come loose in him yet. He was aware of it the way you're aware of a loaded gun in the next room. Em had watched him for the first hour after, sideways, reading him, and whatever she'd seen had satisfied her, because somewhere in the evening she put her hand on the back of his neck while she drove and left it there, warm, and said, "You did what the work needed." That's all that happened. And Cody had agreed, and Cody was driving the body now, walking it down this rut road on its ringing feet, and Jeremy rode along behind Cody's eyes and was grateful for him the way you're grateful for a mule. The sky had just begun to turn, not light yet, just a thinning in the east, the pines going from black to almost black, when the dogs started up. It was a long way off first, a big-chested farm bark rolling down the road at them, and then a house showed itself the way houses do out there, all at once. A low dark shape at the end of a dirt lane, one security light on a pole, a fenced lot beside it where 2 horses stood with their heads already up, watching, and an old truck parked in the yard with its windshield catching the pole light. Em stopped in the road and looked at it for a long moment. Well, she said, nothing coming along a road like this. Because everything's already here. The dog came down the lane at them. It came fast and low out of the shadow of the fence line, barking with everything in it. And Jeremy had the pistol out and fired at it without one thought in his head, no decision. No aiming. His arm just went out and the gun went off. And the muzzle flash killed his eyes for a second. And the shot went nowhere and the dog swerved and bared its teeth. Close now. Sideways on. Hackles up in the pole light. And he fired again and missed again. The dirt kicking beside it. And the dog yelped like it had been hit even though it hadn't and broke and ran flat out into the brush along the fence. And was gone. The barking kept on from somewhere inside the dark, moving, circling wide of them. 2 shots, Em said. There was nothing in her voice at all. So he's awake now. Come on, they didn't creep. That registered in Jeremy dimly as they walked up the lane, that there was no plan anymore that involved quiet, that the shots had spent the quiet, and Em walked straight up the dirt at the front porch with her arms loose at her sides, and he came beside her, and the horses wheeled once around their lot and stood blowing at the far rail, and at the door Em stepped aside and looked at him and looked at the door, and Cody kicked it in. The frame was old pine and it went on the first kick, the door slapping back against the inside wall, and they were in a dark kitchen that smelled like bacon grease and kerosene and old man. And from the back room came a thump and a voice, and then the man himself, thin and scraggly in his underwear and an unbuttoned flannel, white hair standing off his head, coming through the doorway with a shotgun already rising in his hands. Jeremy shot him. He didn't think about that one either. The pistol was up from the door kick and the old man was a pale shape lifting a gun, and Jeremy's arm did what it did now. And the old man staggered back against the door frame, hit somewhere in the body, and his shotgun went off into the room as he fell against the wood, one barrel, an enormous slapping boom in that small space, orange fire a yard long, and the charge went wide of Jeremy and most of it chewed into the cabinets, and Em cried out. It wasn't a scream. It was worse than a scream, a short, furious, indignant sound, the sound of a person wronged, and Jeremy spun, and she was standing with her hand clapped to her left shoulder and her eyes huge and her teeth showing. He shot me, she said. Not frightened. Outraged. She took her hand away and looked at it, and even in the gray almost light he could see the dark on her palm and the darker patches coming through her shirt at the shoulder, 3 or 4 places, spreading. He shot me. The old man was down against the door frame with his legs pushed out in front of him, breathing in whistles, and one of his hands was still crawling along the shotgun stock toward the grip, dragging the barrel an inch at a time up off the floor, and Jeremy turned back and put the pistol on him to finish it. No. Her voice stopped his arm like a hand on it. He's mine. She crossed the kitchen. She went past Jeremy without looking at him, her hurt arm held in a little against her side, and she looked around the countertops in the gray light, unhurried, the way she looked at a room she was going to work, and there was a wooden block by the stove with knife handles standing out of it, and she drew them out one at a time and looked at each and put it back until she found the one that suited her, and then she went over to the old man in the corner. Jeremy did not watch all of it. He tried at first because Cody would watch. Cody could watch anything, but Cody was thinner than he'd ever been right then, worn through in patches like an old tarp, 11 miles of walking and no sleep, and the muzzle flashes still swimming in his eyes, and what Em did to the old man came through the thin places and got at Jeremy direct. It went on. That was the thing his body could not get around. Shooting was a door slamming, a sound, and then whatever was going to be true was already true. This was not a door. The old man screamed for a while, high and cracked, screams with words in them at first, please and God and a name, a woman's name, over and over, Dorothy or Dorothea, and then screams without any words in them, and then sounds that weren't screams anymore, and all through it Jeremy could hear Em's breathing, even and absorbed, the breathing of somebody sewing, and once low he heard her say to the old man, almost gently, S-H-H. S-H-H. You shot me the way you'd correct a child. His stomach came up against the back of his throat and stood there. He would not be sick. He gripped that with everything left in him. Being sick was Jeremy's, the rest stop toilet, the flies, kneeling on concrete that belonged to the boy behind the door, and if he brought it up now here in front of her while she was working, she would hear it and she would know exactly what it was and exactly who it was, and something would change in how she looked at him, and it would never change back. So he turned away and made his eyes go around the room and made himself be Cody doing a job, taking inventory, the way she'd taught him in a bathroom under a bare bulb 100 years ago. 2-burner stove. Kerosene heater. A calendar from a feed store 3 years old stopped on a month with a painting of quail. A shelf of canned goods. A coffee can of screws and fuses. And on a nail by the busted door, a ring of keys. Outside, far off in the brush, the dog was still barking. It had gone distant and steady, a heartbroken sound with no fight left in it, just grief on a loop, and Jeremy took the keys off the nail and went out into the yard to get away from both sounds at once. The truck was an old Chevy, faded blue gone chalky, a hay spear rusting in the bed. The third key fit. The engine cranked long and slow on a tired battery and then caught and ran, ragged for a second and then even, and the gauge needle swung up and settled past the halfway mark. He sat in it a minute with his hands on the wheel and the motor idling and the dawn coming up gray through the dirty windshield, and the sounds from the house reached him even out there, thinner, and he shut the engine off because wasting the battery was a reason and got out and made himself go back inside. It was over, or nearly. The old man wasn't making sounds anymore and wasn't moving, and Em was still at it, crouched over him in the corner with her back to the room, her arm moving in a slow, deliberate rhythm, and the light had come up enough now that Jeremy could see the floor around them and looked away from it. "Looks like the old geezer's dead, Em," he said. She kept on. The arm kept its rhythm. It was like talking to a woman doing dishes with the water running, except it was nothing like that, and he stood there a moment and then crossed the room and tapped her on the back twice with 2 fingers. She came around on him so fast he never saw the middle of the movement. 1 second her back, the next her face, and her face was wrong. It was spattered dark to the hairline. Dark in the creases beside her nose. Dark on her teeth. And her teeth were bared. All of them. Her lips pulled back off them. And her eyes, when they found him, had nothing in them that knew him. Nothing in them that knew anything. And in the gray light, with the barking still going somewhere out in the brush, Jeremy's body decided for 1 full second that it was the dog, that the dog had gotten into the house and turned on him, and his gun hand started up on its own before the rest of him caught it. "Hey." His voice came out small. "He's dead." She stared at him. The knife was still in her fist, up at the height it worked at, and her chest went in and out fast, and she did not lower the knife. And Jeremy stood there inside the longest second of his life with his mouth gone dry as chalk, and heard himself swallow, and heard himself say, and it was pure instinct, it came from someplace below thinking, the way you'd say your name to a dog to remind it. "Them. It's me. Cody." Something came back into her eyes. It came from a long way off, and it took its time arriving, like watching a person surface from deep water, and then she was behind her face again, and she blinked, and her lips came down over her teeth, and she looked at him for a moment as if placing him, Cody, right, the truck, the road, the plan, and then she turned back to the old man and looked at him too, the way you'd look at a chore to see if it was finished. She raised the knife and put it into him one more time, unhurried all the way, and left it standing there, and got up off her knees and stood. "The truck runs," Jeremy said. His voice held. He was proud of it in a small, sick way. He thumbed over his shoulder at the door. "Half a tank of gas, too. That'll get us the rest of the way." Em didn't answer right off. She stood in the middle of the kitchen with her hurt shoulder drawn in and her hands dark to the wrists. And she looked around the place, and it wasn't much to look around. It was a shack. Really. This one room for kitchen and sitting both. A bedroom behind it. A bathroom off that with a pull-string light. And that was the whole of it, and Jeremy watched her read it. The one plate in the drainer. The one chair pulled out from the table. The calendar stopped 3 years back. The boots by the door in one pair. He was living out here alone, she said. Jeremy shrugged. Sure. Nobody to miss him. No neighbors in 11 miles, we walked it. Mail carrier maybe, if he even gets mail. She nodded slowly to herself, working it. We'll lay low here a while. Let the heat die down. They're flying the rivers and setting up on the highways, and every hour we're not moving, that net gets wider and looser. You move through a checkpoint net when it's tired, not when it's fresh. He frowned before he could stop himself. The room, the corner, the smell of it already starting. You sure? Of course I'm sure. It snapped out of her quick and hard, and her eyes came up at him with a flick of the thing from the corner still in them, and he put his hands up an inch, easy, easy, and let it go. She went to find the bathroom. He heard the pull string click and the pipes bang and the water start to run, and long silences in the running that he understood after a while were her, standing at the little sink, picking the buckshot out of her own shoulder with her fingers or the tweezers off her keychain, because there was never a sound out of her while she did it, not one. Jeremy stood in the kitchen with the light coming up yellow now through the east window, and made the mistake of looking down at the old man. He looked away fast, but not fast enough, and his stomach rolled over slow and lay still again. They ought to do something about that, he thought. Move it. Bury it. You couldn't lay low in a two-room house with that in the kitchen corner. That was plain to anybody, but he was not going to touch it by himself, was not going to be alone with his hands on it after what she'd done to it, and the thought of asking her rose up, and he actually got as far as the bathroom door with the words in his mouth. Through the gap he could see her at the sink, stripped to the waist, her shoulder washed clean and pink around the little dark punctures, dabbing at them with a wet rag, almost done, almost clean, and he thought, if I ask her now she'll have to get bloody all over again and she'll be mad. And he took the words back down and said nothing, and told himself it was consideration, and knew even while he told himself that it was fear, and filed the knowing where he filed things now. They slept in the old man's bed because it was the only bed. The sheets smelled like the whole house, kerosene and liniment, an old man's hair on the pillow, an old man's shape worn into the mattress springs, and Cody didn't like it, lay there rigid in the dawn light with his lip curled, breathing through his mouth, and it was strange and awful, the things Cody minded and didn't. 4 troopers on a gravel road he had walked away from with his head empty and his hands steady, and now a dead man's pillowcase had him lying stiff as a plank. Em slept the second her head went down. Slept like a child, deep and easy, her cheek in her palm and her hurt shoulder up, her face washed clean and smooth and sweet in the yellow morning light, and Jeremy lay beside her a long time listening to the dog grieving somewhere out in the brush, and the horses moving in their lot and the house ticking as the sun found it, and then exhaustion came down over him like water closing and took him too. When he woke, the light through the little window had gone over to the other side and turned gold. Late afternoon, and the house smelled like frying eggs. His stomach came up hollering before he was even upright. He had eaten nothing since a bag of jerky split on the walk, and nothing hot since the day before that, and he came out of the bedroom following the smell like a boy following it home, and stopped in the kitchen doorway. Em sat at the small table in the light from the west window, eating eggs off the old man's one plate. 4 eggs, 5 sunny side up, a whole skilletful, and she was going at them steadily, forking up the whites, breaking the yolks and mopping at them, and a line of yolk had run off the fork down her chin and she hadn't wiped it. It hung there gold and thick while she chewed, and her eyes were somewhere out the window on the horse lot, absent, easy, a woman having her breakfast at 4 in the afternoon in a dead man's house. Jeremy looked around for his plate. There was no plate. There was the skillet on the cold burner, wiped shiny with the last of her bread. There were eggshells in a neat pile on the counter. He counted them without meaning to, 6, and that was all. He went to the old refrigerator, a round-shouldered thing older than his daddy would have been, humming like it hurt, and opened it. A jar of bacon grease, ketchup, a heel of bread gone blue at one corner, a can of coffee, half an onion in wax paper. Nothing. She had cooked the last 6 eggs in the house and eaten all 6, and not called out to him, and not left one on the stove, and Jeremy stood with the cold air on his face and the door in his hand, and felt something move through him that had never once moved toward her before, a plain, hot, small resentment, the exact kind he used to feel at 11 years old when Anson got the bigger. He shut it off. He shut the refrigerator too and said nothing, and his stomach growled loud in the quiet, and she didn't look over. Take him out and bury him, Em said. She said it with her eyes still out the window, forking up egg, and it took Jeremy a second to understand everything that was inside the sentence. Not we should. Not help me. Take him out and bury him, the way you'd tell a hand what the day was, the way Royce Tibbet used to point at the pecan sacks. She was giving him an order. She had eaten all the eggs, and now she was giving him an order, and he stood there with his empty stomach and his headache starting behind his eyes, and he frowned and got as far as opening his mouth. She turned her head and looked at him. That was all she did. She looked at him across the little kitchen with her fork resting on the plate and the yolk drying on her chin, and her gray eyes were flat and patient and entirely without hurry, and somewhere underneath them, way down like a shape under lake ice, was the corner of the kitchen from last night, the teeth, the knife held at working height. She looked at him and waited to see what he would do, and it was the exact look, he realized, that she'd worn watching him cross a motel room in new boots, a teacher checking whether the lesson had taken. Jeremy shut his mouth. He got the tarp off the woodpile and did it. It was bad. It was worse than bad, and it took him the whole rest of the afternoon. He would not look at what he was moving, and had to look in order to move it. And he solved that the way she'd have solved it. With the tarp and with Cody. Rolling the bundle onto the plastic with the flat of his boot and a broken hoe handle so his hands never once, and even so it was heavier than he had ever imagined a thin old man could be. Heavy like the ground itself was pulling on it. And it came down the porch steps wrong, and he had to drag it the last 30 yards to the spot he'd picked out past the horse lot. And the horses ran a circle and stood at the far rail and watched him with their heads high the whole time. And would not stop watching him. The ground was hard as a road. The shovel was rusted and cracked down the handle and turned in his palms until they blistered and the blisters opened. 2 feet down he hit a caliche layer like poured concrete and had to go find the pick in the lean-to, and the sun leaned lower and went red, and the dog came back partway out of the brush and stood off at the tree line and barked at him, on and on, hoarse now, and Jeremy stopped once with his hands on the pick handle and yelled at it, screamed at it, a raw noise with no words that scared him worse than it scared the dog, and then went back to digging. By the time he had it deep enough to be honest, and the dirt back over it and the ground tamped and a few rocks on it, because rocks felt like something, the sun was a red line in the pines and the first star was out. And Jeremy Cobb stood over a grave he'd dug for a man whose name he didn't know. Filthy to the eyebrows. His hands bleeding into the shovel grip. His head pounding. His empty stomach chewing on itself. And he could not remember. Standing there. One single thing he had ever wanted in his life that had led to here. He went back in to tell her it was done. The lamp by the couch was on. Em was passed out on the old spring sofa with one arm flung up over her head and her mouth soft. Dead asleep. Sleeping the way she slept. Like nothing in the world had ever chased anybody, and her skirt had ridden up in her sleep. All the way up. And her thighs were bare in the lamplight, and the plain white of her underwear showed. And Jeremy stood in the doorway with the dirt of the grave still on him, and felt his body respond the way it always responded to her. Instant. Helpless. A hunger jumping the line ahead of the other hunger. And he licked his lips and took one step. Already seeing it. His hands on her. Waking her that way. Just taking she was his. Wasn't she? Hadn't she pressed herself against his arm and called herself his? And her face came around at him out of last night with the blood in its creases and its teeth bared and its eyes empty of him, of everything, the knife up at working height. And it all went out of him at once like a pulled plug. He stood there in the lamplight going soft, his heart beating for a different reason now, and Em slept on with her arm over her head, sweet-faced, easy, 12 feet and one solid wall of fear away from him. Jeremy turned and went into the tiny bathroom and pulled the string on the light. He ran the water in the little sink until it came warm and washed the grave off his hands and arms a long time, longer than it took, the water going brown and then pink where the blisters had opened and then clear. And he did not look up into the little spotted mirror the whole time, not once, because he did not want to know tonight which one of them would be looking back. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. She'd found a jar of peaches in the back of a cabinet, and they ate those for supper, the two of them, out of the jar with the old man's forks, sitting in the lamplight in a dead man's house with a fresh grave out past the horse lot. The peaches were the only food left that hadn't been eggs, and she'd offered him the jar without being asked this time, which he understood to be her way of squaring the morning, and he took it and didn't say anything about the morning, and for a while the only sound was the two of them eating and the horses shifting in their lot and the dog, which had finally quit barking sometime after dark and gone quiet. His nose had a headache in it from the digging and his hands were wrecked and his ear rang faintly from something, tiredness maybe, and he was in a low, sore, resentful mood that had been building in him since the eggs, and into that mood he decided he wanted an answer about something. "This guy," he said. "The one we're going to see. In Caddo Springs." M forked up a peach and didn't answer. "Who is he? You never once told me his name. You never told me anything about him except we're going there and he's waiting." He set the jar down. I've done everything you asked. I think I've earned knowing who I'm doing it for. You'll meet him soon enough." She said it around the peach, easy, dismissive, looking at the window and not at him. "You'll like him. Everybody likes him." "That's not what I asked." "Eat your peaches, Cody." The way she said it, the way you talk to a kid at the little table while the grown-ups had their coffee, put a hot coal in his chest, and he sat with it a second and then let it push him past where he'd usually stop. "Are you involved with him?" That got her eyes. She turned her head and looked at him. "Involved," she said. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You know what it means. Involved." He heard how it sounded and pushed on anyway, because he'd started it now. "Him and you." She looked at him a moment longer and then something moved at the corner of her mouth, and she set the jar down on the table between them very deliberately, and said, "Do you mean am I?" And she said the word. "The blunt one. The one his mama would have washed his mouth for, the one Della Hutto had never once said in her life, the one that in Jeremy's whole valley you did not say in a house with a woman in it." She said it flat and plain and looked him dead in the eye while she said it, watching it land on him, watching him flinch from the sound of it, and he felt the color come up his neck. He shrugged because he couldn't make his mouth do anything else. And she laughed. She put her head back and laughed at him, really laughed, delighted, and it was the eggs and the orders and the morning and the peaches all over again, all of it in that laugh, and Jeremy sat there and took it with his ears burning. "Are you jealous?" She was grinning at him now, leaning back in the old man's chair. "Is that what this is? You're jealous? Oh, Cody." She said his name like it was the funniest part. "You're jealous." "I'm not jealous." He stood up. The chair scraped. "I'm done is what I am." He went into the bedroom and got the duffel off the floor and started putting his things in it, the spare shirt, the socks, the roll of cash from under the mattress where he'd stashed his share, the box of shells, moving fast, his hands clumsy with anger, and she came and stood in the bedroom doorway with her arms crossed and the grin still on her, watching him. "What are you doing?" "Getting out of here." The grin came off her. "You're not going anywhere." "Yeah." He straightened up and looked at her across the little room. "Why? You gonna stop me?" She looked at him for a second and then she uncrossed her arms and did the thing that always got him, went reasonable, went soft-voiced and patient, and he hated that he could feel it working on him even while he watched her turn it on. "Okay," she said. "Where are you going to go?" "I don't know." "Anywhere. Away from you." He zipped the bag hard. "Canada. Mexico. Somewhere they can't find me." "Cody." She said it gently, the teacher voice, the almost tired voice. "They are looking for you in every county in this state and 3 states over. There is a picture of your face on every television in Texas. You will not make it to any border. They'll pick you up at a gas station in Amarillo inside of 2 days, some clerk who watches the news, and that'll be it." She tilted her head. "The only reason you are alive right now, the only reason is me." Everything between you and a cell is me. Oh, yeah. He picked up the pistol off the nightstand and started loading it, thumbing the shells in one at a time, just to have his hands doing something hard while he said it. Seems to me like I'm the one doing everything around here. I'm the one robbed those stores. I got us the money. I shot those troopers. I dug that hole out there all afternoon while you slept. The shells went in. All you do is give orders and boss me around and eat all the eggs. Seems like maybe I don't need the mentoring anymore. Hey, something sharpened in her. That's exactly what it is. That's mentoring. You think you came up with any of it? You'd never fired a gun at a living thing in your life before you met me. You were a soft little rich boy crying in a truck. She took a step into the room. Now look at you. You're a wanted man. The whole state of Texas is out in the dark tonight hunting you. I made that. I made you. Well, I'm done being made. He shoved the loaded gun in his waistband and picked up the duffel. I'm done being bossed and I'm done being laughed at. I'm gone. Wait. She got a hand on his arm as he came toward the door, and there was something different in her voice now, quick, a little off balance, like she'd felt the thing actually slipping. Wait a second. We are going to Caddo Springs. We're going to meet him. And then what? He stopped because she was holding his arm, but he kept his voice hard. Hug. What then? What happens when we get there? You'll say. That's not an answer either. That's all you ever. He has plans for you. She said it fast, the way you play a card you were holding, and it stopped him the way she'd known it would. Big plans, Cody. He's been following it, everything you've done, this whole run, and he is very pleased with you. Very pleased. He says you might be the best pupil he's ever had. His most apt pupil. Those were his exact words. She watched his face while she said it. Apt pupil. He doesn't say that. He never says that about anybody. And Jeremy stood there with the duffel in his hand and hated that it worked. Hated that some starved thing in him, the thing that had waited 23 years to make somebody proud, sat up at the words like a dog at a bell, the best pupil he's ever had, a man he had never met, out there in the pines, pleased with him. The oldest hunger in him, the one under all the others, the one the whole valley had fed with soft, managed kindness and never once filled, and here was this stranger reaching across all that dark country to fill it. What kind of plans, he said. Some of the heart had gone out of it despite him. He wants to tell you himself. She could hear the shift too, he watched her hear it. That's his way. He'll tell you when you're standing in front of him. But Cody, they're the kind of plans a man builds his whole life around. You have no idea what's waiting for you out there. What you could be. Then let's go, he said. Right now. If it's so big, let's go. Not yet. Back to that, and he felt his jaw set. We can't move yet. There's a helicopter flying the rivers and roadblocks going up on every highway out of here, all of it fresh and tight and looking for exactly us. We lie low here 2-3 days, let it get tired and spread thin, then we slip east through it. That's how you beat a net. You don't run at it while it's new. You wait. Oh, no. He shook his head. I've heard that. I'm not sitting in this dead man's house for 3 days waiting for. She still had his arm. Her hand tightened on it and she opened her mouth to say something. And they both heard it at the same time. An engine out on the road. Coming this way slow down the long dirt lane, the sound carrying clear through the night. They went still, the two of them, the argument gone out of the room all at once, and Em let go of his arm and crossed to the front window and put herself to the side of it and looked out, and Jeremy came up on the other side and looked too. Headlights swung across the yard. A car came up the lane and stopped just short of the property, out past the old man's parked truck, and sat there with its lights on and its engine running for a moment, and it was a sheriff's cruiser. County brown and white, a light bar dark on top, no lights, no siren. The driver's door opened and a man got out in a tan uniform shirt with a star on it and a gun belt, an older man, unhurried, settling his hat, and the passenger door opened too and a second man got out, a civilian in a gimme cap and jeans, and stood back by the fender. The night was dead quiet, and their voices carried across the yard right through the thin glass. "Came running into our yard this morning," the civilian was saying, barking like a whole herd of bulls was after him. "Henry's dog. He wouldn't do that, Sheriff, not that dog, not unless something happened to old Henry. That dog don't leave this place. That's why I come and got you instead of driving out here myself. I figured I better come get you in case, in case something's amiss." "You did right, Jonesy." The sheriff's voice was easy and slow. "You did exactly right. Now I'm going to go on up and check on Henry. You stay back here by the car. Let me do the talking, all right. No sense two of us crowding his door if he's just laid up sick." Jeremy's heart had started going. He looked across the window at Em, and she was already looking at him, and her face had gone into the smooth, working stillness he knew from the corner of the kitchen, and she put one finger to her lips and then pointed him to the hinged side of the door, her to the other, and she stepped back off the window quiet as smoke and went to the counter and slid a knife out of the block, a different one, a long one, and took her place against the wall on the far side of the door. Jeremy pressed himself to the wall on the hinged side, the pistol up by his own face, both hands on it, his back flat to the paneling. Across the doorway, Em stood with the knife down along her thigh and her eyes on the middle distance and her breathing slow. Through the wall he could hear boots on the dirt, coming up and then up the two porch steps, and then the sheriff's knuckles on the busted door frame beside the door that Cody had kicked in that morning and they'd propped shut with a chair. "Henry, it's Sheriff Pruitt. You in there, Henry?" The pause. "Henry, it's Dale Pruitt, son, open up." Another pause, longer. The knob turned and rattled against the chair. "All right, Henry. It's a welfare check. Nobody's in trouble. I'm coming on in now, you hear?" The door pushed against the chair and the chair scraped and gave, and the sheriff came through into the dark front room, one step, two, his hand not yet on his gun, his eyes going to the middle of the room where a man would be, not to the wall behind the door. Jeremy put the pistol to the side of his head. "Don't move." His voice came out low and flat, Cody's voice steady. "Drop your gun. Right now. Drop it and hold still, and you get to keep breathing." The sheriff froze. He was a pro. Jeremy felt it in how completely he stopped. No jerk, no grab, just stillness, his hands coming open and away from his sides. "Okay," he said, calm as still water. "Okay, son. Why is he?" "I'm going to reach down real slow," and his hand started down toward the holster to do exactly what he'd been told. And the civilian came through the door. He hadn't stayed back. He'd heard something wrong, or he was just the kind who couldn't stand not to know, and he came up onto the porch and pushed in through the open door behind the sheriff, saying, "Sheriff." Everything, and stopped dead because there was a woman standing against his wall with a knife, blood-brown stains all down the front of her shirt, and he gaped at her. "Who?" he said. "Who are you, lady?" Everything came apart at once. Jeremy turned toward the new voice, just his head and the gun, an instinct, pointing the pistol at the man in the doorway, and taking the muzzle off the sheriff's temple for that one instant was all the sheriff needed. The old lawman moved faster than any man that age had a right to, spun inside the gun, and his fist came around and caught Jeremy full in the face, square on the nose, and Jeremy's whole head went white with the crunch of it, and his eyes flooded, and the pistol was gone out of his hand, gone, clattering somewhere on the floor in the dark, and he was staggering back against the wall with blood already sheeting hot over his mouth. The sheriff's hand went to his ankle and came up with a little backup gun and swung it toward Jeremy. And the civilian, panicking, hauled a revolver out from under his shirt and pointed it at M. And M stepped inside it. She stepped in the way she drove, smooth, no wasted motion, and the knife went into the man low and hard, and his revolver went off, the shot cracking wild into the ceiling, plaster raining down, and she pulled the knife out and put it in again, up under the ribs this time, her face right up against his. And the man's legs went out and he sat down against the door frame, and the revolver dropped out of his hand and he made a sound and then didn't. The sheriff swung his backup gun off Jeremy and onto M. Jeremy saw it. Half-blind, blood pouring down his throat, he saw the little pistol come around toward her, saw the sheriff's arm straightening, and there wasn't any thought in it. There wasn't any Cody and there wasn't any Jeremy. There was just his leg. His leg shot out and kicked the sheriff's feet out from under him. A low, sweeping kick like nothing he'd ever been taught, pure animal. And the gun went off pointed at nothing, and the sheriff went down hard on his back on the plank floor. Jeremy landed on him. He got both hands on the gun and the sheriff's hand, and they wrenched at it between them. The old man strong, terribly strong, grunting, driving up off the floor, and Jeremy got a hand loose and hammered him in the face once, twice, and still the man wouldn't let go of the gun. Still they fought for it, rolling, the barrel swinging between their bodies. The shot went off beside Jeremy's head. Right beside it. Right at his ear. It was the loudest thing that had ever happened to him, a physical blow, a spike driven through the side of his skull, and his whole head filled up with a white shriek and the smell of scorched hair and burnt powder, and the side of his face and his neck and the shell of his ear all lit up with a searing sting like a brand, and the sheriff underneath him jerked once and went loose and still. Jeremy rolled off him onto the floor, both hands clapped to the side of his head, the shriek in his ear so loud it blotted out everything, the whole world gone to a single ringing scream. M stood over the two of them with the sheriff's fallen backup gun in her hand, smoke curling off it. What the? His own voice came to him tiny and far away, buried under the ringing. M, you almost shot me. I shot him. She looked down at him with contempt. He could barely hear her, he read half of it off her mouth. You should have done that the second he walked through the door. The very second. What were you thinking, putting a gun to a lawman's head and then having a conversation? And he knew, lying there on the floor with his ear on fire, that she was right. He hadn't been thinking. He'd done it like the old man store, like the troopers, wanting the little moment first, the drop it, hold still, the being in charge of it, and it had cost him the gun and his nose and near enough his life. Your death row already, Cody. She was still going, standing over him, relentless. You understand that. Guaranteed. You think being polite to one more cop is going to save you. You think a jury's going to go easy because you said please to the sheriff before somebody else shot him. They catch you, it's the needle. So next time somebody with a badge comes through a door, you shoot first and you talk after. If you talk at all. She turned and went out the front door into the night. Jeremy lay on the floor between the two dead men and got his hand away from his ear and looked at it, and there was blood on his palm, dark and thin, and the ringing went on and on. He got up onto his knees and then his feet, swaying, and pinched his gushing nose the way his brother used to pinch it for him after a bad slide into second. Tip your head, juror, breathe through your mouth, and the thought of Anson doing that came and went before it could get its hooks in. M came back in and picked up one of the duffels off the bedroom floor. Get the rest. She was moving fast now, all business. Come on. I thought his own voice sounded like it came from the next room. I thought you said we were staying. Lie low. 3 days. Not now, we can't. She said it slow and hard, like it hurt her to have to explain, and she gave the sheriff's body a short kick with the side of her foot. This one has people. A department. A dispatcher who knows where he went and a wife who'll call when he doesn't come home, and that one, the civilian by the door, somebody's expecting him back too. They will come looking and soon, and this house is the first place they'll look. We need to be gone. No. Fast. Move. Jeremy grabbed the other duffel and stumbled out through the front door, past the civilian slumped in it, out into the yard, and turned toward the old man's blue Chevy where it sat by the fence. Not there, stupid. Her voice off behind him. Over here. He turned. She was already behind the wheel of the sheriff's cruiser, the driver's door open, the dome light on her bloody shirt, and he stared at it a second, the county car, the star on the door, and then went to it because he couldn't think of any reason not to that his ringing head could hold on to. Get in, Cody. Come on. He got in. He'd barely got the door shut before she dropped it in gear and stood on it, and the cruiser slewed around in the yard throwing dirt and straightened out down the lane, the horses bolting in their lot behind them, and out onto the dirt road and gone, the dead man's house sinking away into the dark behind them. Where are we going? His nose was still bleeding, and he cupped it in his hand and talked through it, tinny and strange in his one working ear. You said we needed to lie low. You said the roadblocks. That was before Snotface. She didn't look at him. Everything's before now. A sheriff's about to be missing, and his own car's about to be 100 miles from where he disappeared, which is exactly what I want the net looking at while we get past it. Try to keep up. Snotface. It landed on him the way all of them landed now, the dummy and the stupid and the moron, small hard flicks, and he was stung by it, 12 years old and stung, and he opened his mouth and then shut it, because his head was throbbing and his ear felt wet inside, actually wet, something warm sitting deep in it, and he didn't have the fight left. He put his head back against the seat and pinched his nose and let her drive. They ran the dark county roads with the headlights off wherever the moon was enough, which was another thing she could do that he couldn't understand how she did, drive a strange dirt road at speed by moonlight, and after a long time, an hour more, he'd lost the shape of time. They came up over a low rise and out in the distance, off to the north a few miles, the night was full of lights. Red and blue, flashing, a whole cluster of them stopped along some far-off highway, and above them a helicopter hung in the black with a hard white searchlight coming straight down out of it, swinging slow circles over a patch of country, over and over, hunting. Em slowed the cruiser to a crawl and looked at it, and her whole face changed, came alive, lit up, the tiredness and the contempt all gone out of it at once, replaced by something that scared him worse than either. Look at that. Her voice had gone up, gone bright and breathy and glad. Cody, look at it. That's for us. That's all for us. She let out a little laugh. Every lawman in the state of Texas is out in the dark tonight, and they're all looking for you and me. Can you believe it? Isn't it something? Isn't it exciting? He didn't answer. He couldn't have made it heard over the ringing anyway. He watched the searchlight circle that empty patch of pines miles from where they actually were. She'd been right. She'd been right about the whole thing, the car, the direction, the net looking the wrong way, and he pressed the heel of his hand against his bad ear. I think I need a doctor, he said. Something's wrong with my ear. I think you made me deaf on this side. I can't hardly hear anything but a ringing. Probably. She said it easy, watching the road, easing the cruiser back up to speed now that the rise hid them from the lights. Blew your eardrum out, most likely. That close. He turned his head and looked at her. She had known that. She'd fired that gun 6 inches from the side of his head, knowing exactly what it would do to his ear, and she'd done it anyway and not thought about it twice, and now she was telling him probably like he'd asked whether it might rain. She felt him looking and glanced over. It was your ear or your life, Cody. Flat, reasonable, final. He was going to put a bullet in you inside of 2 seconds. I made a choice, and I chose the one where you're still breathing to complain about it. So I'd say I saved your life, and an eardrum's a cheap price, and you can man up and bear it. And that was the worst of it. That was the thing that put the coal back in his chest, hotter than any of the eggs or the orders or the snot face, that she was right. She was right again. She was always right, and being right was the wall she kept him behind, and there was no arguing with her from in here, because every single time the arithmetic came out her way and left him standing there stung and sore and alive. He shut his mouth. He put his head back and stared out the windshield at the dark road unspooling in the moonlight and let her drive. And he sighed. Quiet. Inward. His good ear ringing and his bad ear full of warm blood, and his nose throbbing and something in his chest that hadn't been there a week ago sitting hard and hot and getting harder. And behind them, the flashing lights and the circling searchlight fell away and shrank and finally dropped below the rise for good. And the two of them hurtled on east through the night. Toward the pines. Toward Caddo Springs. Toward the man who thought Cody was the aptest pupil he'd ever had.
Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The phone woke her at 3:02 in the morning, and Ruth was awake and reaching for it before the second buzz, the way she'd trained herself to wake a long time ago, all the way up in one motion with no soft, muddled place in between. Aaron came up beside her a half-second later. The screen said dispatch, DPS Tyler. A Baker. Ranger, sorry for the hour. A night dispatcher, brisk. We've got a routine alert kicked up to your desk on the vehicle bolo. Couple of hunters walking into their lease before daylight came across a truck, abandoned in the woods off a Forest Service road up in the northeast corner of the county. Green Ford half-ton, older body. Says here they touched the hood and it wasn't stone cold, some warmth left in it. Thing is, they had no cell signal out there, so they walked most of an hour back to their vehicle before they could call it in, and then it took a while getting to us. So the fine's maybe 2 hours old, the call's about an hour old. It matches your fugitive vehicle close, enough that it came to me flagged to route to the Rangers, since you've got primary. Ruth was already up and pulling her jeans on with the phone against her shoulder, and across the bed Aaron was doing the same, both of them dressing in the dark by feel. Give me the location, she said, and the dispatcher gave it, and Aaron had it in the GPS on his phone before she'd finished repeating it back. We're rolling. Keep that scene locked down, nobody walks on it, nobody drives near it, until our crime scene people are on it. That truck is evidence in the murder of 4 state troopers. Understood, Ranger. They were in the Range Rover inside 4 minutes, Ruth driving, the motel signs swinging away behind them and the dark highway opening up ahead, and she pointed them the way the GPS said and put her foot down. Call them back, she said. Get patched through to whatever sheriff's office has that ground. I want to talk to the man in charge out there before we arrive, find out what he's got moving and what he doesn't. Aaron called. He worked it through the DPS dispatcher to the county's own line, and Ruth heard the tinny ring of it over the cab speaker. And then a voice picked up that was younger and slower, and a great deal less awake than the DPS man had been a small county's overnight radio. One man in a quiet room at 3 in the morning. County. Hollies. This is Ranger Aaron Tate, Texas Rangers. I need to speak to your sheriff. Sheriff's out. A pause, a yawn audibly suppressed. He's on a call. At 3 in the morning. What call? It's nothing. Concerned citizen thing. Fella name of Jonesy called in about an hour and a half ago, said old Henry's dog come running over to his place all worked up. Henry lives back up in the woods. He's Jonesy's nearest neighbor, and that's still a good ways. Jonesy figured something might be wrong with Henry, dog acting like that, so Sheriff Prout run out there to check on him. A runaway dog, Aaron said. Yes, sir. Henry's dog. The dispatcher said it, as though it explained itself. Ruth glanced across the cab. Aaron met her look and shrugged, one hand helpless. All right, Aaron said, and Ruth heard him working to keep it level. Can you patch me through to the sheriff? Direct. Hold on a second. The line went to a soft hiss. It stayed there. Ruth drove and watched the dark trees come at the headlights and peel away, and the seconds stretched, and she made a short questioning motion with one hand off the wheel. And Aaron shook his head and spread his fingers again, nothing, waiting. It was the better part of a minute before the dispatcher came back. Yeah, sheriff's not answering up. That's not, I wouldn't worry about it. He's likely inside the cabin talking to Henry, and he don't always carry the handheld in, and sells no good out there anyhow. Old Henry can get pretty ornery, especially he's off his medication, which he does. He goes off it and gets contrary. That's probably how come the dog ran off in the first place. A small laugh. Sheriff might be a while, honestly. Henry gets to talking. Listen to me. Aaron cut across it. I need the exact location of Henry's house. Right now. Something in Aaron's voice got through. The dispatcher read the road numbers off, and Aaron typed them, and the map redrew on his phone, and Ruth watched him look at it and go still. Ruth. He held the phone where she could take it in at a glance. Henry's place is right here. It's maybe 4 miles east of where the hunters found that truck. Straight line, a little more by road, but that's it. That's nothing. Everything in Ruth went cold and clear at once, the way it did when the pieces came together, and the picture they made was bad. Tell him, she said. Aaron put the phone back to his mouth. Hollies, hear me now, and I need you awake for this. That abandoned truck your hunters found tonight. It's the vehicle that 4 dead state troopers were chasing yesterday afternoon. The people who ran from it on foot are the fugitives in the biggest manhunt this state has going, and they murdered 4 officers doing it, and they went into those woods 4 miles from a cabin where your sheriff is right now, not answering his radio. Do you understand what I'm telling you? This is not an old man off his medication. Your sheriff walked in on the fugitives, or he's about to. He is in mortal danger this minute, and so is anybody with him. There was a silence on the line, and when the dispatcher came back, his voice had changed, the sleep gone out of it. Oh, Lord. Jonesy went out there with him. Jonesy rode along. Then you get every unit you have rolling to that cabin right now, Aaron said, and you keep trying the sheriff on every channel you've got, and you don't stop trying. And you get us confirmation the second anybody reaches him. You copy. Copying. Rolling everybody. That's me and 1 deputy on nights, sir, but we're rolling. I'll go myself. Go. Aaron kept the map up and talked Ruth onto the road she wanted, and she took the turn hard and the Range Rover leaned and came back and settled into a straight run through the pines, and the GPS put them 30 minutes out, maybe a little under. She floored it and held it there. They'd run maybe 6 of those minutes when Ruth's phone lit again in the dash mount, Tina CHEN, and Ruth took it on speaker without lifting her foot. Tina. Make it fast, we've got a live one. We think the fugitives may have a lawman. I'll be fast. We got an alert off the Shadow Creek accounts about 20 minutes ago, and I've been on with the bank's overnight fraud desk since. And Ruth, this is not what any of us thought it was going to be. Somebody's finally moving Cobb's money. No. That's the thing. It's not the Cobb account. A breath. It's the main trust. The Founders Trust, the big common one, the vested capital that the whole town's founding families sit inside of. You remember the structure Carol Mabry walked us through? Every founding family's wealth is pooled and vested in the one master trust, and they draw against it or pull a share out only when they choose to, and almost nobody ever chooses to. Jeremy Cobb pulling his 8th share out is the rare exception. In over 100 years, hardly anybody has ever fully withdrawn. So that master account has just sat there and compounded for a century. How big, Ruth said. The Cobb share, the 8-figure sum we've been treating as the fortune this whole case turns on, is a rounding error against it. The master trust is high 9 figures, Ruth. Getting on toward the 10th. And that is the account that is being drained right now, tonight, as we speak. Aaron had gone very still beside her. Drained how, Ruth said. The bank's got fraud controls, alerts, transfer limits. That's the sophisticated part, and it's why nobody caught it for days. It's not 1 wire or 10. It's an automated network. The fraud desk's own people are calling it an agent swarm. Hundreds of small transfers, thousands, each one below the threshold that would trip an individual alarm, all firing seconds apart, routing out through a web of pass-through accounts. Any single transaction looks like nothing. Legitimate, small, unremarkable. But they're happening constantly, dozens a minute, and when you stack them up, money is leaving that trust at a rate of millions of dollars a minute. Right now. The bank's watching it happen on their own screens and can't get in front of it. How long till it's empty? At the current rate, if nobody stops it, the master trust is drained to zero before banking hours open tomorrow morning. It'll all be gone by sunup, scattered through 1,000 accounts and gone. Ruth and Aaron said it at the same moment, in the same flat voice. A midnight heist. That's what it is, Tina said. And it means the Cobb account was never the prize. It was the key. Somebody needed a legitimate withdrawal in motion to get a foot inside that trust's banking, the credentials, the access, the plumbing, and Jeremy Cobb's share was the way in. His 8th share withdrawal opened the door, and once they were through it, the little account never mattered. They've spent these last days inside the system, quiet, building the network, setting up the pass-through accounts and the transfer agents, and tonight they turned it on. Can we stop it? Ruth was already knowing the answer from the shape of Tina's voice. Not really. Not from where we sit. To get in front of an automated swarm like this, you either fight it with the same kind of thing, your own agents, running countermeasures inside the network. And we don't have that capability standing by, we don't have the authority to operate it, and even if we did, we couldn't get access spun up at 3 in the morning on a budget that doesn't fund it. Or you get the bank to hand you full emergency control of the account and freeze everything at the core, and no bank on earth is going to surrender control of a 9-figure trust to a state agency at a pause, checking, 3:14 on a Sunday morning on a phone call. Their own people are scrambling and they can barely do it, and it's their money. Ruth hit the steering wheel with the heel of her hand, hard once. They've been running us the whole time. She heard how tight her own voice had gone and didn't try to fix it. All of it, the robberies, the chase, 4 dead troopers, this cabin we're driving to right now. It's all been noise. A whole state's worth of law out in the dark, chasing 2 fugitives across 5 counties, and the real job was a quiet man at a keyboard draining the trust dry while we did it. Myra Holt didn't turn that boy loose to rob bait, stands for $200. She turned him loose to be the loudest thing in Texas, so nobody would look at the money. That's how it reads to me, Tina said quietly. All right. Ruth made herself bring it back down, because there was a road to drive and a sheriff maybe already dead, and a live thread in front of her she could actually pull. Tina, stay on the bank, document everything, get it all preserved. Every transaction, every pass-through account, the timing, all of it. We can't stop the money tonight, but we are going to be able to follow it, and I want a clean record from the first minute. And I want you to start pulling on the how. Somebody built that swarm, somebody with real skill, and that's a person with a trail. We'll come back to the money. Right now, we've got the fugitives about to be in front of us, and I have to see that through first. Go. I've got the bank. Be careful, both of you. Whatever's out there tonight, it's meaner than we thought a week ago. We know it. Talk soon. Ruth ended the call. For a moment, neither of them said anything. The pines ran by black on both sides, and the headlights bored a tunnel down the dirt road, and the GPS ticked the miles down, and Ruth drove, and Aaron watched the map. 7 minutes, he said. The phone rang again before he finished saying it. He answered it. It was Holly's, the dispatcher, and his voice was different now, flattened out, shaken into something quieter than the sleepy drawl from 20 minutes back. Ranger. We're at Henry's. Me and Deputy Ames, we just pulled up. A breath that wasn't steady. Sheriff's cruiser's gone. It's not here. And the front door's stove in, and inside, Sheriff Pruitt's on the floor and Jonesy's right there by the door, and they're gone, Ranger. Both of them. Shot and worse. And there's no sign of Henry anywhere. We called all through and out back and nothing. And Henry's own truck's still parked right here in the yard, so I can't figure how. His voice climbed. I'm telling you, Henry does this. He goes off his meds and he gets to where he don't know people. And one time 2 years back, he pulled a shotgun on the propane man thinking. Hollies. Aaron's voice came down flat and hard across it. Stop. Listen to me. This is not Henry. But the truck's still here. That's what I'm saying. If Henry went somewhere, how'd he? Hollies. Aaron said it louder. An old man with a shotgun did not shoot your sheriff and disappear in the sheriff's own patrol car. The fugitives did this. They came out of those woods, they took shelter in that cabin, your sheriff walked in on them, and they killed him and Jonesy and they took his cruiser. Henry is almost certainly dead too, somewhere you haven't looked yet. Do you hear me? The dispatcher, faltered. Sheriff Pruitt's been out here to Henry's a dozen times. It's always just Henry. He wasn't hearing it. Ruth put her hand out. Give me the radio. Aaron passed her the phone, and she held it close to her mouth and pitched her voice to cut, the voice that stopped a room. Deputy, this is Ranger Ruth Baker, and I need you to do exactly what I tell you and argue with me later. Your sheriff's patrol vehicle has GPS tracking. Every county cruiser in Texas does. I want you to get into your system or get your provider on the phone and pull the live location of that cruiser right now, and I want it fed to me continuously. Updates as they come, straight to this number. Can you do that? A beat, and then something in the man finally clicked over, the training taking hold where the argument had been. Yes, ma'am. Yes. We can track the unit. Give me, I can pull it up in the car. Do it now. And deputy, you and Ames do not pursue. You hold that scene, you get your crime scene resources and your justice of the peace rolling, and you find Henry. That cruiser is ours. You understand? Do not chase it. Yes, ma'am. Pulling it now. Keys and the man's breathing and then, okay. Okay, I've got it. The unit's live and moving. It's east of us, ma'am, well east and running on the back roads. Moving fast. Feed it to me. Ruth held the phone out and Aaron took it back and got the tracking link open on the screen. And there it was, a moving point crawling across the map of nothing. Section line roads and forest service roads and creek crossings, heading southeast, steady and fast. Southeast, Aaron said, watching it. Not doubling. Not wandering. She's running a line. He spread the map with thumb and finger, pulling the country out wider, and the point kept its heading, and Ruth watched his face as he followed the line of it out ahead of the moving dot, and watched him arrive where she'd already arrived. Caddo Springs, she said. Caddo Springs. He measured it with his eye. That cruiser's aimed at it like a compass needle. It's maybe 70 miles out ahead of them, southeast, and everything about the way she's driving says that's the address. He looked up from the phone. That's where they've been going this whole time. The whole eastward drift, all of it. That's the door at the end of the hall. Then that's where we go, she said. Find me the intercept. I don't want to follow that cruiser 70 miles and pull up behind it at the door. I want to be in front of it. Get us across the country and out ahead of them before they make Caddo Springs. Aaron worked the map, both hands now, Ruth stealing glances at it between the road and the dark, the two of them flying down a dirt lane at a speed that lane was never built for. He traced it, discarded one route, traced another, his thumb walking the gray threads of the back roads, and he did the thing he did, the thing she'd married partly for, ran the numbers in his head faster than a machine could have handed them to him. There's a way. He didn't look up. It's rough. It's Forest Service road and county dirt, most of it. Some of it's going to be washboard and loose rock, and there's at least one low-water crossing I don't love. but it cuts the corner they're driving around. If we take it, his eyes flicked, calculating the distances against the moving dot and its speed. And if we can hold better than 125 the whole way, a hair over, then we come out onto the Caddo Springs Road ahead of them. In front, with a little time to set. 125 on dirt. A hair over. The whole way. That's the number. He looked up at her, and his face in the dashboard glow was set and certain, and there wasn't any doubt in it, because he didn't do the numbers wrong. That's what it takes to beat them there, Ruthie. Ruth looked at the road, and at the moving point on the little screen, the sheriff's stolen car carrying the two of them southeast through the dark toward whatever was waiting in the pines. And she took the turn Aaron pointed her to, off the county road and onto the rougher one, and she put her foot all the way to the floor and held it there. The Range Rover bucked and slewed and came down hard, its headlights jumping across the trunks of the pines. Gravel hammering up under the floorboards like gunfire. The whole machine bucking on its springs over the washboard and the loose rock. And Ruth Baker held it flat out, down that black road with her hands hard on the wheel and her jaw set. Driving through the last of the night as fast as the truck would run. Straight on toward Caddo Springs. On a collision course with the devil.
Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. The police radio under the dash wouldn't shut up, and Jeremy couldn't stop listening to it. M drove and let it run low, a stream of clipped voices and call signs and static coming up out of the dark cruiser like something leaking, and at first it was just noise to him, the ringing in his bad ear laying a high thin whine over the top of all of it, so he had to turn his good side toward the speaker to make any of it out. But he made it out. Piece by piece, mile by mile, in the flat, unexcited voices of men and women working through the middle of the night, he heard the size of what he was. Abandoned vehicle recovered, a voice said, green Ford and a location, and confirmed as the suspect vehicle in the Anderson County officer involved. The 4 dead troopers. That was him. Another voice, another channel bleeding in, talking about a welfare check gone bad, 2 deceased at a residence, a downed officer, Sheriff Pruitt, and a civilian and a county cruiser missing from the scene, and the words be advised, occupants considered armed and extremely dangerous, suspects in multiple homicides. That was him too, and it was the car he was sitting in, the seat under him, the radio he was listening on. And through all of it, threaded between the county voices and the DPS voices, one phrase that kept coming back like a bell: Rangers in pursuit. Rangers en route. Advise Rangers. The Rangers were coming. Somewhere out in this same dark, coming for him. And it hit him. It came up all at once, out of nowhere, the way the smell of the lava soap had come up in the Grange doorway 100 years ago, the whole weight of it arriving in his chest in one piece, too big to have arrived that fast and arriving that fast anyway. The old man in the grocery. The trooper's gray-blue eye looking up the shadow. The other one saying his call sign into a dead microphone while Jeremy squatted at the window taking his time. The sheriff's face when the old man's fist broke his nose. The civilian sitting down in the doorway with the knife in him. The horses running their circle. The dog grieving in the brush. Old Henry screaming a woman's name. All of them, everyone, laid out on a long table in his head, the way 6 bodies had been laid out on the long table Anson built with his own hands. And Jeremy sat in the passenger seat of a stolen patrol car with the radio saying his crimes back to him in a bored voice, and understood finally, all the way down, with nothing left to press the wound shut, exactly what he had done and exactly what he was. A sound came out of him. It wasn't crying yet. It was lower than that, a kind of broken breathing, and his hands had started to shake and wouldn't stop. M glanced over. "What's wrong with you?" He shook his head. He couldn't get a word up through it. She looked back at the road and then back at him, and her mouth went flat and hard. "I said, what is wrong with you?" And when he still couldn't answer, when all that came out of him was that low, broken breathing and the shaking, she took her right hand off the wheel and hit him. Backhanded across the face, hard, catching his already broken nose so the pain went white through his whole skull. Wake up. Backhand again. Wake up. Again, her eyes going back to the road between blows and coming back to him, driving and hitting him at the same time without slowing the car one bit. Wake up. He got away from her hand. He scrambled sideways in the seat, pushing himself into the corner against the door. His shoulder jammed to the window and his feet coming up off the floorboard onto the seat. His knees folding up against his chest. Small, curling himself up small the way he used to do as a little boy in the back of his daddy's truck when his mama and daddy fought in the front seat. When the voices got loud and the night went by outside and there was nowhere to go. So you made yourself into a ball in the corner and got as far inside yourself as you could get and waited for it to be over. He hadn't done that in 20 years. He did it now, pressed into the corner of a murdered sheriff's car, and he was more afraid than he had ever been in his life. Not of M's hand. Of himself. Of the long table in his head. Of the true size of the thing he'd become, which he could see now, all of it, with the wound pressed open at last and no way to press it shut. No, he said into his own knees. No, 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 no. Stop it. M's voice climbed. Stop that right now. You're Cody. Do you hear me? You're Cody. You're tough. You're an outlaw. You don't do this. No. He shook his head against his knees, and the tears came now hot and fast, and his nose ran blood and salt into his mouth. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Shut up. She was screaming it. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. And then all at once she quit yelling at him. She pulled her phone out of the door pocket with one hand, thumbed it, and put it up to her face for a second before she remembered she had to drive, and dropped it down onto her thigh on speaker, and Jeremy, curled in his corner, heard the ring of it come up out of her lap into the rattling, roaring cab once, twice, and then a click in a man's voice. Hey, casual. Why is he? Wide awake and unhurried, like a man sitting in a comfortable chair with all the time in the world, at 3-something in the morning. There was almost a smile in it. There you are. Even through everything, curled up and bleeding and coming apart, Jeremy went still to hear it. He'd been hearing about this voice for weeks, the plans, the pupil, the man at the end of the road, and here it was, ordinary, relaxed, a little amused, filling the cab. We're on our way, Em said. Her own voice had changed the instant the man answered. Jeremy heard it change, heard something come into it that he had never once heard in all the weeks he'd known her. It went up, went eager, went almost young. We're close. ETA 42 minutes. Maybe less, the roads are clear out here. Okay, the man said. As soon as I get there, she said, we can start the transfers. Everything's staged right. We just... The pause. Not a long one, but Jeremy heard it, and so did Em. He felt her hear it. Yeah, about that. We already started the transfers. Em didn't say anything for a second. The cruiser rattled and banged over the washboard, and the wind came in around the doors, and the radio muttered its low stream under all of it, and Em drove and said nothing, and then she said in a smaller voice. But I was supposed to. You said you wanted me to hit the button. Jeremy stopped moaning. He lifted his head off his knees an inch, because he could not believe what he was hearing in her voice. She sounded hurt. She sounded like a child who'd been told the thing she'd been promised was already gone. Vulnerable Em, who was never anything but certain, never anything but in charge, never once in all these weeks off balance for the length of a breath. He listened. Yeah, well. The man's voice stayed easy, unbothered, almost bored. You kind of got sidetracked though, didn't you? I was mentoring him. It came out of her fast, defensive, and Jeremy heard the tears already sitting under it. Like you taught me. Like you always said, take one all the way, eyes open. And he was green. He was so green. It took time. But I did it. I got him there. I made him do it. It took a while, that's all. I got him there. It was time, Em. A little sigh in it, the sound of a man who'd already moved on. We couldn't wait on you anymore. So we went. Jeremy peeked over the top of his knees at her. She was shaking. Her hands on the wheel were white-knuckled and shaking, and her jaw was working, and in the dashboard light he could see the shine on her cheeks, wet, and it stunned him more than the wreck of the sheriff's face had stunned him, Em crying, Em coming apart, the woman who had taken him down to nothing and built him back as somebody else, sitting behind the wheel of a stolen car, flying through the dark and falling to pieces over a voice on a phone. The cruiser drifted and she caught it without seeming to notice, some part of her still driving perfectly while the rest of her broke, and he thought, faintly, that he did not understand how she was keeping them on the road at all. I'll be there in half an hour, she said. 25 minutes. Just wait for me. Please. Wait for me and I'll. Actually, the man said, we're pretty much out the door already. You know the plan. Once the transfers are running, we've got to stay mobile, keep moving so they can't triangulate, can't pin a location. Can't sit still with that kind of money going out. You know all this. You wrote half of it. You were supposed to wait. Her voice cracked in the middle and came out the other side louder, and she took one hand off the wheel and slammed it down on the top of the dash, and the cruiser shuddered and tilted hard to the right as the wheel jerked, two tires chewing the loose shoulder, and Jeremy grabbed the door handle certain they were going over, and then she had it back, straightened, flat out down the road again, still crying, still driving. You were supposed to wait for me. I was the one. I hit the button. That was mine. You said that part was mine. The man's patience never moved. You know the drill. You've done this before. No, I haven't. Indignant, wounded, a child insisting on the truth of herself. Not like this. Sure you have. You mentored the kid up in Greenville. And that fella down south, what's his name, the one with the, you know the one. And just last month you had that whole book club of hens in that little nowhere town talked into getting a cop off our backs. The true crime ladies. That was clean work, that. That was different. She was almost wailing now. Those were, I had to trick them. I lied them into it, they didn't know what they were doing, not really, not all the way. Jeremy's different. Jeremy's the first one I took all the way with his eyes open. I told him what he was becoming, and I made him want it. I made him. I built Cody out of a crying little boy in a truck, and he's real. He's the real thing. He's my first. He's mine. He's my first real one. Jeremy sat in his corner and heard himself discussed like a project, like a thing built in a shop, and found he had no reaction left to give it. It was only the truth. He'd known it for a while in the far down room. He was hearing it out loud now, that was all. Okay, the man said, and there was something almost kind in it, the kindness you'd show a kid who'd made you a lopsided birdhouse. Hey, I get it. That's a big deal for you, and I respect it, I do. You built Cody. That's all you. Nobody can take that from you. You own that one. A beat. Now I've really got to go. No. It came out of her as a wail, a real one, torn up from somewhere Jeremy hadn't known she had. No. Wait for me. I'm coming. I'm almost there, I'm so close, just wait. Them. The man's voice had gone quiet now, and Jeremy had to turn his good ear all the way to the phone in her lap to catch it under the roar of the engine, and the machine gun rattle of rocks off the undercarriage and the wind screaming in around the doors. Them. You got this. You're a survivor. You always land on your feet. That's what you are. You're leaving me. She was sobbing it. You said you'd never leave me. You promised me that. You said out of everybody you'd never, and now you're leaving me. You lied to me. There was a silence on the line, 1 full second of it, and when the man spoke again, Jeremy heard, under the ease, right at the very bottom of it, something that wasn't ease at all, something flat and final and old. He said. That's what we do. That's the whole thing. It's the only thing I ever taught you, and it's the only thing that's true. The pause. How to lie. That's all it ever was. No. By him. And the voice was gone. The line didn't beep or click that Jeremy heard. It was just gone. And there was only the roar and the rattle and the wind and who screamed a raw, wordless, animal scream, up out of the bottom of her and hammered the heel of her hand into the steering wheel. Once, twice, 3 times, shouting the man's absence at the windshield, waiting for a voice that didn't come back, wouldn't come back, was already miles away and getting further with money running out of the world behind it in a bright silent flood. She had lied him into everything. She had lied a whole book club into murder. She had taken a crying boy apart in a motel room and lied a killer up out of the pieces. And a man on a phone had just done the same thing to her, cleaner and faster than she'd ever done it to anybody, and left her weeping and betrayed on a dirt road in the dark, undone by the one true thing she believed in, and she couldn't see it. She was too far inside it to see that it was the exact shape of her own hand. But Jeremy saw it. He sat up. He came up out of the corner and put his feet down on the floorboard and sat up straight in the seat, and something happened in him that hadn't happened since before a bus pulled out of a valley in the spring. The ringing in his ear and the blood on his face and the roar of the car all went far away and quiet, and he was clear. He was cold and clear and sober and awake all the way, a grown man looking at the plain cold truth of the whole thing with his own eyes for the first time in his life. And the truth was simple, and it was terrible, and there was only one thing at the end of it that was his to do. They were going to keep going. If this car reached that town, if it reached the man on the phone or the road past him, it would never stop. There would be more grocers and more troopers and more grieving dogs and more long tables filling up in his head. On, a boy made into a gun, fired and fired and fired until somebody finally put him down in a ditch. Unless it stopped now. Unless he stopped it. He was the gun. His brother had said something like that once in a bed in a hospital Jeremy would never see again, but Anson had been talking to the Rangers, telling them to find the hand. Jeremy couldn't find the hand. The hand was in a car somewhere ahead of them, laughing, gone. But he could do the other thing. He was the only one who could. You could not fire a gun that would not point. He looked at him one last time, crying, screaming, beautiful, broken, still somehow holding the flying car dead in the center of the road out of pure animal skill even now, and he was not angry at her anymore, and he did not hate her, and some ruined, tender part of him even loved her still and always would, God help him. And then he reached out with both hands and took hold of the steering wheel and wrenched it, hard, all the way over, twisting it out of her grip with everything he had left in him. The cruiser bucked. It leapt and swerved, and the back end came around, and M shrieked and grabbed at the wheel, but he had it. He held it over, and the car ran off the crown of the road and up a mud incline at the side, and the right front wheel struck a rock buried in the bank, and the whole world turned. The car went up on its side and kept turning, corkscrewing off the top of the incline and into the air. And for a moment there was no road and no up and no down. Only turning. The two of them and the murdered sheriff's car spinning through the black together. Weightless. The radio still muttering its call signs into the wind, and then it came down. And it hit. And there was a sound like the end of everything. A scream of tearing metal and shattering glass, and a white blast of pain. And the whole of it. The road and the car and M and Cody and the boy from Shadow Creek. All of it turned at once to blood and broken glass and a great final roaring dark.
Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. The intersection was a bare crossing of two dirt roads in the middle of the pines. A stop sign shot through with rust holes and no house or light in any direction. And Ruth brought the Range Rover across it sideways and stopped, blocking the road the cruiser was running toward, and killed everything but the parking lights. She and Aaron got out into the dark. The engine ticked. The pines stood black on every side, and the night was enormous and quiet, the kind of quiet that has crickets in it and nothing else. Aaron stood in the wash of the parking lights with his phone in one hand, watching the tracking dot. "It stopped," he said. Ruth came around to look. The little point that had been crawling southeast across the map for the last 20 minutes sat still now, not blinking off, not moving, just stopped. "Where?" "A mile and a half up that way." He nodded at the road she'd blocked. "It quit moving maybe 2 minutes ago. It's just sitting there." Ruth looked at it. Two roads met in her, the same two that always met. The one that took the thing in front of her at face value, and the one that had spent 20 years learning that people who murder 4 troopers do not leave their tools where you can find them by accident. "Could be a trick," she said. "Whoever's driving this one is careful the way nobody's careful. If they figured out we could see the car, sitting still is exactly the move. Drop the cruiser, leave it lit up on our screen, and walk off in another direction while we drive up on an empty car." "I thought about that." Aaron kept his eyes on the dot. "I don't think they can. Not the tracker. It's not a thing you rip out." He turned the phone a little, thinking it through out loud the way he did. "County fleet units, the GPS is hardwired. It's not a box sitting on the dash you can throw out the window. It's wired into the vehicle's power and buried up under the dash behind the kick panel, spliced into the harness, usually zip-tied to the steering column mount. To pull it, you'd have to stop the car, get down under the dash with a light and a knife, and cut it loose. And that car has not stopped once since Henry's place. It's been running flat out on bad roads with us on its tail the whole way. There's been no minute where somebody crawled under that dash. So either the car's really sitting there," he looked up, "or it's sitting there because it can't go anymore. A wreck. Or a breakdown. Or they ran it into something." He pocketed the phone. "Either way, I don't think the tracker's a plant. I think that dot's telling the truth. Then let's go see." Ruth was already moving back to the driver's door. "Slow." She backed the Range Rover off the crossing and turned it up the road, and they went up that 1.5 miles at a crawl, 20 miles an hour, the headlights dimmed, both of them leaning into the windshield reading the dark. The road ran straight and then bent, and climbed a little, past a low place where the pines came right down to the shoulders, and then Ruth saw it and took her foot off the gas. Dust. A haze of it hanging in the headlights, not settled yet, the fine red dust of the country still suspended in the air the way it only hangs right after something has torn it up. And through the haze, off the left side of the road and down, up a mud bank and past it. A shape that didn't belong, the cruiser on its side and then some, crumpled against the base of a big pine, the light bar sheared off, one wheel still in the air, the whole thing wrong-angled and broken, and glass scattered back up the incline behind it, catching the headlights in a long silver spray. "There," Ruth said. She stopped the Range Rover in the road with the headlights thrown across the wreck and left it running and left the lights on, because the lights were worth more than the dark right now, and they got out, one on each side, guns drawn and low, and started toward the cruiser through the settling dust. The crickets had quit. Their boots were loud in the new silence. The wreck ticked and steamed, and something in it was dripping, and Ruth kept her eyes moving over all of it, the car, the ground, the tree line, reading for the thing that would. The shot came from the right. Not from the wreck, from the tree line off to the right of it, a muzzle flash in the pines and the crack an instant behind it, and Ruth felt it go past her neck, felt the actual heat of it, a line of warmth drawn along the side of her throat close enough to feel, and she was already moving, already down and sideways behind the trunk of a pine before her mind had finished naming what had almost happened. Aaron went the other way, hard, behind the mud bank, out of her sight for a second, and then his hand coming up in a quick flat signal over the top of it. "Okay, I'm okay." 2 more shots came from the trees, chewing bark off Ruth's pine at shoulder height, and she pressed herself to the far side of it and made herself breathe. 1 shooter, off to the right in the trees, 30 yards maybe. She caught Aaron's eye across the gap. She signaled, "You around left." Him working wide to the shooter's left. And herself, me angle right. She'd take the angle in from the right side, come at the shooter's position off the flank while Aaron drew wide the other way, so that whichever way the shooter turned, they'd be giving their back to the other one. Aaron nodded and went, low, quick, melting off behind the bank into the dark. Ruth moved. She went from her pine to the next one, quick and low, and from that one to a deadfall, working the angle in toward the flashes, and she caught movement, a shape shifting behind a tree ahead, low, pale, and she fired at it once and got an answering shot back that took the deadfall in front of her face and stung her cheek with splinters. Close. Whoever it was could shoot. And then the shape in the trees turned. It turned away from her, toward the left, toward some sound out there in the dark, Aaron, working around, and it fired that way, twice, fast, and out of the dark to the left. Ruth heard Aaron's voice. A grunt and a word bitten off, and the sound of a man going down hard. Everything in Ruth stopped. Her heart came up into her throat and lodged there, and for 1 whole second she was not a ranger. She was a woman who had just heard her husband get hit, and the second stretched out long and terrible, and then she used it. Because the shooter was turned away, the shooter was firing to the left at Aaron, the shooter's back was to her, and Ruth came up out of her crouch and ran. Flat out, straight at the position, gun up, closing the 30 yards in a handful of strides, coming around the big pine with her weapon leveled and her voice already loading. Mara Holt. Bleeding from a gash above her hairline, a sheet of it down one side of her face, dinged and scraped, moving with a bad limp. Her clothes torn, but up, and mostly whole and alive out of a wreck that had killed her car, and she had a pistol up in a 2-handed grip, and she was advancing on Aaron. Aaron was down beyond her. On his back in the pine straw. Hit in the side. No longer trying to reach cover. 1 hand pressed to his ribs, and the other groping the ground beside him where his sidearm wasn't. It was gone. Knocked away in the fall or the hit, and Myra was walking toward him with the gun coming down level on him. Closing the last few feet. Taking her time about it, now the way Ruth had come to understand, she took her time about everything. And she was going to shoot him. Drop it. Ruth's voice cut across the dark, flat and hard, from behind and to the side of her. Drop the gun and turn around slow. Do it now. Myra stopped. She stopped walking. But the gun did not come down and it did not come off Aaron. It stayed level on him, steady in her 2 hands, and she did not turn. And the seconds started to go by, one and then another, the longest seconds of Ruth's life. Myra's gun on Aaron and Ruth's gun on Myra and nobody moving. And Ruth stood with the front sight settled on the center of Myra's back and waited to find out whether her husband was going to die in the next breath or the one after it. And behind her, from the direction of the wreck, she heard a sound. A scrape. A drag. Something moving over there, back at the cruiser, at her back. And Ruth's whole body knew what it meant even as her mind refused to spend 1 particle of attention on it. The other one was alive, and alive meant armed and behind her meant she could take a bullet in the spine at any second from a direction she could do nothing about. She had a killer in front of her holding a gun on Aaron, and a killer behind her she couldn't even see. And no time at all, none. Do it now, she said again, curt, final. And Mara began to turn. Slowly, the way she'd been told, her chin coming around first, her shoulders following, but the gun came with her, still up, still in her 2 hands, swinging with her body, and Ruth watched the muzzle start its slow arc off of Aaron's chest. And the instant it cleared him, the instant the black hole of it was no longer pointed at her husband, Ruth fired. Twice, center mass, the way she'd been trained before this girl was born, the way she'd done the one other time in her life it had come to this, on a cliff top in another county. The 2 rounds took Mara in the chest and knocked her clean off her feet and sideways, and her head struck the trunk of the big pine as she went, hard, a sound Ruth heard distinct from the shots, and the pistol flew out of her hands into the pine straw, and Mara went down at the foot of the tree and did not get up. Ruth was moving before the girl finished falling. She crossed to her, kicked the fallen pistol away into the dark, put one glance on her down, still, blood coming, and then she was at Aaron, standing over him with her head up and her gun up and turning, her eyes going everywhere, the tree line, the wreck, the dark, because it was not over. She knew it was not over. "Can you stand?" "I'm good." Aaron's voice was tight, but it was there and steady. "It's a nick. Went through the meat over the ribs, it's not deep. Just knocked the wind out and knocked the gun out of my hand." He was already patting the ground around him, hunting in the dark and the pine straw for his lost sidearm. "It's here somewhere. I had it and then I didn't." The sound came again from the wreck. The drag, the scrape. Ruth turned her head toward it. "The other one's still alive," she said. "Over at the car. I'm going to check it. Watch her." She nodded down at Myra, sprawled at the base of the pine. 2 in the chest, and she's still not somebody I'd turn my back on. "Watch her, Aaron. She is not done." He got a knee under himself, still searching the ground, and Ruth left him and moved toward the wreck, gun up, into the drifting dust and the smell of gasoline and hot metal and something worse. She came around the crushed rear of the cruiser and found him. Jeremy Cobb had dragged himself partway out of the shattered driver's window and lay half in and half out of the wreck, in the broken glass and the red dirt, and she registered it even as she took in how hurt he was. He had been driving, not the girl, which she filed away with the other things to think about later. And he was badly hurt. Even in the bad light, Ruth could see how badly. There was a long shard of windshield glass standing out of the side of his throat, and the only reason he was breathing at all, she understood at once, was that he had not pulled it out. It was corking the wound it had made, and the moment it came free, he would empty out in less than a minute. Another jagged piece of metal, a length of door trim, stood out of his side between the ribs, and that alone should have had him screaming, and he wasn't screaming. He was past it, somewhere beyond it, breathing in wet shallow pulls around the glass in his throat. He had a pistol in his right hand. The slide was locked back. It was empty and it was done, and so near enough was he. "Jeremy Cobb," Ruth said. She kept her gun on him and came in careful anyway, because empty guns get reloaded and dying men have killed people, and she got down on one knee beside him where he could see her. He gurgled something. It came out around the glass, wet and shapeless, not a word. "Easy." She reached across him, watching his hands, and searched him quick and thorough, waistband, jacket, boot tops, for another weapon, and found none. Just the empty pistol locked open in the hand that no longer had the strength to lift it. She took the pistol out of his fingers and set it aside, out of reach. "You just stay still, okay? Don't pull anything out and don't move. I'm going to be right back. There's people coming." She looked at him then, really looked, because she'd been chasing this young man across half of Texas, and this was the first time she'd ever laid eyes on him, and what she saw was not what she'd built in her head over all those miles. He was young. His face under the blood and the dirt was gentle, ordinary, a country boy's face, the kind that bagged your groceries and said yes ma'am, and his eyes when they found hers were aware, clear, present, awake in a way that surprised her, a mind still all the way there behind the wrecked body. She looked into those aware eyes and found it hard, genuinely hard, to believe that this was the hand that had done all of it. 6 people at a long table. 4 troopers. An old man. A sheriff. A dog grieving in the brush. The hand, Anson had said. Find the hand. And here it was, and it was a boy's hand, and it was empty. She lied, Jeremy said. It came out of him wet and broken, forced up around the glass, but she caught it. She went still. She lied to me. I know, Ruth said. And she did know. She'd known it since a hospital hallway. You don't hang a gun. She'd carried Anson's words all this way, and here at the end, they were sitting in a dying boy's throat. But he lied to her. Jeremy's aware eyes held hers, urgent now, spending something he didn't have to spend to get it out. He lied to her too. Ruth's whole body came to a point. Who, Jeremy? She leaned close over him, close to the ruined throat, so she'd catch every wet syllable. Who lied to her? Who is he? Don't. His breath clicked and pulled. Don't know. His name. What do you know? Anything. Where is he? They. His eyes were starting to drift now, the awareness going soft at the edges. Done this. Before. Other ones. She said. Other towns. Book club. Women. The words were dissolving. Done it before. Doing it again. He is. And then the awareness went out of his eyes and rolled up, and his head went slack against the broken glass, and he was gone under, not dead. His chest still pulled its shallow, wet breaths around the shard in his throat, but under, unconscious, spent. Ruth put 2 fingers against the side of his neck below the glass. A pulse there, faint and fast and thready, but there. She left him where he lay, because moving him would kill him, and there was nothing else she could do for him but let him be until the medics came. And she got up off her knee with the man's last clear words turning over in her chest. Done this before, other towns, book club women, he's, and moved back toward Aaron with her gun up and her head on a swivel. Aaron had found his sidearm. She saw the shape of him come up out of the dark with the gun rising toward her, and she said, quick, "It's me," and he lowered it, and she got a hand under his arm and helped him the rest of the way to his feet, and he stood, one hand pressed to his side, upright and steady enough. How bad, she said. I've had worse falling off the porch. Which meant it hurt, and he could work. Where's the other one? Dying. Cobb. Glass in his throat, he's got maybe. She turned as she said it, turning them both back toward the big pine where she'd left Mara down and bleeding at the foot of the tree to check her, to secure her. The ground at the base of the pine was empty. There was a wide, dark smear of blood on the pine straw, and the print of a body, and the tree trunk marked where a head had struck it, and no Mara. What the? Ruth had her gun up and swinging across the tree line. She's gone. Aaron, she's gone. 2 in the chest. He was up on it now, hunting the dark with her. Nobody takes 2 in the chest and walks. This one apparently does. But even as she said it, Ruth was reading the ground, and the ground gave it to her plain, a blood trail, dark and heavy, leading away from the foot of the pine, the dragon stagger track of somebody badly hurt but moving, and moving with purpose, and it was not hard to follow at all, because Mara was leaving most of herself on the pine straw as she went. There. Blood trail. She's hit bad and she's still moving. Split, you left me, right? Don't get ahead of me. They followed it, quick and low, and the trail did not wander. It ran back toward the road, back toward the headlights, straight and stubborn, and Ruth understood where it was going a half second before she came out of the trees and saw it, and the understanding put ice down her back. The trail led to the Range Rover, still sitting in the road with its engine running and its lights on and its doors standing open the way they'd left them. Mara was at the driver's door. She had hauled herself the whole bleeding way, and she had one hand on the frame of the open door and one foot up on the running board, and she was trying, with the last of whatever was in her, to climb up into the driver's seat. 2 rounds in her chest and her head split open and her whole front dark with blood, and still trying to get behind the wheel and drive. Stop. Ruth came up behind her, gun leveled. Myra. Stop. Turn around. Myra didn't stop and didn't turn. She got her foot higher on the running board and reached for the wheel, hauling on the door frame, refusing the whole situation by main force, and her body wouldn't do it. It had nothing left. Her arms gave and her leg buckled, and she slid back down the side of the Range Rover and folded onto the dirt beside the front wheel and lay there, and her chest heaved, and she gasped. Ruth could hear it, a wet, fast, desperate gasping, but she was alive. Still impossibly alive. Aaron came up on the other side. He got down and pulled his cuffs off his belt, and he took Myra's wrists, one and then the other, and cuffed them behind her, gentle about it because she was shot through and there was no reason not to be gentle. And Myra let him, too far gone now to fight the cuffs, her breath coming in those fast, wet pulls. Okay. Ruth let a breath out, the first full one in what felt like an hour. Her hand went up to her own neck, to the burning line the first bullet had drawn there, and came away with a little blood, nothing. She's secured. Call it in, all of it. Officers need medical, 2 subjects down, get the helicopter and every ambulance in 3 counties. I'll go back and check on Cobb. He's still breathing, and I want him breathing when the medics get here. She turned to go back toward the wreck. Jeremy Cobb was standing right behind her. He was on his feet. God knew how a dying man with glass in his throat and steel in his ribs, up off the ground and out of the wreck, and across the distance without a sound, she'd heard, swaying, gray, more than half dead already, and he had a gun in his hand. Not the empty one she'd taken. Another. Myra's, maybe, off the pine straw, or one more his body had been hiding. There was no time to know which. Ruth's gun started up. She saw, at the edge of her sight, Aaron reaching for his own firearm, but he'd holstered it to put the cuffs on, and his hand had to find it and clear it, and there wasn't time, there wasn't any time at all. Everything was happening inside one single second. And Jeremy did not point the gun at Ruth. He did not point it at Aaron. He pointed it at Myra. He stood swaying over the cuffed and bleeding girl at the foot of the Range Rover, and he looked down at her, and Myra, gasping, turned her head and looked up at him. The two of them looking at each other one last time in the wash of the headlights, and whatever passed between them, Ruth would never know and never forget the shape of, and Jeremy Cobb said one word, thick and wet around the glass in his throat, clear enough to carry. A liar. And he shot her. Ruth flinched at the crack of it and swung her gun onto him, and her finger was taking up the slack, a hair from firing. And Jeremy turned the gun. Away from Myra, up under his own chin, faster than a man that broken should have been able to move, a hair ahead of Ruth's shot, and he fired. The two of them went down together. Myra at the foot of the front wheel, Jeremy across her legs, the gun tumbling from his hand into the dirt, and then there was no more movement anywhere, and no more sound but the Range Rover's engine idling and its headlights burning steady across the 2 dead young people on the ground, and the wrecked cruiser steaming beyond them, and the enormous pine dark night standing all around. Ruth stood with her gun still up and pointed at a boy who wasn't there anymore, and slowly lowered it. Across the bodies. Aaron stood too. His own gun half drawn and never fired. His other hand pressed to his bleeding side. And the two of them looked at each other over the dead. And all at once, the whole night came down on Ruth at the same time. All of it. The 4 troopers and the Meadowlark and the mile and a half of dust, and the bullet that had drawn its warm line along her throat, and her husband hit in the pine straw and gone from her sight, and the 2 young people dead in her headlights, all of it. At once, and the breath went out of her body in a rush, and did not come back for a second. And she crossed the space between them, and put her arms around Aaron, careful of his side, and held on to him, and held on, and did not let go. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The house they'd rented sat up on stilts above the dune line at Port Aransas, big enough to swallow the whole family, and then some, with a pool in the sandy yard below the deck and a boardwalk that ran out over the sea oats to the beach. And for 1 week in July, every Tate who could get there was under its roof. Ruth stood on the deck the first evening with a glass of iced tea and watched them arrive in waves. Eleanor and Roy had driven down from Tulsa in the big Buick with the Oklahoma plates, Roy grumbling about the traffic through Dallas the way he grumbled about all things, which was to say happily. Eleanor came up the stairs already asking where Ava was, and Ava came flying, and Grandma Eleanor folded her granddaughter in against her soft front and rocked her side to side, and Ruth had to turn and look at the water for a second. A year and a half now since Eleanor and Roy had claimed Ava as fully as any child born to the family, and it still got her every time. Erin's sister Becky and her husband, Doug, had come up from Corpus with their two, Hannah, 13, coltish and shy and already glued to Ava within the hour, and little Wyatt, 7, round-faced and gap-toothed, who had 1 volume and no fear and hit the pool in his clothes before anyone could stop him. Roy hauled him out by the back of the shirt like a landed redfish and set him dripping on the deck and told him supper first, swimming after. Young man, and Wyatt accepted this ruling with the good grace of a boy who'd already gotten the swim he wanted. By the second day, the house had found its rhythm, and the rhythm was children and salt water and too much food. The pool was the morning kingdom. Marcus, 14 now, auburn-headed and freckled and constitutionally incapable of an activity without a scoreboard, had organized the cousins into a diving contest with a rubric only he understood, awarding points for style and degree of difficulty, and apparently for making Grandma Eleanor gasp. Wyatt won every round on the gasp category alone. Jake, 16 and sandy-haired and gone tall as his father this past year, played the too cool card for exactly 1 morning before Doug challenged him to a chicken fight, and Hannah climbed onto Marcus's shoulders to take him on. And after that, Jake was just another kid in the pool, his teenage dignity happily drowned, calling Ruth, Mom, out loud now, without the old habit of only doing it when he thought no one could hear. The beach was the afternoon kingdom. Ava built there. She'd left her hearing aids up in a bag on the deck where the sea couldn't reach them. And she worked the wet sand in her own perfect silence, raising a walled city with towers and a moat. And Wyatt hauled water for it in a bucket while Hannah pressed shell windows into the walls. And the twins know. Ruth corrected herself. That was another summer. Another book of the family. This year it was Hannah and Wyatt and her own 3, worked under Ava's wordless direction like a crew that had been told the plans in a language they didn't need to hear. Roy cooked. He'd taken over the outdoor cooker the first evening and never fully surrendered it, frying redfish and shrimp and hush puppies in an iron pot, a big weathered man in a mesh cap who called Ruth, the new girl, after a year and a half of marriage, and meant it as the warmest thing he knew how to say. Eleanor ran the kitchen above and the whole operation below it from a deck chair, dabbing at her eyes at the smallest provocations, mostly Ava. Becky was the funny one, quick and dry, and she and Ruth did the dishes together in the evenings and talked about nothing, which was its own deep pleasure. Nobody talked about the spring. They knew it had been on every television in the state, and not one of them said a word about it all week, and that silence was its own kind of love, the family kind, the kind that hands you a plate and lets the ordinary do the healing. They ate on the deck under strings of lights the last night, all 10 of them crowded around a table meant for 8. Roy's fish and Eleanor's slaw and a watermelon Marcus had cut into pieces of theatrically unequal size, and there was too much of everything and too much noise, and the good easy talk of people glad of each other. And Ruth sat with her husband's shoulder against hers and let the whole warm week pour over her like the Gulf. They left the next morning after breakfast, hugged out the door by the whole clan, Wyatt crying openly and Ava crying a little too, and Hannah and Ava trading addresses for letters they might even write, and Eleanor pressing a foil-wrapped brick of something into Ruth's hands for the road. By 10, they were pointed north up Highway 361, with the island falling behind them. And by noon, the vacation had done its work and put the whole car to sleep. Ruth drove. In the back, the 3 of them were down for the count, Ava against the window with her sketchbook slack in her lap, Marcus with his mouth open and a thread of drool he'd deny to his grave, Jake with his earbuds in and his head tipped back. Beside her, Aaron had his hat down over his face and his arms crossed, breathing the slow, deep breaths of real sleep, his healing side finally quiet after a week of sun. The AC hummed. The road unrolled. Ruth drove through the middle of a good Texas afternoon with everyone she loved asleep and safe inside the car. And for a while, it was as close to perfect as her life ever got. Her phone buzzed in the console. She glanced at it. A text from Tina. Call when you can. No rush. Nothing urgent. Then, Tina flagged urgent when it was urgent. But Ruth felt the small, familiar shift in herself anyway, the click of the other life coming back online. There was a rest stop a few miles up, one of the good ones with the covered tables and the vending machines, and she took the exit and pulled in, and the change in motion woke the car by degrees. Rest stop, she said. Everybody up. Bathrooms and legs. Marcus, you are buying nobody anything. I saw what you did to that watermelon. They filed out, blinking and rumpled, Aaron pushing his hat back and yawning until his side made him quit, and the three kids shuffled toward the restrooms in a sleepy clump. Ruth stood in the shade of the picnic shelter, with the heat pressing up off the lot, and called Tina back. Hey. Sorry to touch the last day of your vacation. We're already driving home, it's fine. What have you got? The money's gone. Tina said it flat, the way you deliver news you've had time to make peace with. Final. The forensic team the bank brought in ran it as far as it runs, and it doesn't run anywhere anymore. What went out of the trust that night landed in a swarm of pass-through accounts, and from there it got rerouted, machine speed, through layers of shells and offshore accounts in a dozen jurisdictions that don't answer letters, split and recombined until there's no thread left to pull. It's not that we can't prove where it went. It's that where it went stopped being a place. Following the money was the whole plan on our end, and the money won. Ruth watched a family climb out of a truck across the lot, ordinary. So that's dead. That's dead. Which is why we've been digging everywhere else. And I called because we turned something over, and I can't tell if it's nothing or if it's the whole case. A pause, Tina choosing how to lay it out. Cobb's texts. All of them, every message she sent him, signed the same, one letter. We've been writing it in the file as M, and everybody's read it as M for Mara. Cobb called her Emmy, out loud per the witnesses. So we assumed the signature M was just short for the name he pronounced M. It all closed up neat. And now it doesn't. Now here's what's keeping me up. What if the M on those texts was never Mara? What if Cobb heard M because that's what he was told to call her, but the M signing the messages that steered him, the cold operational voice, the tradecraft, the survival stuff, what if that was somebody else? Somebody who signs as M. Okay, Ruth said slowly. But so what? Simplest reading is still a girl, signing her own initial. It would be. Except I went back into the Buckhorn County case. The book club Hill Country Home Health. A beat to let Ruth place it. Lee Corbin, the true crime women, the case that was supposed to be closed. When we worked that, we documented that Lee Corbin was in contact with an outside party steering her, feeding her the manipulation, the discipline, all of it. A handler she trusted completely and never named. We never identified that party. It went in the file as an open thread, and the case closed around it because Lee was dead. Ruth. In the messages, we recovered off Lee's devices, that handler signed off the same way. One letter. M. The heat came up off the lot in visible waves. Ruth stood very still. That's a big coincidence, she said. Or it's not a coincidence at all, Aaron said, coming up beside her out of the sun. He'd come back from the restroom and read the shape of it off her face, and he raised his eyebrows, Who? And Ruth put the phone a little away from her mouth and mouthed Tina. Is it the same number? She asked into it. The M, texting Lee Corbin, and the M, texting Cobb's same number. No. Different numbers, different everything on paper. But you know what that's worth. Myra ran through burners the whole time, bought them, used them a few days, threw them away, bought more. We watched her do it. A different number means nothing from a person who treats numbers as disposable. Yep, Ruth said. Classic. A fresh number every time is exactly what it'd look like if it were the same person being careful. Very sus. That's my read. Different number could easily be the same M. And I want to say up front, I can't prove one letter in one case is the same one letter in another. A defense lawyer would laugh me out of the room. But I couldn't sit on it. Because if it is the same M, then that M was running Lee Corbin, and that M was running Mara Holt, 2 operations, 2 years apart, 2 different disposable young women out front doing the hands-on work. Ruth watched her kids come back across the lot, sleepy and squabbling gently. Thank you, Tina. Write it up exactly the way you told me. The coincidence and every reason it might not be one, no theory dressed up as fact. Keep it in the file and keep pulling. I'll call you Monday. She hung up. Aaron was watching her. What? Ruth turned so her back was to the kids and pitched it low. I think she'd done this before. Before Cobb. I think the Buckhorn case and this case are the same case, or 2 branches off one tree, and I think the thing connecting them isn't Mara. Mara was the hand this time, the way Lee was the hand last time. 2 girls, same work, 2 years apart, both steered by somebody signing one letter. The common thread was never either of them. It's whoever that is. Somebody we've never once laid eyes on. Somebody who was never on any road we drove, never in any town we worked. The person who has that money right now, sitting somewhere cool this afternoon with a drink in his hand, laughing at every one of us for chasing the loud part while he ran the quiet part. Aaron was quiet a moment, working it, then nodded slowly. Cobb said it. At the end. He lied to her too. Done this before, other towns, book club women. He looked out across the shimmering lot. That wasn't a dying boy raving. That was a report. That was a report, Ruth said. He handed it to me with the last thing he had, and I've been turning it over for 3 weeks. So how do we find him? We don't. Not the usual way. We've got nothing, no name, no face, no number that holds, no dollar we can follow, no witness left alive who ever met him. On paper, he doesn't exist. She watched the heat waves. But here's what won't leave me alone. He knows we exist. He's crossed our path twice now, Buckhorn, and this. Twice we've been the ones standing in the wreckage when his smoke cleared. That's not a coincidence either. Aaron's brow came down. You think that's a pattern? Us specifically? Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe Texas is smaller than it looks, and we just work the kind of case his kind of work leaves behind. And she shrugged. But twice is twice. And a man who plans everything, who never touches the ground, who runs disposable people out front and vanishes with the money, he keeps a list of what's come close to him. We're on it. I'd bet the house we're on it. She looked at her husband. So we don't go find him. We can't. What we do is give him a reason to come find us. Set something out where a man like that can't help but reach for it. And this time, when he comes at us, we're not standing in the wreckage after. This time we're ready and waiting. Aaron looked at her a long moment, and then the corner of his mouth went up, and there was something in his eyes that had nothing to do with the beach they'd left. Heck yeah, we will. Mom. Marcus from the shelter, at volume. Jake says the machine ate his dollar, and it's a lie, he spent it, Tell him he can't have mine. Lunch, Ava signed, coming up with her sketchbook under her arm. You said the place with the good burgers is the next exit. You promised. Carp the burgers. And the two of them slid back into it the way they always did, the way that was the whole point of all of it. Aaron ruling that nobody was accusing anybody of anything about any dollar, and everybody was getting exactly one drink. Ruth herding the pack of them back toward the Range Rover and the promised exit and the good burgers, Mom and Dad again, the other thing folded up and put back in the place she kept it. They pulled off at the next exit, at a low, bright roadside place with a full lot and a hand-painted sign, and piled out into the white blast of the afternoon, and crossed the shimmering asphalt in a loose, noisy line. And Ruth held the door and let her family go in ahead of her, out of the glare and into the cool dark. And as she stepped across the threshold, out of the hammering light into the shadow, the cold air touching her sunburned arms, Ruth Baker felt it. Just for a second. The old animal thing at the back of the neck, the thing 20 years of the work had built into her and never once lied to her about. The certain, unprovable sensation of being watched. Of someone, somewhere out in all that bright and ordinary distance, watching her. Watching them. She stood in the doorway one beat longer and looked back once, across the blazing lot, at the highway and the heat and the enormous indifferent Texas light, and saw nothing at all. Then she went in after her family and let the door swing shut behind her. This concludes the audiobook recording of Shadow Creek by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books daily.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of that audiobook. Again, please consider subscribing to the channel Book Empathy on YouTube so that you can keep listening to my audiobooks free of charge. And do consider buying a copy of this book to support the author. Thank you.